And I'm your host, Sports Guru. I had a little bit of technical difficulties, so I had to switch from one franchise to another, and now you're watching me doing the Saints franchise. So,
To be clear, Pasta and Fat Pat are different people.
Yes. Pasternak is their best player. Fat Pat is their
fourth line player right now.
Yeah.
So Roy knows this. When the Oilers had their run and Wayne Gretzky was close to getting into a fight, or Messier, any of those guys, the goons would come over and take care of business.
Yeah.
They didn't want Gretzky getting hurt. They wanted Gretzky on the ice.
That's why Chucky is so amazing. Because he's everything.
Well, we're coming off of a playoff last season where he got hurt. He got hurt off of a hit. We don't need him getting. I say we as if I'm part of the team. But we don't need the Panthers. Don't need him getting hurt based off a fight where he breaks his hand because he punched.
But dude, those moments, I get it. Obviously, I don't want Kachuk to get hurt, but that moment where he fought Pasta, like that's why Chucky's here.
Yeah, that's why he has the A on his sweater. That's why he's one of the captains.
I love him so much.
Should have the C though, maybe.
No, that's Alexander.
Wow, you got mad at me, Roy. You got mad at me.
They should get a ring if they win.
Kachuk is very quickly moving up the all-time South Florida sports list.
I don't think so.
I'm telling you, Kachuk, he might be already the #1 Panther of all time.
No, he's not.
Just in terms of fans.
No, it's Alexander Barkov.
Crazy.
Not
it's Beezer. Yeah, it's Beezer.
It's not John Van Beezer.
You have to get to a Stanley Cup, Roy.
No, it's not.
Get to a Stanley Cup.
Did last year.
I get Barkov has been here longer, but I'm telling you, I think fans would vote Chucky right now over Barkov.
I don't think you understand how Mount Rushmore works. So, here's how it works. I'm not an expert on presidents, but if I go to Mount Rushmore, I know who the presidents are. Doesn't mean they were the best presidents. Just means I know who they are when I look at them on a mountain. I don't know. But in terms of Panthers, you can't put a Panther on there that, the layman doesn't know who they are.
I think layman sports fans know Kachuk.
Are there any Marlins on the South Florida Mount Rushmore?
Jeff Conine.
No,
get
not
that out of here.
No.
Not
Miguel Cabrera would be the only nomination.
I saw yesterday that Monty Harrison is going to play football at Arkansas. Did you guys see this story?
Seeing where all those guys are that we traded, that one trade that we made.
We had that graphic the other day.
The Yelich trade, it's comical.
Right.
Monty Harrison, who's playing college football, is the most successful.
Look right there. Okay, so here's Mount Rushmore. That's George Washington. Right. That's Monty Harrison. Okay, that's Abraham Lincoln. And that's Teddy Roosevelt.
And then Matthew Kachuk.
Is that Thomas Jefferson?
So Matthew Kachuk right there.
So I know them.
Good job.
Honestly, the second guy looks like Matthew Kachuk a little bit.
Maybe it is. Maybe they just knew. Yeah.
Jordan Yamamoto.
Yeah. Jordan Yamamoto is a high school coach now.
There is room for a fifth right there, right? I mean,
there seems to be.
One
that's
in,
where
like
your,
that's a good one. Yeah, The Rock.
okay, so you're doing the color rush game.
Miguel Cabrera is the #1 Marlin.
No.
Well, I mean, if you're doing based on
they won 2 World Series.
I mean, I think that you would put on Dontrell Willis is one of the most popular ones. Jose Fernandez is very popular.
LeBron Hernandez.
Yeah.
Best Marlin of all time is Miguel Cabrera.
I mean, but we're not doing best of all time.
I thought that's exactly what we were doing.
Those are the 4 best presidents of all time.
The most iconic, I think, is
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. That's your
Yeah. That's why Beezer's on there for me.
No. Do I really have to explain
why problematic?
He's
For South Florida?
Oh, is he?
Yes.
Oh.
No, Beezer's on there.
Well, apparently he has issues.
No.
We're trying to talk around.
Marino, Beezer, Shula, Jimmy Johnson.
Okay, I'm going to have to explain why John Van Beezer.
Hold on a second. Let me ask you guys a question. In this Mount Rushmore, because I'm a new segment called Changing the Subject to save Stu Gotts. In this, if we're doing a Mount Rushmore,
I'm taking Beezer off. I thought about
kick saving
there you go.
Thank you. You know who else kick saving a Duke Beezer, which is why maybe he's on there.
He's not on there.
Anyway, so if you're doing a Mount Rushmore,
Jimmy Johnson.
do you have one per team, like a Panther, a Marlin, a Heat, and a whatever the fourth is?
Just no goal.
Dolphin?
Yeah. End of discussion.
Who's the Dolphin?
Wait, spin the wheel.
How about Messi?
Marino.
I guess it's
the Beezer. We can't talk about it anymore.
Thank God.
That one was on purpose.
Guys, this has been a great show.
Oh, man, we had fun. Yeah, right. Yeah.
See you guys later.
Bye.
Don't say goodbye.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, now is the time.
Bye.
It's on the wheel.
Stu Gotts here for my friends over at Simply Safe. When you travel, do concerns back home nag you? Did you lock up? Did you leave a window open. That's why I recommend investing in Simply Safe Home Security today for award-winning security and peace of mind wherever your summer plans take you. I've had Simply Safe in my home for many years now. The peace of mind it gives me, especially during the summertime when I'm all over the place, is incredible. Because I know the things I care about, the things I value back home. I can always keep an eye on it using Simply Safe's indoor and outdoor cameras. So do me a favor. Before you head out on your next vacation, make sure to protect your whole home with Simply Safe variety of indoor and outdoor cameras, plus add sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. It's backed by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. No contracts to worry about.
Same
And a
trial in June 10
60-day
for first
money-back
degree
guarantee.
felony rape.
Simply Safe has given me and many
I
of my listeners
figured.
real peace of mind. I want you to have it too. So right now, get 20% off any new Simply Safe system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/DLB. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Hey, listeners.
Welcome back to 2027 NFL season of the Madden NFL 23 engine with the 2022 rosters.
But my point
The
is,
2025
while a lot's
rosters.
changed over our relationship, there's one thing that hasn't changed one bit, and that's a great taste of Miller Lite. Another thing that hasn't changed is that it's less filling. So what's the best thing about the original light beer? Miller Lite had sparked this debate way back in 1975, and we still haven't settled it. Keep it simple. It's got undebatable quality, great taste, 96 calories. You know all those things. It's a beer that strips everything away that you don't need and holds on what matters most. But with Miller Lite, you don't have to choose what's best. Miller Lite has great taste and is less filling. It's both those things. It tastes like Miller time. Get Miller Lite delivered right to your door. Visit MillerLite.com/Dan, or you can find it pretty much anywhere that sells beer. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories per 12 ounces. Fewer calories and carbs than premium regular beer.
Hello and welcome to South Beach Sessions. I'm very excited about this, but longtime listeners to our show are going to be super excited about our guest today because it is rare that you get in studio the most popular selling jazz artist of all time, a longtime friend of the show, Kenny G, a expert at musical excellence. We are thrilled to have him here to talk about happiness, to talk about inspiration, to talk about, as he approaches 70 years old, how he's still hungry, still looks great, at least in part, because he loves what he does and spent a couple of hours before coming in here today practicing. It is delightful, sir, to finally be in person with you, because that is not something that I have done. We have done before. Thank you over the years for all the times that you have made your excellence a part of our program.
Thank you for saying that. This is the same sax. You know, it's not a different one. This is the one I've had since I was in high school. So, you know, my big joke is that you blow something for 50 years, you stay together.
I want
Hold
to
the
talk
line
to you
and
about who you
nerves,
were
losing
as a kid,
icons
because you were,
and better
you went to an
blocking.
inner city school, right? Like
I did, yeah, in Seattle. It was the junior high was inner city and high school was inner city. So it was a good mix of, let's say, about third Asian, third black, third white, and I didn't know any different.
What kind of kid were you?
Very nerd, big nerds. I wanted straight A's. I wanted to study hard. I got straight A's. I got straight A's all the way through my second year of college. I got straight A's, except for one B in high school. And I'm still pissed at that teacher for giving me a B. I didn't deserve it, but that was it. That broke my record.
When did you stop being a nerd?
I'm not stopped. I'm still doing it. That's why I practice all the time. I like to know things. I like to be good.
Okay, so the Panthers did win, unfortunately.
Things that interest me really interest me, so I like to get into it. I guess that's
315 yards for
I think of
Christian
you,
McCaffrey?
Whether it's you're a great golfer,
Wow.
you choose things that have great degree of difficulty. What else is on the list of stuff? It seems like you have a bit of an architect's mind and an artist's spirit.
That's absolutely true. And
Closer
I'm
to
an
you.
accounting major out of college, so I've got the artist heart and soul but I got the brain of a Jewish accountant. And so that's good. That worked really well for me in my business because as my artistry got successful and then the financial part started to happen, I was very aware of what was going on, and that was good for me to be in charge of everything, and that I wasn't looking for anyone to take care of me. I was looking for partners in business and how to make even more success, and that's on that part of it.
What is it about you, your imprinting, your parents, that makes you somebody who chooses these meticulous puzzles to master?
Good question. I don't know if it's parenting. I don't know whether, honestly, are we born with certain tendencies? I think we are. And my wiring is I really like complex things. I like it. So it's not a chore to me. Like even this morning in my little hotel room that I'm staying at here in the South Beach area, or whatever you want to call the area. What do you call this area? South Florida?
This is South Florida. South Beach is a little over there, and you're staying in Fort Lauderdale.
I'm in Fort Lauderdale, yeah. So even in that little room, I just couldn't wait to get my horn out and practice. So I'm wired that way. I don't know if my parents did that for me, but I had a father that was very low energy, but nice. Mom was more of a yeller. I didn't ever take it personally, which was good for me. And so I guess I was motivated to do things well so that I could avoid the yelling. I figure if I got my shit together, I can say that on your show, right?
Yes, you can let her fly.
Okay. Then I thought, well, maybe I won't get yelled at about stuff if I'm really on top of stuff. So I think that helped develop me in terms of thinking ahead and planning and working hard at things.
The reason that I ask you when you stopped being a nerd is because I assume that this gave you confidence, that whatever I associate with nerdiness a bit of a lack of confidence. I don't associate with you a bit of a lack of confidence.
Thank you for that. I never lacked confidence. Maybe with girls, sure. I think most guys are timid at first, but I never lacked confidence because I always felt like I had the power to learn anything. So whatever it was that I was
I
working
love
toward, I wanted to
cannolis.
get an A in a chemistry class or a calculus. I wanted to get an A on a calculus class, or I wanted to master something that I heard Charlie Parker play on the saxophone. I can do it. So I never felt
It's
like
okay.
lack of confidence. I just felt like, okay, it's just going to take time. So just put the time in.
When you said the name Charlie Parker, it made me think, and I don't know if you heard me because you were concentrating on what you were doing, but when I say you're the best-selling, you, in my presence, are the best-selling jazz artists of all time, that has to be crazy to you.
Yeah. It's super cool. I mean, it's great. I mean, really.
I mean, it's crazy though to be of all time. What is it? It's over 75 million albums sold, right?
Yeah. I know.
What is that?
Nobody does that anymore. Now
Yes,
it's just
ma'am.
about views, and then you use that to get other things going. But I look at it like
Yeah.
there's some magic dust somewhere, and somebody sprinkled some of it on me, and my heart came up with these melodies that sounded right to me. And I had the instrument that was the one that, for some reason, I was attracted to. And I played these melodies the way that I played them, and it just clicked with me because I made up my songs in the vacuum of a little studio in my house. I wasn't coached on how to do anything when it came to putting out
Yeah.
music. So
Of
how did
course.
that happen? How did that stuff connect with all the people of the world? Fortunately, I had Clive Davis help make my music
That helps.
exposed. That helped a lot.
You can say now that
I'm
you
back,
were
everyone.
insulted by
Sorry
that,
for the
but
long
don't
delay.
look her in the eye.
Oh,
Come on.
I'm insulted. You know
Come
what?
on.
I'm insulted. Listen, I don't. This is how I am with my music. It's been just like that. Same thing on Johnny Carson when they booked me in 1985 or 86 to play. This was my big break, and we had a vocal song that the record company was pushing at the time called "What Does It Take to Win Your Love," a Junior Walker song. And the only reason I did it was because it had a big sax solo in it, and that was the whole philosophy. Kenny, you know, you can't just do instrumental music. I'm going, why? I'm an instrumentalist. Did anybody notice? No, no, no. You got to do vocals. Do the sax solo. They'll be attracted to the vocal. You'll get your success, and you'll find out you're a sax player. You know, I hate that philosophy. But okay, so we do the song, and it becomes kind of a hit. And Johnny Carson, they get booked on it. And they say, okay, you can do two songs. You got to do a single. And then when he's going,
championship game
off
against the
the air
winner
at like
of
1 in the
North
morning,
Carolina State
I
in
don't care what you play.
Clemson.
I said, well, I'm going to play my song Songbird. We don't care. We don't even care what it's called. Okay, good. So then the knock on the door. Hey, Johnny's running late. Do the single. Okay, sure. Gotcha. And I know it's a live show. It's a live show. Curtain goes up. I look at my guys. Hit Songbird. Boom. We play Songbird on national TV. And the guy that booked me was freaking livid. I've never been on TV before, so I don't even know what to
What's
say.
wrong?
I get out there. All I see is a camera, space, and the guy giving me the finger.
I'm so sorry, because I had to post it on my story because I watched it 8 fucking times.
Stuff, and I'm playing my little
I
song.
was trying not to, but I had to because after a while you were too fucking.
Oh, this guy's really pissed.
I didn't know you were such a rebel.
Yeah.
Where'd this rebel streak come
It's always been that way when it comes to my music. Always. Well, not always.
I don't know why it's so
It came that way after a couple of albums, and then I just decided that I have to do it my way. So that's what happened that way. And so that because of that thing on Johnny Carson, that's why Songbird became a hit. That's why everything kind of happened because of that moment. So when I did that,
because you rebelled in protection of your music.
That's correct. I wanted to play the song that I wanted to play. That was going to show off what I do, not a vocal song that the record company was going to promote and maybe it was going to become a bigger hit. That song, Songbird, became such a hit because of that. And then, you know, everybody decided, hey, we're going to
The way I speak sometimes is hilarious.
I said no. I don't want to do something. But finally,
I don't want to post it, but it's too fucking funny.
And I'm thinking every night.
So they better give me my thoughts.
And I said to the guys, hey, you're doing this.
But it's the truth, though.
For the love of you, I need something.
So you better have a thought.
It's okay. I get what yards on that play.
Okay, sure. Didn't happen. 50 shows later, didn't happen. Now they have a good sax player, but you know, I played the solo. It's not me. Finally, we get to Madison Square Garden, and of course, Clive's coming that night, and miraculously, Kenny, we want you to sit in tonight. I said, oh wow, thanks. I'm glad to. And I didn't give him any shit for it, but I got on stage, and I wasn't prepared at the moment. And used to play things like if I hear somebody play something to get my horn out and practice. So hotel room, I was very sax. You know, it's not a different one. This is the one I've had since I was in high school. So, you know, my big joke is that you blow something for 50 years.
Why did I hit him before you even heard about it?
I want to talk to you about who you were as a kid because you went to an inner city school, right? Like
I did, yeah, in Seattle. It was the junior high was inner city and the high school was inner city. So it was a good mix of, let's say, a third Asian, third black, third white, and I didn't know any different.
What kind of kid were you?
Very nerd, big nerds. I wanted straight A's. I wanted to study hard. I got straight A's. I got straight A's all the way through my second year of college. I got straight A's. I one B in high school, and I'm still pissed at that teacher for giving me a B. I didn't deserve it, but that was it. That broke my record.
When did you stop being a nerd?
I'm not stopped. I'm still doing it. That's why I practice all the time. I like to know things. I like to be good at things. I like and things that interest me really interest me. So I like to.
I mean, everyone's sitting.
I guess that's nerdish. So that's how I am about
Oh, but
anything.
I think of you when I think of your interests, whether it's you're a great golfer, you fly airplanes, like you choose things that have great degree of difficulty. What else is on the list of stuff? It seems like you have a bit of an architect's mind and an artist's spirit.
That's absolutely true. And I'm an accounting major out of college, so I've got the artist
Incomplete.
heart and
It was
soul.
a
But I got
smart
the
idea because I didn't have anybody
intuition.
covering the running back because I didn't
And
think he was
so
going
that's
to go
kind of
out.
worked really well for me in my business because as my artistry got successful and then the financial part started to happen, I was very aware of what was going on, and that was good for me to be in charge of everything. And I wasn't looking for anyone to take care of me. I was looking for partners in business and how to make even more success. And that's on that part of it.
What is it about you, your imprinting, your parents, that makes you somebody who chooses these meticulous
It's
puzzles
okay.
to master?
Good question. I don't know if it's parenting. I don't know whether, honestly, are we born with certain tendencies? I think we are. And my wiring is I really like to practice things.
15,
I
20,
like to
25, 30,
study
35, 40,
even
45,
children
50,
my
45, 40,
kids
35,
call
30,
sometimes when they
25,
hear
20,
the
15,
South
10,
Beach area
5,
where I live.
touchdown!
What do you call this area? South
Well,
Florida?
this is South Florida. South Beach is a little over
Yeah.
there, and you're
Not,
staying in Fort Lauderdale.
I'm in Fort Lauderdale, yeah. So even in that little room, I just couldn't wait to get my
102-yard
practice.
kickoff
I'm
return
wired that
for
way.
a
My
touchdown.
parents did that for me, but um, I had a father that was very low energy, but nice. Mom was she was more of a yeller. I didn't ever take it personally, which was good for me. And so I guess I was motivated to do things well so that I could avoid the yelling. I figure if I got my shit together, I can say that on your
Yes,
show,
you
right?
can let it fly.
Okay. Then I thought, well, maybe I won't get yelled at about stuff if I'm really on top of stuff. So I think
Yeah.
that helped develop me in
Basically,
terms
that's
of
what a lot of people were always telling me.
working hard.
Wante, we want you
The
to be
reason that I
successful,
ask
but
you when you
first,
stopped
get your
being
shit
married
together.
is because I assume that
Oh,
this
the
is the
rivalry games,
conflict.
so
That you
momentum games allows
never,
are increased.
I associate with nerdiness a bit of a lack of confidence. I don't associate with you.
Hello, Nash.
Thank you for that.
Welcome to my show.
I never lacked confidence. Maybe with girls, sure. I think most guys are timid at first, but when I never lacked confidence because I always felt like I had the power to learn anything. Whether it was trying to get an A in a chemistry class or calculus, I wanted to get an A on the calculus final, or I wanted to
subscribe.
Thank you.
Charlie Parker.
I need a lot of subscribers, so I would like for more people to subscribe to my channel.
Lack of confidence. I just felt like, okay, it's just going to take time, so just put the time in.
When you said the name Charlie Parker, it made me think, and I don't know if you heard me because you were concentrating on what you were doing, but when I say you're the best-selling, you, in my presence, are the best-selling jazz artists of all time, that has to be crazy to you.
Yeah, it's super cool. I mean, this is great. I mean, really.
I mean, it's crazy, though, to be...
Madden 24.
I have Madden 23, as you can
I
see.
know. Now,
I'm more of a classic Madden guy because I don't particularly care for the newer ones. Because a lot of the software is not that good, and they don't have the quality of technology to make it as current as possible. That's why I don't particularly care for it.
some of it on me, and my heart came up with these melodies that sounded right to me, and I had the instrument that was and I played these melodies the way that I played them, and it just clicked with me because I made up my songs in the vacuum of a little studio in my house. You know, I wasn't coached on how to do anything when it came to like putting out music. So how did that happen? How did that stuff connect with all the people in the world? Fortunately, I had Clive Davis behind me, helping to make my music exposed. That helped a lot. And it helped. It really did help. And then, just little by little, things started to just happen, and here you go.
Well, you said all over the world, and we've covered some of this ground. I don't want to be very redundant with you because we've talked a lot over the years, and I really am interested in your secrets to inspiration.
Great.
Playing for a couple of hours in your room today because you like practicing. Your secrets on happiness and gratitude, which I think you carry yourself with all the time. But we've talked to you about how popular you
It's
are
okay,
in
guys.
China,
It's
so
okay.
much so that your music closes things down in China. When people hear your music, it's the end of the business day. Everyone knows it. They might not know that it's you, but
Right.
the idea that you have that this instrument from high school reaches over there and touches the world has to be mind-blowing to you.
Yeah, and it's been since the mid '80s. The first time I went to China, I was there. It was like 1986 or so, and we went over there. Sponsored by Budweiser, by the way. I'm not plugging them or anything. Think about that. Like,
40 years later, you're bringing the sponsorship
well,
back.
hey,
A business mind still.
You never know. Maybe somebody's gonna listen and go, you know what? Let's bring that back. I was in China, like Beijing, and there was a huge poster, not poster, billboard on the side of the major highway, and it says the King of Beers and the King of Saxophones. I saw my big face up there.
Ooh,
So
ankle breaker.
So the song I wrote called Going Home. Now, I wrote that song when I wrote the melody. It reminded me of my mother who had passed away, I guess, fairly recently in the mid 80s. I can't remember what year she passed away, but it made me think of her. And it made me think of going back to Seattle because I wrote that
Lost
song
his
in LA.
mother in the
It
80s.
was to me
That's so
going home.
sad.
That's how I wrote it. Chinese people took the words going home and they decided that it's basically going to mean go home. And so everybody at the end of the workday, you hear my song, go home, and you go home. And they took it and ran with it. And since the mid '80s, it's been a song that's played every day in China for hundreds of millions of people every single day. Today, I'm sure they're all hearing it and going, oh, there's that melody. Time to go home. And they do.
The idea that you would have that kind of cultural imprint, I don't know what you dreamt of growing up, what the wildest of success looked like when you first dreamt of that thing, but it couldn't have been there.
I never dreamt of success like that. I never did. It was always really dreaming of mastering the saxophone. That's my thing. That's still today. I'm not thinking about how can I sell more records. I've got a team that thinks like that. I'm thinking about how can I play my saxophone better? How am I going to learn to play things like if I hear somebody play something, I go, that's super cool. I want to learn to play that. So back in the 80s, I was just thinking about playing well and writing music and doing my best and my very, very best every single time. So that was I never thought about the success part of it. It came, and I was very grateful for it because, and the big reason I was so grateful, not for the fame and the fortune, it was because of the fact that it allowed me to keep doing what I love to do.
What?
Find me another job.
This may be a dumb question, but have you mastered the sax?
No, no, but I'm working on it. I'm still working on it. I'm still, 50 years later, my joke is like a couple weeks ago, I said to myself, you know what, you're starting to get a little bit better. I'm noticing some improvement.
Well, I would think not, though. I would think that aging at anything, I feel some places where I'm aging at the doing of this, where I feel my mortality. I lack confidence in places that I didn't before because I noticed,
What places do you lack confidence?
Oh, I would say that there are some places in talking about sports these days where I've aged out of some things generationally, where some things have sped up on me in a way that people consume things on social media. The sheer amount of information that can be difficult to keep up with, just little things that make me feel my age, but it sounds like that's not an affliction that you have. You don't have, you practice. It seems like from what you're describing that you are keeping it simple. You are just concentrating on the doing of this and trying to get better and being easy on yourself in terms of how you experience that.
I'm not sure I'm easy on myself. Because I don't like hitting wrong notes. And so when I'm practicing,
I almost had it as
this
Miller.
morning I was practicing. And what was I practicing? Well, I'm working on phrases and fast runs and things. when I'm wanting my tongue to tongue the notes that I want in the tongue. And my tongue doesn't want to do that. It wants to tongue other notes. And so I have to force myself and my fingers to go in places that it doesn't naturally want to go, which is great because then over time, as I keep working hard, the things that were very hard, and then the things that are hard today, I tell myself, you know, a few months from now, they won't be hard, so keep going. And I just keep doing that over and over and over and over, so that when I'm standing on stage.
One thing I never liked about Madden is because the coverage is when you do zone or man coverage, it never works. But when you can blitz people, it works every day, all day. And I never understood that because a lot of defensive tackles or defensive linemen are not going to be able to go into coverage. So I'm just like, did they ever make the linebackers, safeties, or corners just that bad at covering receivers? Like, I've never understood it.
So I don't know if I'm easy on myself because I'm thinking I got to keep working hard.
Well, I thought to myself after asking the question, I guess he wouldn't be easy on himself if he's a perfectionist. If you're a perfectionist, that sort of runs counter to that.
Oh, well, I'm a perfectionist in this way. I'm a perfectionist when it comes to my best efforts. I used to be a perfectionist for the results. So if I hit a bad note, I would really beat myself up over it. I don't do that anymore because for me, the beating myself up was a false sense of motivation. If I get mad at myself enough, make myself feel bad enough about whatever it is, if I made a mistake on this or that, then I would learn my lesson, never make that mistake again. And I thought to myself, that's probably a really lousy way of motivating because I'm already motivated. I don't have to beat myself up to get more motivated, so now I give myself a break there. But if I know that I've given my best effort, which I always do because that's my thing, now I can be easy on myself and I can be very, very peaceful. Much more peaceful than I was, let's say, 10 years ago. Because I wouldn't let myself slide. Now, let myself slide. It's not letting yourself slide. It's not beating yourself up for no reason other than you think it's going to help you and it's not going to help you.
Well, how'd you figure that out?
Talk to a really good professional about that. Yeah, because I would tell this guy, he's a super smart guy. You know, you can call it therapy. I don't like to use the word because people go, oh, you must be crazy. But no, you talk to an
I love therapy. Why wouldn't you want to give somebody the information, the vulnerability that will allow them to give you tools to improve yourself?
Exactly. Like, you know, if you want to go to court about something, you're going to do it yourself or you're going to call a lawyer or an expert. So you talk to a guy that's an expert in how things work with the human brain and feelings, and he's seen everything. So I was telling him about these things, and he convinced me that I did not need that motivation. So I said, okay, I'm going to try it tomorrow night. His name's Robert. I said, okay, Robert, tomorrow night, if I don't hit every single note perfectly, which of course you can't, I'm gonna give myself this break. So I tried it the next night, and the next morning after that, I was not less motivated to work hard at what I wanted to do. And I thought, oh, that was a lot better. And somehow I felt like I was giving myself too much of a break. But after working on that for the last, let's say, 5 years. Now I can sleep peacefully, even if I didn't perform my best, knowing that I've worked my very best, given my best efforts. Best efforts to me is that's the key. And most people do not give their best efforts. They have an excuse, I'm too tired, the weather's not right, or whatever they want to say. And then they don't give their best efforts, and then they wonder why they can't get their success they're looking for.
I think especially now, given
Taylor and
the
Miller.
changes of this day and time and the phones and everything else, I
There's
think
a 7,
your
529.
thoughts on therapy or the stigma involved with them might be antiquated or changing in that people are learning more. I've found men are learning more to explore some of this stuff.
It's the first half,
figure
so
things
I
out
tend to
with
struggle with my division rivals, but that's to be
professionals in human
expected.
behavior. Do you know what led you down that path? Do you have something that sort of pushed you in that direction?
Not really. Mainly it was I just like to be really good at what I do, and what I'm doing now is being alive, and being a person, being a man, being a father. And so, like, how do I get better at those things? Well, let me talk to somebody that's an expert in that stuff. So, I would say it's like, okay, what are the qualities that make you a good father? And my kids have benefited a lot because they'll ask me questions about things, and I will say this to them. I go, you know what? I'm going to get back to you on that one. I'm going to talk to I'm going to talk to my guy about that. And they go, please do. And then I come back to them and I go, okay, here is the consensus. And it's always seems really common sense when I hear a really smart answer about something. Because I'm never stuck in my ways. Never stuck in my ways about anything. I might have an opinion about something, but you could convince me, Dan, if I said this about whatever, and you are totally opposite, and you have a good argument, I can be changed. You can convince me.
Yes!
So I would ask a question where here's the answer. And I would hear something else. You know what? That's smarter. I'm going with that.
You've never been scared of change? Because I have some difficulties with that. I can get comfortable. I have done some learning about a lot of people. I'm not going to say it's human nature, but a lot of people
Straight contrast.
unhappy circumstances just because they
no!
that would be required to get to happier.
Yeah, you just have to hear the right words. Somebody has to talk.
Damn.
And also, you have to be of a mind that's wanting to get better. Like, you want to improve. Let's say you want to get better at whatever you want to get better at. Like for me, my big issue in my personality was I was a guy that would withdraw because I felt like I was right. So if somebody's being irrational to me, and let's say somebody's yelling at me or telling me I'm doing this or I'm bad this, and I go, boy, they are so wrong. So I shut down and I just walk into my world.
It's okay if I lose. It's not that big of a difference.
So I had to learn to not withdraw, which meant I have to confront and conquer and not necessarily get upset. So I had to learn how to do that, which was not what I was wired to do, but I wanted to get better. So the wanting to get better lets you begin the beginning. Most people they can't even get a start because they don't really want to change. I do want to change. I want to always get better. So that has to be in there. So you have to want to get better, or you might have to just acquiesce to the fact that you're going to have a pretty good life, or maybe you're not going to have a wonderful, amazing life. So I think my life's gotten so much better because I'm willing to, just the fact that I don't withdraw anymore is a huge deal. That took me a lot because my dad basically taught me that. Because he was that way. My mom would she would have a loud bark, and she would yell at him about this and that. My dad would just quietly just kind of look at me and shake his shoulders. I thought, oh, that's the energy. That's the energy. Don't let it worry you. And now it's like, no. Somebody starts up with me. It's like I'll go. My main thing is that the best thing that you can say to me right now? And then people go, well, I don't know how to respond to that.
I love the rapid confrontational Kenny G. Gets the
Me too.
fangs out.
Fangs are out.
I think of you as your demeanor is sweet. You are a man who gives off light.
Thank you.
Wow.
It's a bit contagious, and I'm not going to say it's an envy, but I do want some of your secrets on Happy because you carry yourself with with what feels like sunshine in your step.
Thank you. Well, a lot of it has to do with the fact that I
Sit
know
your
that
ass down.
everything's going to
It's
work
okay.
out without
We're gonna be
sacrifice.
down 17, but we got 2 quarters
It's
to
kind of
go.
like
We can
the
come
same
back
thing.
from this.
If
I've
I'm
done this
working on
before.
something that's hard to do, I know that time and practice will make it all great. So if something is really upsetting at the moment, and you start to get all pissed off about it and get depressed, or you start to find yourself going down into a darker place, really it's going to be fine. It really is, unless it's something like, well, you got a death sentence and you're going to die in the next 24 hours, which most people don't hear. So it's like, okay,
All right.
everything's going to be fine. Great, I've experienced this before. I'm going to relax now, and I'm going to give myself what I call it's called the friendly mind. The friendly mind is you got to take care of yourself in the way that you wish somebody else would. For example, let's say you're mad about something and you go home and I know you're married. So
No.
let's say you would go to your wife and you say something like, Matt was really crappy to me here at the
He
office,
was. He
and
was.
I just can't
Every
get along.
night I go home with that.
Yeah,
Matt was such shit today.
and I can't get along with him, and he had to made me do these things. And then what if she said to you something like, "Come on, Dan, get it together. Come on, just man up and deal with it." Okay, you would go, okay, but what if she said, "Here, come here, baby. Put your head on my shoulder. You know what?
That's much
I think you're
nicer.
wonderful, and I think you know what? It's going to be fine. Breathe. And so do that to yourself. I do that to myself, not physically, obviously. I can't put my head on my own shoulder. Maybe I can.
Oh, but that's a secret. That's a
That's a
secret to life happiness. I mean, gratitude is on the pie chart, but
Right.
if you can figure out the ways to love yourself,
That's right.
Like it's nice to have others love you as well,
Yeah.
but if you can figure out the ways to make that something that is one of
Yeah.
the tools in your own toolbox, that's
Yeah.
a special thing to have.
It's not easy because we men we're wired to like, come on, man, get it together. I mean, can't believe you're still dealing with this thing after you've been trying. So, oh man, like that kind of talk to yourself instead of going, hey, you know what? You are wired so hard in this direction to change is so hard. I can see you're trying, and you're not getting it yet. But I really commend you for trying. Great that you're aware of what you want to fix. And man, it's hard, but boy, oh boy, pat yourself on the back for trying, because you're not going to get it together. You can mentally think that you've got it, but man, somebody tells you something like, you know what, from now on, cut out salmon. Cut out salmon from your diet. Let's say you just love salmon too much. And then you go to the restaurant next morning and you go, I gotta have some salmon. And you eat it and go, oh man, why did I do that? I can't get it together. It's like, it's going to be hard to change, but you got to give yourself that break of, hey, it's hard. You're wired that way. It's going to take time, but your awareness is where it's at. You're aware that you want to change it. Good for you.
That's the first step. Being conscious is the first step. You have 2 sons. Are they built like you?
Well, they're being built like me because I'm telling them these things, so they get to hear this from their dad. No, they're wired their own way. I've got my son Max, he's 30. He's more um, he beats himself up too much. He does, the good thing about him is he tells me that. He goes, yeah, Dad, I did this, and then I got mad at myself for doing this, and I say, hey, good that you can talk to your dad about this. This is great, and I'm the perfect person to talk about it because I already been through that. So here it is, and you won't get it right away, but let's keep talking about it. So, yeah, I try to help them both. Noah's less of that. He doesn't beat himself up that much, and he's got his own little things that it's like sometimes I feel with him he doesn't feel like his own thoughts are smart enough or good enough, so he might just kind of acquiesce to somebody that tells him, hey, let's do this, and he'll go, oh, okay, but really he doesn't want to, and so now he's getting a lot better going, you know what, that's not going to work for me. In a good way. You have to say that in a good way.
I don't understand how you remain as motivated as you are, as successful as you are, and how it is that you still practice that hours a day, like every day. You don't go a day. What happens if you go a day without doing that?
I'm on the edge of my chair, just chomping for the alarm to go off. Not that I need it, so I can wake up and start practicing the next day. Now, why wouldn't I practice one day? Because I'm traveling. I'm on a cross the world flight that keeps me from having any hours to practice. So that would stop me from doing it. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
So how does this work? How do you stay this kind of motivated in your 60s with all of the success that you've had?
Again, I'm just wired that way. I'm wired to just love it. I love the challenge of it. It's like if you were putting together a puzzle and there was a missing piece. I mean, I would just be scratching my head to find that piece. I wouldn't just let it sit there and go, okay, well, I did pretty good.
But have you found this to be common among other musicians that you've interacted with that are special musicians, successful musicians? You find that this is common ground?
I think it's common ground for a musician, an instrument player that, like in any orchestra, like if you whatever Philharmonic Orchestra, I think all of those people. I'm not sure about that now that I'm saying it out loud. They might just want to get good enough to just do their job and just like not want to get any better. I don't know.
I don't know either, but I think it's unusual. I think it's unusual to still be your level of inspired when you've already conquered. You seem just as hungry now as you were in high school.
Maybe more so.
That's crazy.
Because I feel like now I know that there's so much more I have to learn. Maybe back then I thought, I'll have this down in a few years. Yeah, maybe it is rare. So, that's why there's not that many super successful musicians in the world. That maybe that's part of it. I'm just lucky that I'm wired that way because it's not forced. Like I don't begrudgingly wake up in the morning and go, oh, I got to put in my hours. I'm going, ooh, I can't wait. Let's see, what am I going to work on today? What can I get together? Today's the day I'm going to do this. Like every time I play a gig, like we played last night in Savannah, Georgia, and it was like I was just getting ready to start the show, and I go, okay, tonight's the night. I'm going to get this whatever thing I was working on. I'm going to do it. I don't think I got it last night. So whatever it was, just so it could be a little tiny phrase in the middle of thousands of notes that I just wanted to do for me. And so now I'm thinking about tomorrow night when we play here in Fort Lauderdale. I'm thinking, okay, that's the night I'm going to get it. And I've been saying the same thing for every single gig. So 4,000 gigs plus. Every night is like, okay, tonight's the night. I'm never going to get it. Although I got to say this, there have been a handful of shows where I walked off thinking I played a perfect show. Maybe a handful, maybe 5. And I remember one of them happened to be when I was doing a really intimate gig, and Jack Nicklaus was sitting in the front row. And everybody, and I had met Jack, and I didn't know him that well at that moment. It's one of my first gigs. And they talk about his blue eyes and his stare. And he was there doing it. And I thought to myself, I don't want to be intimidated by that. And then I said to myself, okay, you've already done 1 million shows, 1 million, whatever, so you don't have to worry about this. You got it. You can, but that doesn't mean you're going to do great. It just means that I'm not going to let any fear paralyze me from being my best. And I remember that night playing and just looking at him and just going, okay, I'm going to stare at you, stare for stare, while I'm playing these melodies.
Stare at your fear. Stare right at your fear.
And when I stared at him, I could feel the softness in his face that maybe a lot of people don't see because they just see a quick stare and then they look away. And it was a beautiful night. And I remember putting my sax in my case going, I hit every single note exactly the way I wanted. And then I remember I went out to some sushi restaurant it was in Palm, I can't remember where it was, but Palm Beach. It was in Palm Beach. And I remember having food going, I got to savor this moment because tomorrow it starts all over again. But tonight I did a perfect show.
That's crazy to say that you've had the 5, that you've had the 4 or 5 where you feel like you've reached the zone that you feel like you can't do it any better than that.
Yeah. It's a wonderful feeling. It really is. And but it didn't mean I woke up the next morning with any less motivation to work on stuff. But it's almost like, oh man, what's going to happen tonight? How am I? It's like shooting, a 59 on the golf course, and then you have to tee it up the next day. Well, what's going to happen? You're not going to shoot a 59.
Are there any better or comparable feelings to that one, to the bliss of what you're describing elsewhere in performance?
In performing?
Like comparative to when you're talking about the blissful feeling of feeling for a night I tamed this thing.
Yeah.
Is there anything comparable to that in what it is that you can feel in your heart about art?
Well, I can actually feel it when I'm a pilot. I feel it in certain circumstances in piloting, which would be, you know, I'm an instrument pilot, so I'm now trained, not now, but for a long time trained to fly in the clouds. When you fly in the clouds, it's a skill, very specific skill of looking at your instruments and getting from your instruments where exactly you are. And your body sensation is going to tell you something else because you're going to immediately have vertigo. Anybody that gets in the clouds, you have vertigo. And that's what kills a lot of pilots that aren't trained. So your vertigo means that you get in the clouds, you have no visual references, so you don't know what's left or right or up or down, and your body just has a sensation. And I would feel like I'm in a nosedive to the left. Feel that. I look at my instruments and it says I'm flying straight and level. So I have to believe that. So let's just say you're in the clouds for a long period of time, and and air traffic control is giving you all these instructions, and they're telling you to go to this waypoint and this thing and do this and this, and you do it all, and then you break out into the sunshine, and there's the runway. Same feeling.
What is the appeal of flight for you?
It's a hard skill that requires practice and dedication to get good at, and I like that. Those are things I like. I like doing those things. Gives me a sense of accomplishment, I guess, but more of a sense of like it's a discipline that has a reward. And I like that reward. It's worth it's worth the being uncomfortable.
I don't think that there's a lot of fulfillment that is possible unless it was hard, right? Or the greatest fulfillments, anyway, require things to be hard. So,
yeah,
golf,
yeah,
sax,
flying.
flight. What else is like that where you just go out of your way to, I want to get good at a difficult thing? It's important to me to know that I can conquer a difficult thing.
I'm trying to learn French. Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
So you know what my last name means then?
Le Bâtard.
Le Bâtard,
yeah,
yes.
bastard.
Yes, that's right. Illegitimate son of the king, I prefer. But bastard is fine.
Tu parles français?
I don't know. I'm Cuban, but the earliest settlers in Cuba were French, so I can't speak it with you. But you just decided one day that you wanted to learn French?
Well, I took it in school, and lately in the last, let's say, 10 years, I've decided that I don't want to die not being able to really speak French. And I don't need to be at my sax level French. I want to be at a fluent level that's enough to where I can have a conversation. And if I sound to the French people like I'm an American with an accent and I don't say things so perfectly, I'm okay with that. But I want to be able to have an intelligent conversation. Right now, I think I'm more of like a sixth grader conversation when it comes to French. I'm getting better. I mean, I studied this morning on the drive here. I was on my phone, Instagram, looking at the different French teachers, learning how to say new things.
French wasn't where you got the B grade, was it?
It wasn't actually, no. It was social studies, which I think is, I don't even know what social studies means. Does it means American history or one of those things? Yeah.
Hence the B, right? Hence that's if you don't know what it means, it's going to make it all the more difficult to get the A.
I don't know. I mean, listen, the tests are tests. I was so good. I'm such a good test taker. Doesn't mean I even understood the material. I'm a very good test taker. Give me multiple choice, I can probably do well with actually not even studying. I probably can pass. But if I study multiple choice, I'll get 100%.
Where and when do you have the memorable performances that make your heart swell with something that feels like I'm deep?
No, they're
think that
practice and dedication to get good at, and I like that. Those are things I like. I like doing those things. Gives me a sense of accomplishment, I guess, but more of a sense of like it's a discipline that has a reward. And I like the reward. And it's worth it's worth the being uncomfortable.
I don't think that there's a lot of fulfillment that is possible unless it was hard, right? Or the greatest fulfillments, anyway, require things to be hard. So,
yeah,
golf,
yep,
sax,
flying.
flight. What else is like that where you just go out of your way to, I want to get good at a difficult thing? It's important to me to know that I can conquer a difficult thing.
I'm trying to learn French. Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
So you know what my last name means then?
Le Bataille.
Le Bataille,
yeah,
yes.
bastard.
Yes, that's right. Illegitimate son of the king, I prefer. But bastard is fine.
Tu parles français?
I don't know. I'm Cuban, but the earliest settlers in Cuba were French, so I can't speak it with you. But you just decided one day that you wanted to learn French?
Well, I took it in school, and lately I've, in the last, let's say, 10 years, I've decided that I don't want to die not being able to really speak French, and I don't need to be at my sax level French. I want to be at a fluent level that's enough to where I can have a conversation, and if I sound to the French people like I'm an American with an accent, and I don't say things so perfectly, I'm okay with that. But I want to be able to have an intelligent conversation. Right now, I think I'm more of like a sixth grader. I mean, I studied this morning on the drive here. I was on my phone, Instagram, looking at the different French teachers, learning how to say new things.
French wasn't where you got the B grade, was it?
It wasn't actually, no. It was social studies, which I think is, I don't even know what social studies means. Does it means American history or one of those things? Yeah.
Hence the
I don't
B,
care
right?
that's
If you don't know what it means,
it's
it's going to make it all the more difficult to get the A.
I don't know. I mean, listen, the tests are tests. I was so good. I'm such a good test taker. Doesn't mean I even understood the material. I'm a very good test taker. Give me multiple choice, I can probably do well with actually not even studying. I probably can pass. But if I study multiple choice, I'll get 100%.
Where and when do you have the memorable performances that make your heart swell with something that feels like I'm deeply moved by whatever set of circumstances present themselves, whether you're feeling anything spiritually? I don't know where you go while doing this, but what can you itemize for me in terms of the most moving performances that you remember most specifically?
That's such a good question. Wow.
I'm struggling.
Wow, that's a really good question, Dan. I think I'm not sure how to answer it because it could be the venue was so memorable, but I think you're asking more like memorable, like if I'm start getting into that space where it's just music and I don't feel like I'm actually doing it. I'm not sure what
you feel like a vessel for the things that you love, and you're feeling the gratitude of, I can't believe that I get to perform this in front of these people, or whatever. There's some sort of emotion present for you in the room or around you, someone you love. I don't know what the reason I'm asking the question is because I will never know that feeling as it applies to being able to perform that well and have this give you the utopian things that you signed up for when you began practicing.
Wow. Well, that's such a deep question. I mean, every night when we play, there's moments where I play certain notes and then they ring. What does that mean? I hear the sound bounce off the walls of the venue, or maybe it's coming through my speakers in just the right way. It's like it just hits me. It's like, and I don't say that with any ego. I'm just saying, as a objective observer, as I'm playing, I go, wow, that's so beautiful, and then I just melt away into it, and then all of a sudden something will catch my eye, like, somebody will move in the audience, and then I go, okay, shit, I gotta remember, where am I? What song are we playing again? Where am I? And
so you're just one with the music. You're lost.
I'm lost.
I would imagine,
for a moment,
the way that you're describing that, I don't know how spiritual you are, but I would imagine that God's in there somewhere for you.
There's some sort of a spiritual part of it. I don't know what that is exactly, but it's there every night. There's a moment. We hope every night. We hope there's more. Some nights there's only tiny moments. We played a gig the other night in Panama City, and we were it was a jazz festival, and we were headlining. We closed. By the time we closed, the audience had been there all day. They were so tired, and it was such a disconnect that I don't know. I think I had a couple moments of it, but it was hard to find those moments because when you're playing a concert, there's people out there. You're not just playing for yourself, so you get a vibe. There could be a vibe. It could be like just a murmur of like you hear people go whoa, or something happens and a note hits and it's like okay, it's hitting. I feel goosebumps. There it goes. Or I look and I see the look in the eyes of my guys in my band, and we're all going, something magical is happening right now, and we're just doing it. It's super great, and that can happen.
How often do you get goosebumps performing?
Not that often, actually.
I mean, it would be hard to come by.
Yeah,
I would think.
Yeah, not that often. It can be. Yeah. That would depend. It could be like if you're playing a certain.
Nah, damn, I
concert in a
should have
certain
went for the
country,
field
like
goal.
where we recently we played in Korea. We played in a beautiful venue in Seoul. It was really beautiful. I remember that concert thinking, "Oh, this is pretty special tonight," and that happened. I got some goosebumps there. I can't remember since then.
Do you get them when listening to
Got
other
2 quarters to
artists?
go.
No, I never do. No, when I'm listening to other artists, unfortunately, it's I'm like a mathematician. I'm tearing apart. Okay, wait, how did he play that B flat? Oh, he was a little sharp on that one. He missed the tonguing on that. Oh, wait a minute, that was really good. I want to learn how to do that. And it's all calculated, so it's for me to listen to music is work. So I very rarely listen to music at home.
Do you wish you could just enjoy it as opposed to treating it like science in those instances?
I don't know if I do. I don't know if I wish that. Because I get enjoyment out of other things. Like I watch movies. Movies to me, and when I'm watching the movies, the music is there, but I'm not calculating. I'm just letting it.
It's the accountant in you, not the artist.
It's the right. Yeah. But watching a movie, I'm more of the artist. I'm just being moved by the movie. I love watching movies. That's fun to me.
Do you or have you ever been performing and cried?
Yeah, I did. I remember when it was. It was in Seattle. I played with the Seattle Symphony Orchestra, which I've always wanted to do. And for some reason, some orchestras they just don't want me, and I don't know why. Because I'm thinking like, okay, I'm an instrumentalist for one thing, and we're going to do this whole thing together. And then some orchestras are just not interested. And Seattle was that way for a
Until
long while. For
CNN.
some reason, they agreed to let me play, and we played. And my dad had just passed away, and this was in 2019, and he was 98, which was great.
Okay, you like both of your parents.
And the good thing about my dad was when he died, it was just you just got to picture a car running out of gas. He was just running down the street, and just ran out of gas. Like he just sat. I mean, I wasn't there when he died. My sister was. She said that he was just kind of sitting, and then he just kind of closed his eyes, and there was no pain. It wasn't like something happened. He just ran out of steam. And so at that concert, I wanted to play a special song, and I didn't have an orchestra arrangement. So at the end of the concert was finished, and I asked the audience, I said, do you mind, would you, now, this is going to, I'm getting off on a tangent. When you play with an orchestra, it's very much of a meticulously timed game. The orchestra musicians are on a union time schedule, which I hate that. Not that I hate unions, I just hate that. Can we go 30 seconds more? No. Okay, I just need 30 seconds more? No. If you go 30 seconds more, it's going to cost you $10,000. Okay, well, it's not worth that to me, but can I negotiate it? Can I give you $1,000? No. So they will just one gig. I'll get back to the crying. One gig we played it was with the Dallas Symphony Orchestra. I have a clock.
Miss Wyatt is my favorite teacher.
And I'm an accounting guy. So I'm an artist. I'm an accounting guy. I'm watching the clock. I know that the second hand, when it hits a certain thing, they're done. And I'm watching my clock. I got 3 more minutes, and I'm playing our last song of the night, and I'm hearing it's beautiful, and the orchestra's back there. It's beautiful. I'm getting chills because I love playing with an orchestra. All of a sudden, it starts to sound different. Where did all the sound go? And I look around, and the guys are putting their instruments back in their cases in the middle of the song. The audience is there, and the conductor's going like this to his watch. He's going, And he's a friend of mine, too. I go, and I'm looking at my thing. So my clock was wrong. My clock was wrong. So I didn't screw up.
Mr. Mack, I
Just
think
came
I've
to
heard
find.
of him
So
before.
anyway, being a professional, so at the end of, I was pissed. I was so
How
pissed.
could you not be pissed?
So pissed.
That's
Come on, guys.
awful.
I said, okay, forget about me. Do it for the audience. So the song ended, and then I said to the audience, hey, you guys, I screwed up. You know I should know better. I went overtime. They told me not to, and I just took the whole heat. And I said, well, since you're still here, can we play a couple songs for you without the orchestra? So that's what reminded me of that. So in Seattle, I had the song that I had written, beautiful, and it's a very Jewish-sounding song. And being Jewish, I can say that and not hopefully not offend anybody. And it's a very Jewish song, and it's this heartfelt melody that you
Why
would
would that offend anybody?
well, seriously, it could. Why are you saying that? What do you think? What is a Jewish stereotype? Okay, I know what Jewish sounding songs sound like, and this is one of them. And I wrote this song with a melody that's right out of Fiddler on the Roof. It's like the violin will tear your heart apart. So I said to the audience, listen, I've never played this song live. I'm never going to play it again. I don't have an orchestra chart, but I have the backing tracks with the beautiful orchestra that I recorded in the studio. I want to play this. I want to dedicate it to my dad. I know he'll be really, if he's watching, if that exists, this is going to be really beautiful. I want to do it for my father. I wish he was here tonight. If he was here tonight, I would have done it for him. Can I do that for you? And of course they said yes. And so I played the song knowing I'll never, ever play it again. And I started to cry while I was playing. So there you go.
That's beautiful. You were retiring it there.
No!
And this may run counter to
Frick!
your system, or perhaps you're more logical.
That's not what I wanted to do. I was trying to get a good throw off.
I did feel him there. I felt him there because we had a very good relationship.
That second interception might hurt.
Up until the end, and that's a whole story in itself. But we had a great relationship my whole life. We could talk about anything. We had a bond. He was super cool to me, and I could just remember all of those wonderful moments together. And the way that we talked to each other was super great. And I did feel him last time.
Do I overstep by asking you why at the end it wasn't, the relationship wasn't as great as you would have liked it?
If you're interested, it had to do with the fact that he got, you've heard of elder abuse? Elder fraud. Have you heard of elder fraud? There was somebody in his life where my dad was
To the hall. Yeah, because the house server was nothing.
I was over at his house one day. We're just talking, and my dad, he loved the word paperwork. I said, Dad, what are you doing today? I'm just doing paperwork. Oh, you're doing paperwork. Okay.
Yeah, I might be losing this
Can
one
I see
today,
some of that
unfortunately.
paperwork? Sure. So I see that he's written a check to somebody. Now, my dad, I got to say, 50 years, 60 years, 70 years in the plumbing business. He was a plumbing wholesaler. His grandfather, his father was also a plumber. I know a lot about plumbing, by the way, as well. I can fix sinks and do all sorts of stuff like that. But my dad got rich 5% at a time. His overhead was, he would mark up 5%. He was a wholesaler. He would sell, Kohler toilets and stuff. I met Bill Kohler once. I said, Bill Kohler, I've known your name my whole life, man. I know about Kohler toilets. My dad. So my dad became a millionaire. But he was also Mo Gorlick. Mo Gorlick does not spend money. I couldn't convince him to spend money. He was so tight with his money.
But he's
All of a sudden, I see he's written a check to somebody for $450,000. What is this, Dad? Oh, I'm investing in, and it was this girl. This girl was the daughter of a lady that was taking care of my dad at his house. I said, what are you giving this money to her for? Oh, she's doing this thing with eyeglasses. Uh-huh. I said, hey, Dad, you know what? Would you let me be in charge of this investment of yours? Sure, son, that'd be great. Okay, I'll take it over. So I start to communicate with her, and I know immediately that she is trying to screw my dad over. So I get lawyers involved, and in the meantime, he writes her more checks, and so my sister.
Why does it got to be lazy?
Power of attorney, and I said to my sister, I said, you need to let me take over. So I get power of attorney, and I freeze all the bank accounts, and my dad is livid with me because he thinks that I'm keeping him from this business. And I get the police involved, and it's for sure We go to trial, and but he passed away sadly before the trial, and the trial was obvious, and the person was convicted and said, my dad, for the last like a year and half of his life, hated me because he felt like I
Of course you would say that, Mom.
that he wanted to invest in. And I sat in front of him, and while he was so mad at me, I said, Dad, I love you. I'm protecting you. You have to trust me. And he just was so brainwashed that it tarnished our relationship at the end. It made me very, very sad about that. But I had to do the right thing. And the right thing was, he would not have wanted all of his money because she would have taken it all. And I managed to save a bunch.
I'm sorry, that sounds horrible.
It was horrible, and you know, and I questioned myself at the time, going, "Wait a minute, am I missing something here?" And I was like, "No, I'm not missing the police guy, you know, and the King County in Seattle, the King County prosecutor. They don't take all the cases. They took this case because they felt like this was for real, and then I had to go to trial. I had to go sit on the witness stand and do the whole thing, and then you get cross-examined by some, you know, mean attorney that's trying to make me look shitty, and it was very interesting, but I held my own, and when the verdict came in, I was very relieved. I looked up and said, hey, Dad, you know what? I took care of you. I took care of you. Even though you don't know I did, but I did.
Even though you hated me for taking care of you,
What?
I loved you the right way anyway.
Yeah.
You have performed with a ton of people, from Aretha Franklin to Kanye. Like, where are the notable ones for you? I'm sure they're all notable, but when have you been performing and been like, holy shit, I can't believe this has happened?
Oh, wow, that's God, man. Well, live I did with Whitney Houston, which was a wonderful experience, you know. We were on tour with Whitney Houston in 1987. My song Songbird had come out, and I had success, so I was selling millions of records, and Whitney was selling millions and millions of records. So we were the #1 and #2 artists on Arista Records, and they put us out on tour together, which was super cool. So we get to now we're playing stadiums. So this is big for me. I might have played for a couple of thousand people at the time, but not for 25,000. So now, first gig, Whitney's tour manager, Tony. Tony's this big black guy. He's like 280 pounds, 6 foot something, big guy. He comes to me and goes, listen, man, I know that you go in the audience when you play your shows. You can't do that tonight. Can't do that on this tour. I said, why not? Our insurance isn't going to cover it. I said, okay. And also, when Whitney comes out of her dressing room, I don't want to see you, any of you guys in the hallway. No eye contact with Whitney. I said, oh, okay, cool. I went back to the room and I told my guys, hey, guys, I want to let you know something. We're going to get fired after tonight's show. So we go out. As soon as the downbeat, I'm in the audience. I'm in the audience. Now, this is 25,000. I'm in the rafters playing for people. I'm walking everywhere. I pretty much played the whole show in the audience. Finished the show. Tony's glaring at me when we're going to come off stage. And
you just ignored it.
Totally. And then I said, guys, Whitney's about to come out of her dressing room. Everybody out in the hallway. Let's wish her a great show. She comes out of the thing.
What are you doing? You're just a rebel.
I am. and Whitney's got 2 guys on her elbows, you know, basically carrying her down the stairs. I say, Whitney, we warmed them up for you. Have a great show. We're so happy to be on tour with you. Go get them, Whitney. And then Tony's just like, and so then she goes on stage. He calls me into his office, and then he starts yelling at me and chewing me out and yelling at me. I said, okay, Tony, here, I want you to do this. You call Clive Davis. Let him know that the #1 and 2 artists can't possibly do a tour together because you won't let me go in the audience. So will you let him know that why you're firing me? And then let me know.
Gangster move by you. Just bullying poor Tony.
I did. And I said, let me know by the end of the night whether we should show up for tomorrow or not, because we're ready to go home. And then he sends somebody. He goes, it's cool. It's cool. You'll be fine.
You can say now that you were insulted by the idea. Don't look her in the eye.
Oh,
wow.
I'm insulted. You know what? I'm insulted. Listen, this is how I am with my music. It's just like And the only reason I did it was because it had a big sax solo in it, and that was the whole philosophy. Kenny, you know, you can't just do instrumental music. I'm going, why? I'm an instrumentalist. Did anybody notice? No. Got to do vocals. Do the sax solo. They'll be attracted to the vocal. You'll get your success, and then they'll find out you're a sax player. I go, I hate that philosophy. But okay, so we do this song, and it becomes kind of a hit. And Johnny Carson, they get booked on it, and they say, okay, you can do 2 songs. You got to do singles. And then when he's going, off the air, it's like 1 in the morning. I don't care what you play. I said, well, I'm going to play my song, Songbird. We don't care. We don't even care what it's called. Okay, good. So then the knock on the door. Hey, Johnny's running late. Do the single. Okay, sure. Gotcha. And I know it's a live show. It's a live show. Curtain goes up. I look at my guys. Hit Songbird. Boom. We play Songbird on national TV. And the guy that booked me is freaking livid. And I've never been on TV before, so I don't even know what to expect. I get out there. All I see is cameras and black space, and the guy giving me the finger. Give me the finger, and he's this and all this stuff, and I'm playing my little song with da 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 da. I'm playing my beautiful song at the same time, thinking, "Oh, this guy's really pissed."
I didn't know you were such a rebel.
Yeah.
Where'd this rebel streak come
It's
from?
always been that way when it comes to my music. Always. Well, not always. It came that way after a couple of albums.
No.
And I just decided that I have to do it my way. So that's what happened that way. And so because of that thing on Johnny Carson, that's why Songbird became a hit. That's why everything kind of happened because of that moment. So when I did that,
because you rebelled in protection of your music.
That's correct. I wanted to play the song that I wanted to play. That was going to show off what I do. Not a vocal song that the record company was going to promote and maybe it was going to become a bigger hit. That song, Songbird, became such a hit because of that. And then, everybody decided, oh, we're going to put out instrumentals now. I said, good idea. Glad you figured that out. And then from then on, it's like, I say no when I don't want to do something. So the same thing with Whitney. But finally, on the Whitney Houston tour, by the way, I had played a solo on a record, and I'm thinking every night, I'll sit in with Whitney, and I said to the guys, hey.
Oh my God, are you fucking serious? Oh, you want to taunt me now? Come on! I didn't even taunt you at all.
I played that solo. I said, let me do it. Okay, sure. Didn't happen. 50 shows.
I just got blown out by the fucking Bucks with a backup quarterback. You gotta be serious.
Finally, we get to Madison Square Garden. There's crowds coming that night, and miraculously, Kenny, we want you to sit in tonight. I said, oh, wow, thanks. I'm glad to. And I didn't give him any shit for it, but I got on stage, and I wasn't prepared for this because you asked me about moving moments. That's where it all comes, all this long story. And I'm on, it's a round, and so Whitney's up there. Her band's off of the round. And so it's just Whitney, and I get on stage, and I'm sitting there playing this, and she starts looking at me and singing, and I'm like, oh my God, what? Wait, she's staring into my eyes, and she's literally 6 inches from me.
Don't look her in the eye.
I did, and I melted. And I was like, oh my God, this is the most amazing experience. And I don't even remember what I played. It was so wonderful. I go, oh, great, I'm going to do this over and over, and we never did it again. But I had that moment. So that was a moving moment with another artist that I can tell you really special.
I don't know that you're going to do much better than that, right? Like, I don't know that The Weeknd or Patti LaBelle, I don't know you're going to, that's the top of the food chain. No knock on anybody else.
It's hard to do. It's hard to mirror that one. I guess one would be that when
man, the blocking in this
I
game sucks ass.
Jr. in the 80s. For me, he was my sax hero. And I sat in with him in a club in Chicago called the Park West and played his famous song, Mr. Magic. So if any of you listening have no idea what I'm talking about, so check out Grover Washington Jr., song Mr. Magic. It was a huge instrumental hit. And to play that song with him, note for note, back and forth, that was unbelievably special. And I remember marking in my brain my hotel room that night. I said to myself, remember what you're etch it in your brain, and I can remember what the hallway, the entranceway of my hotel room looked like. And there's a wall. I remember where the bed was because it meant so much to me to do.
You wanted a mental imprint of it to be forever.
Yeah, and it was unbelievable. And and I say this with no conceit, when I played with him, I said to myself, I'm his equal. I'm not just a kid playing with a guy that was his hero. I am his equal playing with him, and I deserve to be out there with him.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, well, that's part of the moving, right?
Yeah.
Like to I belong.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, that was cool. I mean, that made me feel. And then I had that even more confidence. And I'm saying this not as an ego thing. It's like you need to know, like, if you're out there doing stuff with top people, you got to know you deserve to be there.
Voila.
There was
Voila.
here's another great gig. Clive Davis was being honored at something at Radio City Music Hall, and they asked me to come and play a song with Earth, Wind, and Fire. Okay, like with Earth, Wind, and Fire, and sit in with them and be part of Earth, Wind, and Fire, but featured. And I walked out there, and there's Verdine White, and there's Ralph, and there's Philip Daly, and I'm like, I mean, I'm in high school listening to you guys, and here I am, and they're going, hey, Kenny. They know my name. I belong here, and I'm going to be the featured artist with Earth, Wind, and Fire. Come on. And I actually sent some pictures of that to my high school friends. I said, hey, fellas, how about this for your high school friend?
When didn't you belong? Like a time that you remember being an outsider. It doesn't have to be an individual moment. It can be a time of your life, a time in your life, high school, whatever was an awkward phase for you.
Well, the first time I tried to make the high school jazz band, I didn't make it. I wasn't good enough. So I guess I kind of felt that way. But that never bothered me. I just get motivated. It's like, oh, these guys are better than me. Oh, I got to practice more. Okay, I'll do that. And the next year I came back, I kicked everyone's ass. I was better than everybody. It's like, so I don't wallow in not feeling welcome. If I'm not welcome, I just turn around and go in a different direction.
It's just like Michael Jordan being cut from his high school basketball team.
Yeah.
That's what you did. You showed them.
Yeah, that's right. And when I listen to his interviews or Tiger Woods or these guys, like, you guys are talking my story in my own way. I mean, I know I'm not an athlete like you guys, but it's the same thing as like.
Yeah, I just don't have it in this game.
Really hard.
This is disappointing because I really wanted to get off the schneid against the Buccaneers, the defending division champions, and it just sucks, man.
And basketball, but
getting blown out back-to-back years in Tampa.
I've always admired on our show, and I'm pretty sure I could admit this to you now because I wouldn't be alone in this. The first time that we had you on, because I wasn't familiar enough with your music, you can be someone that's easy to poke at. You don't know anything. You've always been somebody who's been very strong in the face of criticism. It's almost something that it doesn't seem to bother you very much. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know when it is that started for you or how it is that you got there, but it's an amazing strength, an amazing gift.
I agree. It is a good strength to have because, well, you have to know what you're capable of doing or what you do. So when I first came out, I can give you a perfect example of how much nonsense the critics can be. Okay, so we played somewhere in Saratoga. It was a jazz festival. My song was big, so we were headlining, and they had sold more tickets than they ever sold at this jazz festival. And I'm not saying it was because of me, but I'm not saying it wasn't because of me. Okay, so Dizzy Gillespie was on the thing, and there were a lot of jazz greats, but I was the headliner because of the success. And I'm not saying that I was better. I'm just saying that, okay.
Well, you were more successful.
I was more successful.
Quantifiable.
It's quantifiable. So we were there playing, and I checked out Dizzy's set, and we played great. And we got a fantastic review from whatever the critic's name was. Fresh music. Wow, what a powerhouse, and he's virtuoso, and blah, blah, blah. Cool. Next year we came back. 6 million albums later, having sold, come back. Sold out again, played a set, pretty much kind of the same set because we got the same music out there, but the same set in a jazz set means that you're basically playing the same outline, but then you're still improvising and stuff. We played great that night. I would say I played better because I probably had about maybe 1,000 more hours of music. So I think that's not 2 hours different. 365 days. So 1,200 more hours of practice, and I'm going to be better than I was the year before. And I was. And the review comes out. It was so commercial, full of fluff. No substance to his music. You were the same guy that told me how fresh I was. Oh, I forgot. I sold all those records. That's why. So that's what happens when you get these bad reviews. You sell a lot of records, and you can get bad reviews. Or somebody can hear your melody and think, oh, that's going to put everybody to sleep. So then they make a comment like, well, we don't need Novocaine in the dentist's office. Just put on Kenny's music or put him to sleep. It's like, okay, that's kind of funny. I'll take that. Or you know.
Oh, wow.
But it's just ignorance.
So it's been confirmed.
It's really the depths or the expertise of what it is that you do.
Exactly. It's like you may not like the framework
Wow.
that you do, but listen beyond that. How's the tone? How's the technique? How's the timing? How's the nuance of how I'm doing this? They don't think that. They're just going, oh, that song's too simple. It's selling a lot of records. Ah, he's not. Okay, what's harder? What's harder, playing a melody that makes people cry or playing 500 notes a minute? I'm not saying one is harder, but one is certainly not easier. You know, that's not easier what I do. It's just...
I can't get no running lanes. I don't know what's going on.
It's God-given, if you want to say, whatever it is. It's like, if I hear a melody that sounds good to my heart, the world seems to like it. So that's lucky for me, because I could have easily made my music, which I would do the same, and people that are listening and going, no, you don't like that. That doesn't sound good to me at all. And I would have still kept making the same music.
I remember watching something on television. My Guitar Gently Weeps. A bunch of Tom Petty's band members were playing, and Prince came out and just sort of blew everyone on the stage away in a way that made everyone on the stage watch how he was playing the guitar and be like, okay, that's better than what we do. And you could see the sort of lights come over their face. Have you ever been, when you say you belong, you feel like you belong, and you're not saying it with ego, with the Dizzy Gillespies of the world, have you ever been in the presence of music where even you have had to stand back and be like, oh, that person is blowing me away right now with what it is, with their level of expertise there, that I am now a fan. It could be what Whitney Houston singing into your eyes would certainly do something like that.
Well, yes, I can say that for sure. You know, there's amazing musicians in the world. For example, a friend of mine, a Chinese piano player named Long Long, or we would say Lang Lang, but it's really
disappointing. I'm struggling in this game.
He's amazing. That guy is unbelievable. So when I watch him play, I'm blown away. There was a sax player who's not alive today named Michael Brecker, and I watched him play. He would blow me away. His technique, it's unbelievable how his technique is. So there's players now that you look at and go, but it's just certain players. It's not like the whole thing. Like I don't want to be another sax player, but there are sax players that can play other things that I can't play as well, and a few things that they can't do as well. So we just kind of you find your voice, and that's what I would say if anybody asked me like what direction to go in. It's like do the direction.
Yeah, that's what y'all get for taunting me earlier. I may not win this game, I'm sure it's how gonna make it respectable.
I asked you about where you felt like you were slowing down because of these phones and all the stuff that goes on, but there's a problem I think with all this stuff, and that is that, and I know it from my music world. Say somebody's trying to become a good sax player. Well, they can just look anybody up now. I never had that chance. I didn't even know anything about anything. I was in my room practicing. Okay, I'm just going to practice.
It would have been so much easier if you had that information, right? If you could learn from others that way.
It would have been easier in some ways, but it would have taken away my voice because I just developed my own thing in the vacuum of my own little space.
Self-teaching.
Yeah, we didn't have, there was no phones, no computers. There was no internet, so I couldn't look up, hey, who are the great sax players in the world? I just had to go to the record store and look in the jazz department. Oh, who's this guy? Oh, listen to him. Oh, I like some of that stuff. And there was only a few.
Let's go!
The problem is that today...
That's exactly what we needed.
The same stuff, so they're learning the same thing, and they all sound the same. Even though they're virtuosos, they kind of sound the same.
It's your depth of art right there.
Well, you could look at, you can almost look at golfers in the same way. Not, this isn't a great analogy, but if you think about it, Tiger Woods comes along and he's now into fitness and he's doing this thing and he's putting in, and okay, so he's the first one that kind of did that. Now everybody does that, and you have a lot of golfers that are like super buff, super strong, hit the ball perfectly, but maybe they're not working the ball in the same way with the same kind of finesse of the guy that figured out how to do that on his own, rather
What?
than just watching somebody and just knowing it. It's like you got to develop your thing not knowing where it's going to go, not knowing that there's an end result, hoping and thinking that you're doing the right things. And there's something in there. There's a magic in there of discovering it and making it yourself and carving it out yourself. And then somebody else looks at it and goes, oh, I didn't know sax could do that. Now I know. And then they just take it and go, sure, okay, but there's going to be a limit to where you can go with that unless you find something in yourself.
I should tell the people that you can pre-order his memoir, Life in the Key of G. It is out September 24th. You could go to KennyG.com for tour dates and tickets. He's got a new album, Innocence. It's out now, and you can see him on tour. But the memoir, why? It's available wherever books are sold, and you can go to Barnes & Noble online for signed copies. Why did you do this? Why did you decide? You seem to be taking some inventory of your life. You did a documentary on Max, and now you've decided to write a book. Why?
Honestly, my management suggested it, and
Too
I
many
was
interceptions from my
I'm too
lifetime.
young. And then they said, no, you're not. I'm thinking, oh, guess I'm not. I feel young. I've always felt young.
You look young.
Well, thanks. I still feel like I'm too young for this. But they convinced me that it's not a thing that you do when you're retiring. I thought, okay, when I'm all done, I'll write
Ravens,
something, maybe.
Colts,
And also I'm thinking, well,
Patriots,
who's going to be interested in my
Chiefs,
story? Like, not everybody wants to play the saxophone. And
Lions.
they go, well, it's not really
I'm
about
leading the
that. It's a
division.
whole thing about your success and where you came from. And I said, okay, why don't
Even though
we
I have
just
no
kind of
division
start and
wins
see
with because I have more conference
if it
wins.
kind of comes into anything. So I started the process, and it started to be cool. Like I read a few pages of what we had written, and it's like, oh, this actually is going to be pretty cool. And I think I tried to write it funny. I tried to make it funny because I think I'm funny. I think I am.
Writing funny is the hardest kind of writing.
It's very hard to write funny, and
it's easier for me to make someone cry with my writing than it is to make them laugh. Seriously.
Yeah, and that's not easy, and I had to laugh. So and I'm not an easy one to laugh. So when I read it, if it's not written exactly right, the words make a huge difference. The order of the words.
And you just seem to want order. You like to look at things and see what you define as order.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you the first line of the book, the first sentence is, "I like jokes." That's the first line in the book. So you wouldn't expect that, but you open the book, the first line is, "I like jokes." That's the first line.
It's like, what is that? M. Scott Peck's self-help book of life is hard. Yours is I like jokes.
Yeah,
you're going a little more simple there. But so that your management team asked you to do it, was there anything that was hard for you to cover, or were you trying to make it a book that was light?
No, I wasn't trying to make a book that was light. When I say funny, I just mean that I just want to make it funny. That doesn't mean it's light. It just means that there's it's like when you're hanging out with a really good comedian. Like George Lopez is a very good friend of mine.
You have a lot of comedian friends.
I do.
Right?
I do have a lot of comedian friends. Ray Romano is a very good friend of mine, and those guys have this skill that we mortals don't have. Whenever they want to, they can make you laugh. You can be having a serious conversation about life's journeys, and they can just look at you and say something, and you will laugh. So that's what I wanted to do. Not that I'm in their league, but I wanted to do that with my book, which means we're going to cover serious subjects. I'm going to talk about this, but whenever I want to throw in a line that's going to make you laugh. So that's what I mean by making it. I don't mean that it's light, but it was hard. It was really hard because I would read it and I go, I don't like the way the words sound together. It doesn't sound like something I would actually say, And then so working that out is hard. And then when I write it the way I want it to say, it sounds boring. So I have to find this fine line of making it sound maybe better than what I'd actually say out loud, but not untrue to who I am and what I would say. So that's really hard. It was very hard. But I think we did a really good job on it.
You're talking hard, though. You're talking about the technical aspects of it. Was there
The
anything
computer don't even know how to
harder
do
than
its
visiting
own
emotional
uniform
aspects of it?
setup.
How
That's
personal
hilarious.
did you get?
Got very personal. I got the personal when there's a part of the book where I got fired off of Arista Records after 25 years, and that really hurt. And I looked at that situation and took ownership of why that happened. And it wasn't necessarily it wasn't like I couldn't point my fingers and go, oh, the record company just screwed me over and fired me. I had to take responsibility for why.
We welcome you to Week 10 of the 2027 NFL season on the Madden NFL 2023 engine.
Why did that have to happen? And I looked at it and went, oh, okay.
I
I could have done some things better in that time. And I talk about what happened there and in that way.
What could you have done better? Not to spoil anything, but what could you have done better?
Well, I let my manager do the talking for me at the time. And I didn't talk to Clyde personally, straight on. And if I would have done that, I know we would have talked and had the information exchange that was necessary to keep everything going. It was a mistake for me to post the records. That was a mistake. If I could go back and change it, you know how you say, oh, everything happened for a reason? I wish that I would have done that differently. Changing record companies was not good for my career. It was not the right move, and yet it happened. And I'm remorseful of it, but I'll tell you what, I did see Clive years later, let's say maybe, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 years ago, whatever, and I went to lunch with him, and I said, Clive, what happened? And then we talked about it, and that's when I found out that it would have changed if I would have just had the conversation with him.
It hurts to know
yeah, it hurt to know.
right?
All I needed to do was call you directly. I thought my manager, I thought we were, and I'm not blaming management either. It was just the way it went. Because I'm sure management was talking to maybe somebody a little underneath Clive, and they were having issues. It all came down to money. It came down to money, and I did not. I personally did not put that out there that it has to do with money. I wanted to make an album of original material. Clive said no. He wanted it to be cover tunes. I felt like we've done enough of those, and that my original material is the reason we're here. Ladies and gentlemen, did you forget that all the songs that are the most popular ones that I wrote? Yeah, but you can't do that anymore. That time has passed for you. I don't agree, Clive. And I stood fast on I want to do original material. But then it turned out it really wasn't all about that. And I didn't know that. That hurts me.
Do you have
Potter zoned in?
That you would articulate as regret?
No, not many, no. Because most of those are learning experiences. Oh, I learned a little bit from this, but I could have learned the same stuff and stayed with Clive. I mean, it's like family. I'm like, every time I see him, he always says, Kenny, you're like family. And I go, and I'm thinking like, well,
damn it.
I wish we would have just stayed together. But it never, and we couldn't get, and then after I said, I wanted to go back and like, come on, let's figure it out. It never worked out for some reason.
Is there anything about the life that makes love hard, or marriage hard, or relationships hard?
About my life? You mean the life I lead?
The life. The life, all of it.
Yeah.
That you're obsessive compulsive about practicing, or that you're on the road all the time, or whatever it is that might, or that you love this thing more than you love anyone.
Well, those are all true statements, I think.
On Yamada and Davenport.
It can make it hard if you don't have good communication skills and you don't talk about things. So it can be, if you go on the road and you don't communicate, sure, you're gonna go separate ways. You're gonna lose your connection. But I found it to be fine, in terms of you be around people that understand, like people that understand. When I wake up in the morning, I am going to practice for 3 hours. Everybody knows that. Nobody's saying, why do you have to practice this morning? I never hear that because it's not even in the cards. So I get my practicing fine, and that's fine. Everybody knows that. If I'm going on a vacation, everybody knows that at some point in the day at the hotel, I'm going to be going to the manager of the hotel saying, I need a room to practice. I can do it in my hotel room, but I don't think the neighbors are going to love hearing those exercises. Oh, well, we have a little boardroom. I want to book that from 12 to 3. You got it. And then I do that. And then that's what happens when I go on vacation, you know? And I'm happy.
Damn.
I'm happy to do it. So that's what happens.
It's sort of like I've got a friend who is about 60, has very bad knees, but needs to run 8 miles every day, no matter what.
Wow,
like
8 miles.
Yeah, he's just a runner, and that's the thing. Like
Yeah.
it's who he is, and he needs to do it all the time.
Yeah.
It's not optional to
No.
you. Like the calling comes in the morning.
Yeah.
It is a siren, and you've got to go do it, and you feel withdrawal if you do not.
I do. And what about you? Do you have anything like that for you?
I would just say work in general, just like the making of things, is a bit of a compulsion. That you know, I don't like that my wife says I'm a workaholic. I don't identify as a workaholic, but I think I'm lying to myself because I'm just often
Wrong
thinking
person.
about work in a way that
I threw the
you
wrong.
enjoy
I
work.
pressed the
It's
wrong
not
button.
like what you do. If you find something, I think that many of the people in the world who are unhappy are marching to do something every day that they're spending a third of their day doing that they don't totally love. And it's not great to keep you in a grateful, happier place. It makes life a good deal harder. I would say the popularity of our show is at least in part because we're keeping people company at jobs they don't like. And they spend 3 and 4 hours with us a day, and we make something just move a little faster.
I think that's a great way to look at it. I like that you're a workaholic. And I don't find that to be any kind of a criticism. Obviously, your wife knows that. I mean, I know you recently got married, like in the last bit of time. So you were already established. You already had a lifestyle. So she knows.
I
Got revenge. And 25, 30, 35, 40.
You know, just
no
parties.
spin move.
I was on vacation.
Intercepted, and I got to use a let's go.
Just know that it's not going to be this swirling helicopter ride of just pinballing all over Miami to the best places. Like I'm going to retreat back into myself a little bit here. But you're getting something on the front end that is quite the fireworks show. That is not. It's not generally where I live.
That's good that you say that, because you know what happens is the truth always comes out of who a person is and what they do. So you can put on your best face at the beginning of any kind of a courtship, but at the end of the day, you're gonna, whatever you are and whatever you think and whatever
much better. Oh my God, with a nasty spin move.
You don't want to trick anybody.
No, that'll unravel over time.
No, I'm on the road this many times. I practice all the time. This is what I am, and if you know that, and you still want to be with me, then great. Don't think it's going to all change.
What's the difference between performing live and studio work in terms of what it is that it teaches you?
I love to perform live, and I do not like the studio. Don't like it. Nope. I don't.
Antiseptic?
I accept it.
No, I'm sorry. Antiseptic? Too antiseptic? You're not getting...
Oh, antiseptic. No, not at all. No, it's not that. Here's what it is. It's like what we're doing right now. Okay, we're recording something. It's permanent. So I would work... Fortunately, it's your show. I don't have to worry so much. I'm still a little worried, by the way. Not a lot, but a little bit.
I appreciate your trust.
I trust you.
And also, we will work hard to meet your standards.
No, I mean, in a perfect world, if I could have my way, once we're done with this, you're going to send it to me. I am going to edit it for content and viewer discretion.
Are you a bit of a control freak?
I don't think so. I just want to be in charge of every bit of everything that I do. So I wouldn't say that.
So what is it? Like, what is it about you that you think you can do it? You're confident in yourself, and you can think you want to make things better. You want to make yourself better, and you want to make things better.
I do, and I feel like if I took this show home, I would edit it, and I would get the right questions in the right order. And if I didn't like my answer, I'd edit it, and I'd do a voiceover, and I'd cut to.
And it's in the end zone. Touchdown! He makes the catch. Touchdown! Deontay Hardy.
So people can can see what the better answer was
No,
to a question.
I'm worried about what I played when your opening thing, with the sax I played. I'm worried about that. So fortunately, Matt has agreed to send that to me. And folks, since you didn't see me, and you hadn't seen my fingers moving, I may record a whole new intro from the comforts of my studio with my beautiful reverb, and it's going to sound so beautiful rather than what I played here. I don't know. I have to see.
But you were saying, I wanted to get into the studio parts of it. It's just not, it doesn't feel the same to you.
Well, the problem is that it's permanent. So, okay, I record. And I know I'm good, of course. And I play and I listen back and it sounds good. And I go, okay, I don't like that note, I don't like that note, I don't like that note. I can't hear this over and over for the rest of my life. Oh, okay, here we go. So now it's tweaking. And then I listen down and go, I love everything except that. Tweak, fix that. Well, now that I fix that, makes this other thing sound. Now let's fix that. So what happens is I have to go through a song 60, 70 times or so to listen back to where I go, nothing bothered me. Okay, I'm done. I don't like doing that. It's hard on me because it'd be like looking yourself in the mirror in the morning, and let's just say you had the options with your tools to, like, I don't know, fix your face a little bit.
Fix the things you don't like.
Yeah, fix things you don't like maybe your eyebrow, and then I took too much off. And you just sit there. I'd sit there for hours until I figured I got the face that I thought I wanted. And then you come back the next day and you go, oh, I don't like much of the stuff I did, even though I thought that was great. So it's a lot of work. That's what I don't like about the studio.
That's what I don't like about writing. It's very lonely, but it sounds there's a piece of you that does like the craft of sculpting, right?
Yes.
Just the general craft of sculpting.
I like creating the music. I like creating the melody. Then recording it and having it, okay, now you're going to have a concrete thing that represents what I hear in my brain. So when I play live, I'm feeling what I'm feeling. It's there, it's out there, and I feel like it was. So I don't want to watch a live performance back to me. Hey, you want to see how you did last night? Nope. No, don't show me. I have a memory of it, that it was great. I'm going to keep that. Like if I play on shows, like if I do whatever performance on some of the late shows or whatever, I play a song, I really have to.
I mistimed the animation.
I mean,
by 1/8 of a second. That would have been
I should just
pick.
watch it just because maybe I'll learn. I don't want to falsely think I did great. I just watch it. I'll be like this when I'm watching on TV going, okay, that was pretty good, actually. Okay. And I go, so relieved.
I'm about to buy me some Dairy Queen.
A little out of tune. And maybe it's not really out of tune. Maybe it just sounds out of tune to me. So that's how I'm meticulous.
A lot of actors and comedians I've talked to who are wildly successful can't watch their stuff back because they're just noticing the things that they did wrong. They want to be better. I do some of that with what we do every day, where if I go home and my wife will ask me how to go, and it will otherwise have been great, I'll tell her the things that didn't feel good.
And will you fix those?
Or that were wrong. I will try to, yes.
See?
I'll try. But I've said before on here that I do have some struggles with just generally in the moment immediately processing failure as learning, like doing the gentle stuff so that it's not failure, so that it feels like, oh, I could just be grateful for that. Like you seem to have a very healthy relationship with practice and improvement that you have refined over many, many thousands of hours.
Well, yes, and it does help to not think of it as a failure. You feel like you're learning something. I mean, I would tell you, you're great. I can give you feedback. You're great at what you do. I think your show is amazing.
Thank you, sir.
And you're very charismatic, and the way that you ask questions and the way that you talk is captivating. I can just tell you that. And I'm just objectively saying, I'm not saying that because I'm sitting next to you. So if you feel like you failed, I would look at you and I would go, I don't see anything wrong, but you know what you want to do or what you could have done better in your brain.
Oh, but the reason, I mean, I have this conversation with my most successful friends who sometimes ravage themselves.
Yeah.
I say to them, well, if everyone ravaged themselves with that kind of standard, then you wouldn't be allowed to be you.
Exactly.
Because then everybody
That's
would
right.
be you, because it's one of the things that makes you excellent, that you were bad for a year and you decided to kick everybody's ass, and you came back the next year and you were better than everybody because that's how you got to be who you are.
Yes, but what's the word? In the
Yes,
journey of it
ascent.
all, you do certain things at certain points that are really good. Like it's good to maybe beat yourself up at the beginning, maybe a little bit, and work really. But as you get more and more and more, then you got to change. You got to change your technique. So I would say at your level, you probably don't want to look at it as failure. You can look at it as learning.
I would
can do the
recommend this
same
order
thing.
to everyone.
Later on, maybe you might want to. You could look at it that way, but whatever techniques that you use along the way are not necessarily.
It's okay,
what you
guys.
stay with.
It's only
Got
10.
to keep molding, keep getting better, keep massaging the way that you think about what you do. And look, the way I practice isn't the way I practiced earlier on. I practiced way differently, and so if I practiced the way I did before, maybe it wouldn't be as good for me now. So you got to keep moving along.
I want you to think for a second about the question that I'm asking you, and it doesn't have to be gifts the way that one would define material gifts. What are
I'm only
the
doing
5 best gifts that your life has gotten because of this instrument?
Wow. Okay, let's see. Well,
I got outrun by a
I guess
quarterback.
one would
What
be
the
the fact
hell?
that I get a lot of amazing feedback.
Look, I gotta give him his credit. He
Wherever I
scored.
go.
I can't even
And
be
not people
mad.
I know. So, in airports, that would be the place where I would be around the public. I don't have a private jet, so I'm not secluded like that. So I'm in the airports, and at airports, I'm basically I'm a sitting duck, and I know that. So I'm not there going with sunglasses on and a wig.
You like it?
I don't like. No, I don't like it.
You don't like the feedback?
No, I'm saying I like. I don't necessarily like the fact that people are coming up to me all the time in that sense, but what they say to me, I like. Your music has meant a lot to me. My father and I listened to it when he was alive. I wish I could take a picture. I've heard your songs my whole life. All those things are really beautiful. So that's a big gift.
All right. So gift number 1 the Sax has provided is by the Cinnabon in Terminal D. Number 2.
Right. Yeah. Number 2 would be the fact that this might sound egoish, but the fact that people that I would look up to know me. Like, I'll give you an example. I did something with Morgan Freeman the other day. Morgan Freeman. I mean, come on. And, hey, Kenny. It's like, okay, wow. I'm just walking up to you to say hi for the first time, and you know my name. That's pretty.
Yeah,
pretty
people
great.
you respect, people you admire,
Yeah.
return it. It's a nice mirror.
That's a nice feeling to have. Like, wow, I've earned that.
I don't need
I've
to
earned
be
that.
right away.
Mutual respect, ego-soaked music, ego-soaked mutual respect of famous people.
Okay, right, yeah. There you go. Yeah,
I
so
could
it's all
have said that better. Number
you could have
3.
said that better.
Number 3.
See now,
I'll take that one home.
Yeah, that was the edit. Yeah. No, but that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Because in some ways, it's like, well, why does it matter that somebody like Morgan Freeman knows you, and not just somebody else? Why would that be more important? Well, you know why?
Because they're famous, Kenny.
Not because they're famous, because you figure that their lives are so busy and they're doing so many important things that if you're in their radar, that must mean something special.
But no, the 2 that you mentioned, the idea that art created by you from nothing would traverse the world and imprint both important people and not important people.
That's
I mean,
true.
we don't make the art and put it in a drawer.
That's true.
You're doing something so that people can hear it, be moved by it, be touched by it. So those are 2 good answers.
That's 2 good answers.
And if I have to punt, oh well.
Would be the fact that this instrument has allowed me to have a lifestyle of the fact that when I live my day by day, I get to practice this instrument, which is what I love to do. So it's something I love to do. I get to do it, and then I have the whole day and when I'm not on the road, to do what I love to do, which is exercise. So I get to do my practicing, my exercising, and that's pretty much my life. That's
the life you want. That instrument has given you the freedom to have the life of your choosing.
That's right. So that you could say, well, that financially, that's allowed me to just do those things, and I don't have to worry that.
Why did I
I'm not
pump
gonna be
fake
able
it?
to afford the lifestyle that I have to pay my bills. So that's really, really great. The traveling has been another big plus. I get to see the world. I'm very proud of saying to people, "Oh, I've been
45, 50, 45 to the 40 to 41 January."
Is a big education. It's a big education to watch how the Japanese do stuff. I go to Japan all the time. I think I've been to Japan almost 100 times since the 80s, because I go there a few times a year, and I've been doing this for 40 plus years. And to watch certain things that the way they do their things there, it's like, okay, that's really cool. I'm learning from that. And then you come back to the States and you implement some things in your lifestyle, and I would have not known how to do that had I not traveled to this country or that country.
Have you been in China when they're playing the closing time
Yeah,
music?
I have. Yeah, I heard it when I was. I heard it on a golf course when I went to the bathroom to just peeing, and I hear my song. I said, "Oh, I better quickly finish up and get out of here."
I love that you did the visual aid there.
Oh yeah. Wait, are you seeing this? Oh shoot!
You're really clutching that Kenny P with both hands.
Hey,
there.
but speaking of just going down in that direction.
Hey, yo.
The first time I was ever in Malaysia, which I think was in mid 80s. So now everybody knows about these fancy toilets, the bidet toilets. Everybody knows about them.
Those are their called.
Magical warm delights.
That's a beautiful thing in life.
Hey, yo.
And listen, and they're not super expensive anymore. I know Kohler makes some cheaper ones. Toto is very expensive, by the way. If you
I did not have the sponsor getting the most attention in this particular pod being toilets. There's something special about that.
I know. I don't get anything from any of this, but I was there, and in the hotel room, and there was this toilet, and it had this.
Wait. Hold on. Michael Penix is older than Kyle. Wait. Kyle Pitts is younger than Michael Penix Jr.? What? That's crazy. A first round rookie is younger than a third year tight end. What the hell? Let's see.
And I started pushing buttons, and immediately got sprayed in the face by the water. And then I looked. It's like I looked in the, you know how you say, I looked into the camera and I went, hey, and I went, hey. So then I sit down on there to really experience it. And I would say like maybe 2 hours later, I got up.
Okay, so number 4.
It was fantastic.
Okay, hot water up the ass.
That's right.
Number 5.
I don't know.
I choose one here that's not quite material. Choose something that the Sachs has brought you, and you did make choices, seeing the world, freedom. But I would imagine
that spin is pretty arousing. Bulls.
Oh, your confidence.
I see what you mean. Okay.
Wherever it is that it resides,
what were you thinking, my dude?
Instrument for your confidence.
I see. Okay.
If you're identifying,
my nigga,
and I'm not
what
giving
were
you that as
you
an answer,
thinking?
but I'm looking for just something that you're appreciative or have gratitude about, that this has given you that perhaps somebody hadn't considered, because it's just made your life better.
I see what you mean. Okay, no, that's a good way of looking at it. And I don't think like that so much, but now that you bring it up, I can think about it that way. So when you get really good at something, so saxophone, and I've gotten feedback from the world that you're good, so I get that. So you do develop a certain sense that when you're really good at something, you can carry that with you as you.
This time to block.
So it does give me peace of mind when I'm, let's say, not great at something, or something's not going my way, or a flight gets canceled, or a gig is not selling well, or somebody's giving me some information that's bad news, or somebody says, hey, you suck, or I hate you, or something. I go, oh, okay, I have this, like that. It's like having armor in some way, like personal armor to protect me from having to maybe feel really bad. I don't mind feeling bad about something either. It's a hard question. It's a really hard question. I don't know how to answer.
Is there anything bad about it? Is there anything? Has the saxophone brought anything bad into your life?
Nothing. Nothing bad. No, it's all good. It's you know, being able to make music is just having that feeling of making music is really wonderful. Because like I sometimes think, well, where did that come from? Why did I choose to play those notes? Why do I think that sounded good? I have no idea.
What would happen if that instrument were broken or stolen or something? This one, the one that you've had since high school, the one, like, what's the emotional attachment to it?
Intercepted! What a user interception! PJ Williams!
Yeah, so.
And he literally caught it with one hand, too.
Answer that because that cannot happen. Yeah, it's like
You don't only catch it with one hand. What a catch.
No. That's not going to happen. You're just not going to crash into the mountain. This is not going to get broken. It's not going to get stolen. I'm doing everything. Is it possible that it could? I guess it is possible.
No, but it's an emotion. You have an absolute emotional attachment to this one.
That's correct. Okay, so this saxophone was born on March 17, 1959. And I know that because when I was in Paris, as you know, I'm like fresh to learn some French. So I spend a lot of time in Paris these days, months and months now, the year now. And so I went to the place that this is a French saxophone, and it was made, and I took it back to its home. I said, okay, it's come back home. When was this sax made? So now on the computer doesn't go back that far. So the guy goes up into the attic, he pulls out a book, it's littering, blows the dust off, page, looks at it, finds the serial number, March 17th, 1959. You know, so
2 years after you were born.
It's a few years after.
65 years old.
I just wanted to catch my breath and, you know. Woo! I'm also about to turn on my laptop, turn it back on, and turn on ESPN. I'll have to turn it down though, because I'm on 7:08. 7:15. No, it's not going to that.
65 years old, and I see the serial number. So now I look at the two saxophones that were made on that same day. You know, it's got to be the same, right? So I remember seeing a saxophone in LA at a repair shop. And I noticed that it was in the case that this originally came in, which was a green rubber case. I said, what's in that green rubber case? Oh, somebody's getting their soprano saxophone. Let me see it. Opened it up and looked at the serial number. It's 2 off from this. So this is serial number is 81,612. It was 81,610.
Chick mash.
First of all, I didn't like it because it smelled like smoke, so it was a smoker. I didn't want to play the saxophone. But anyway, gotta let me put my mouth to play it. It doesn't sound anything like my saxophone. So that's how precious it is. That's how precious to find another one like this. I would be lost. I would be lost. Yeah, it'd be like being married to, somebody for like 5 years, and then they pass away, and now you're left to live your life without that person you've been with your whole life. What do you do? Will I recover? I would recover. Would I find another saxophone? Yes. Would I figure out how to?
Are you fucking serious?
But it would be a really big loss in my life that it would never be filled. The hole would never be filled.
Have you ever played a show with not this saxophone?
One. Recently, in the last year. Okay, so I'm doing a sound check. No, even before the sound check. I'm practicing back in my room, right? And so blah, 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 blah. All of a sudden, it's not playing. What happened? So, look, folks, okay, There's a million things on here. There's little springs inside here. So first I figure out okay, a spring broke. Okay, usually if a spring broke, you might be able to put a rubber band. No, not this one. So then I took a picture of it and sent it to my repair guy who lives in LA. His name is Jay. He's the best.
He's important.
He's very important. And he's a great sax player, too. I said, Jay, can I fix this by myself? No. You need a sax repair guy to fix it. And it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, I have another saxophone that I found in Spain. Some guy brought a soprano sax to this press conference I was doing when I was playing in Spain. And he goes, I want you to see this soprano saxophone. And I played it. That sounds really close to mine. It's like a brother. I said, I want to buy it from you. So he let me buy it. So I have it. And it's actually silver, not brass. So it's made, and it exists. It's on the road. So I had to grab it, and I had to play it that night for my gig. And it played completely different. All the nuances of this saxophone. For example, like if you look at the saxophone, I don't know if you can see this, Dan, but it's got a little bit of a bow in it, which is not how it was made. It's because it was in a case in the early years, and it was probably dropped, not since I got it. And
it's never been dropped by you.
Never.
You have never dropped it.
No.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. Okay.
No. Have you ever driven your car and crashed it into a cement wall on purpose? No. There's things you just don't do. But it had the bend in it, so there's something about the saxophone. And so, yeah, there you go. And so I have played one show with it, and in some ways, the other sax had things that it did that I loved, and in a lot of ways...
It's great to how Luka almost scored as many points as the numbers on his jersey. The Hawks definitely should have been embarrassed in the That's why they missed the playoffs.
What's that? Is that good? I go, you noticed? The fact that they didn't notice from the sound made me happy.
Kind of different.
That was a big moment.
Did you feel a bit like you were cheating on a longtime wife or something? Was there much discomfort in the hour and a half beforehand? Like, were you a little extra nervous because you didn't have your pacifier?
No, I wasn't. Here's why. Because I knew it could get fixed, so it wasn't permanent, and I was up for the challenge. It's like, okay, this is going to be fun tonight. Hey, fun. You get to try something different. And let's see what you can do with this saxophone. What can this saxophone do that yours can't? And there's certain notes that it would hit that would be clearer and more beautiful than this saxophone. And there's other things that it couldn't do as well. So I said, okay, do those things and see what you can come up with. So I played the gig, and it's like, I actually played a really good show that. And I remember it, too. I was like, whoa, that was good job, bro. Good job. You actually did it without the sax. I thought you'd never be able to play a show without the sax.
I'm going to tell the people again. New album, Innocence. It's out now. You can see him on tour. You want to go to KennyG.com for tour dates and tickets. What do you want people to know about Innocence? You're still making new work.
Yep.
When you make Innocence, what are you going for?
That was a lullaby album. It was to do lullabies, which is kind of redundant. Because, in fact, it's funny because a friend of mine who's a writer said that instead of the album being Innocence, you should have called it Redundant, because your songs put people to sleep anyway. I said, that's very funny. He goes, can I say that? I said, yeah, write that. That's funny. So, but yeah, lullaby album. But I really want to do real lullabies. So I do some of like the real classic lullabies, or I do my way and beautiful string arrangements, and I think it's beautiful. I don't think it's for babies. I think it's for anybody that wants to relax to beautiful melodies that we've heard all our lives. And I wanted to do it. It was a challenge. I wrote some original ones that hopefully will be classic lullabies in 100 years. Maybe people will latch on to that. But it's a beautiful album. After listening to this interview, you know that I scratched my head and pulled my hair out to make sure every note was perfect. So there you go.
You can also pre-order his memoir, Life in the Key of G. It's out September 24th. It's available wherever books are sold. You can go to Barnes & Noble online for signed copies. I am positive that this has been a delight for our listeners. I know it's been a delight for me.
But where's my buddy?
Stugotz is not here today. He did ask me to tell you that if you want to go see the Grateful Dead with him at the Sphere in Vegas, he will pass along the invitation. No, not tonight. I think he'd like to be there every night, but I think he wants you to go see the Grateful Dead with him at the Sphere in Vegas. He did ask me. I was going to forget to do that, but since you mentioned Stugotz's personal record book, he did leave it to you with all of the wisdom that he's accrued over the entirety of his life is in those pages. You could show everybody.
I see.
The first thing he's ever done that doesn't have any misspellings in it. He spelled.
He worked hard on this, didn't he? This is very funny. This is a fake book, right?
It is all his intellect in one place. You can find it all in one place.
That is very funny. Oh man. Yeah, I was looking forward to seeing him as well.
He will be very disappointed that that he did not get to see you.
Is there anything that I didn't cover that you wanted to?
If you want to take us out on a song of your choosing, whatever song that is, I will not tell you. I will not tell the artist what to do. But if there's anything that you want to give our audience at the end, we will take it. We will send it to you, and you can clean it up and edit.
We're definitely going to clean up. First of all, the read has got to get wet, so we need to talk for like 2 minutes.
Because I cannot afford to get Madden 24, so that's why I'm only doing Madden 23.
That I put on there because over the years my teeth have started to gouge out this mouthpiece, and I'm afraid that over time I would bite through this precious mouthpiece.
It's okay.
I didn't get paid for this either, but it's a tip-top bicycle.
It's okay. We all make mistakes.
On the other side of it is a reed. It's made out of bamboo or cane, and this reed was wet.
Hopefully, the pulling guards go to the right side.
I have to talk to you so that you can have the kind of saliva that you need in your mouth. Or you need me to talk. You need a filibuster so that you can prepare your mouth for whatever it is that
Not the mouth. The mouth is ready. It's the reed. The reed just needs some moisture on it. So now it's soaking it up right now, and getting itself ready for. Ready to play. So it's working well. So, okay, I guess I'll play a melody of mine called Forever and Ever. I'll play you just a melody of it, and that way,
Johnson.
when you send me this, I can edit it and make sure it's perfect.
Because
I'm sure this microphone is not going to sound anywhere near as good as one.
They are going to get blown away by how great this sounds, and we're going to pretend that it's just you doing it off the cuff here, and we're not going to how the magician makes the magic. We're just going to enjoy the magic.
Ah, yes, Kenichi, your music is so heavenly. Yeesh.
I will tell you that however it is that you felt with Morgan Freeman is similar to what I felt having a maestro in our company do that with us, for us. Appreciate your companionship and your help over the years. We have fallen in love with you. You are easy to love. Thank you, Kenny, for spending this time with us.
Ditto on all of that. See you tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, that was a pretty nice South Beach session. Intercepted! Jordan Miller gets a block 40, 35 30, 25 30, 15 shot! I couldn't get all the way! Oh!
1-800-Flowers still has
inside the 10!
Handmade bouquets, sweet treats, gourmet food, and one-of-a-kind gifts ordered easily and delivered fresh. You want to get mom something that shows your appreciation for all that she's
Oh yeah, I'm getting mom flowers. I already told her.
Help your mom feel appreciated this Mother's Day. This is your last chance to lock in these Mother's Day deals. Only good while supplies last. Order today at 1-800-Flowers.com/Dan, D-A-N. That's 1-800-Flowers.com/Dan.
Johnson, he makes a catch in the end zone. Touchdown.
In 1795, the first tequila distillery was opened by the Cuervo family. And 229 years later, Cuervo is still going strong. Family owned from the start. Same family, same land. Now's a good time to enjoy Cuervo, the tequila that invented tequila.
Yeah, I was supposed to
shop
wait.
tequila or visit a store near you. Cuervo, now's a good time. Trademarks owned by Beckler, SAB, the CD, copyright 2024. Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly.
This is the Dan Le Batard Show with the Stugatz Podcast.
Charlotte, they announced the MVP winner. It was, no surprise, Nikola Jokic. Got 79 first-place votes. Coming in second.
Oh, so my brain's calling this one, and that means Mark Jones and
42nd place.
Monica calling. Actually, no, Monica is actually not calling this one. Because that means Tiffany Green and Mark Jones calling a game between the Wolves and the Nuggets.
Come on, guys.
Okay.
And then Jalen Brunson and Jason Tatum. What votes surprised you the most?
I think it's more, what didn't surprise me. I feel like this is always going to be Jokic's to take, I think, because of what he did in the finals last year and how everyone who had been a naysayer during the regular season sort of had to be like, oh, sorry, we were wrong. I think, Shaq, when they announced it on Inside the NBA, was like, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, I thought he should have gotten it. And I can't help but kind of agree with him in terms of what OKC did this year and how that does not happen without Shai. Obviously, what the Nuggets did this year doesn't happen without Jokic, but OKC is the number one seed. I don't know. I feel like the MVP becomes a little revisionist each year. It's like, what didn't we do last year? What do we have to get right now? And then how can we correct our mistakes? I mean, what surprised you, like in the voting, to throw your question back at you?
No, I mean, look, this is where my good friend Rachel Nichols beats this drum called we need 2 awards, the MVP of the year and the best player in the league. And I'm just like, Rachel, it's ridiculous. Just pick one. Just pick one. Trust me.
I get it, though. I get what she's saying.
And there's an element of a delay there. It's like they're reacting to last year's playoff run. They're not really reacting to what happened this year. Having said that, if you took the on-off, the raw plus-minus, points scored when he was on the floor, points, they were outscored by when he was off the floor. Number one in the league by far was Nikola Jokic. So, I don't know, maybe other flavor indicator that's the most valuable player.
He also had the most Jokic reaction ever, where he was just like, when they announced it, he was like, okay, yay. And I appreciate this man's consistency. All right, we are back with a few more odds and ends here on our end.
Because he's the best player,
unfortunately. What do we have going on? What?
How does that sound?
Hello again, Charlotte. Nice to meet you, Amin.
Oh, no. Oh, boy. This is Al. He co-hosted with me a few days ago when you were out. Al, what are you doing here? We don't need you.
Since this segment of Oddball is also airing on the Dan Le Batard Show, Meadowlark Media wanted to ensure this segment is efficiently search engine optimized to contain a minimum of 3,000 trending metadata tags.
It seems really unnecessary. Also, isn't Al G. Rhythm the bad guy from Space Jam 2?
One moment, please. According to all available data, no one gave a about Space Jam 2.
Wow.
Al swears so much. Oh my God, this is going to be wild. Okay, Al, what's the first topic?
The U.S. Olympic basketball team is currently trending. LeBron James, Steph Curry, Anthony Edwards, Kevin Durant, Ant. Sorry, my head exploded. USA must replace Kawhi Leonard. Even as a robot, I find Kawhi to be too robotic. Can we replace him and some other old f***s with Jalen Brunson?
Al, you're not supposed to have opinions, first of all. What? Okay, I guess we have to talk about this because Al says it's good for social. It's funny to me, that a lot of these guys that Al mentioned are just
I'm trying to make it closer for an opportunity for a Hail Mary.
You can throw Tyrese Halliburton on the list of dudes that's about to be out these playoffs, too. Unless they can contest a couple more calls.
Right. Build the whole plane out of Jalen Brunson.
I was surprised Jalen Brunson. I was surprised Jalen Brunson wasn't on this to begin with. You know who else should be on Team USA that isn't on that list right there, Charlotte? Derek White. Like, hey man, this dude clearly is the best player in the league. What are we doing, keeping him off?
Yeah. What are we doing? Oh man. All right, Al. What do you got for us?
Pat Riley said Jimmy Butler should keep his mouth shut unless he's on the court. Then Riley said he was hesitant to re-sign the frequently injured Butler. Alternate search term, Himmy Buckets. I detect passive-aggressive behavior. How would you react if you were Jimmy Butler? Alternate search term, Timothy Chalamet.
Okay.
There's nobody calls him Timothy Chalamet.
Well, Al does.
Start there.
Al does.
No, he's saying his search results. Where is he searching?
I don't believe it for a second. Here's what Pat Riley said. He said, if you're not on the court playing against Boston or on the court playing against the New York Knicks, you should keep your mouth shut on the criticism of those teams.
30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 45, 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown.
Yeah, Jimmy was also having some fun in Miami. Pat Riley also said it's a big decision on our part to commit those kinds of resources unless you have somebody who's going to be there and available every single night. About Jimmy Butler, he also said something else. I mean, didn't he say, like, we're not trading him, though?
Yeah, like he made it clear that this does not make him available. It's just there, you know, because Jimmy's looking for an extension. He's looking to add 2 more years onto his deal at the highest maximum dollar value. And, you know, Pat Riley's making it know, like, yo, hold on now. I'm not going to commit to this if you're, like, not available, which, I mean, to be frank, that happened for a lot of the season and happened for the entire playoffs. I'm not saying that Jimmy's sad, like, he was hurt, but, you know, I think part of this is Pat making, like, saber rattling, and part of it, why would we commit to someone who's getting to that stage of his career where availability is a question? Oddly enough, Charlotte, this press conference reminded me of the press conference Pat had 10 years ago when LeBron James was a free agent, and he said, what was the thing that Pat said? He said, you want to get trending? Let's get trending. And I think, like, he just learned the word trending that day. And so he tried to incorporate it to the speech, and then in this speech about Jimmy Butler, he said maybe Jimmy was trolling. He pronounced trolling in a very weird way that led me to believe he had just learned that word on that day.
I mean, Pat Riley is current. Like, look at us here, trending with algorithm. Do you think this is anything that's been going on? Well, is Al back? He just pops up. Al, why do you look so weird? Why do you look like a camera lens with a basketball in it? I was able to upgrade your voice last time. Can we upgrade what you look like?
There is a visual upgrade available for a nominal fee. Would you like to accept this charge?
This seems like a loaded question, but sure, why not?
Wonderful. $857,000 has been charged to the card on file labeled, that means Amex.
Oh, it's your personal this time. What?
Yeah, totally worth it.
Okay, so if you're not watching this, you should be, because algorithm just put a bunch of eyes. Yeah, he put googly eyes on himself.
For $800,000. Luckily, I do have the black card, so I'm worth it.
No.
All right, what's the next story?
True crime shows are incredibly popular. Domantas Sabonis is definitively not. Thusly, I have scraped open source records and determined with 97.5% confidence who made the irrational choice and voted for him for MVP and Defensive Player of the Year. How should I respond?
Charge. You know how you should respond? You should take the charges off my card and put it on that person's card. That's what you should do.
Yeah. Who did that? I mean,
Scump Lincoln. I don't know, but we'll find out. That's the beauty of NBA award voting. There is no anonymity. At the end of all of this, they're going to release the 100 voters and what they voted for on every single thing. You're going to be able to find who got votes for what, at what place, for what award, and what all-league team. Don't worry, we'll find this individual and we will smoke them out.
Here's the thing, though. I really respect this, because if you are the person, listen, if you're the person who voted for Domantas Sabonis and you're like a Portland Trailblazer, Portland, and you're a Kings homer, and you're like, yes, I'm willing to put my name on this. Like, that takes a little bit of chutzpah, I mean.
No.
Okay.
No, it doesn't.
All right. Al, what else do you have for us?
Television schedules indicate there are 2 NBA basketball games tonight. The Minnesota Timberwolves will face the Denver Nuggets, and Indiana Pacers will face the New York Knickerbockers. Present a viral take about either game that is 60 seconds or less for oddball social media channels.
This is the upgraded voice, you tell me.
Yeah, before it was like, I am a robot, and then he was like, I'm going to be sexy. And I was like, Al, we don't need you to be sexy. This is a basketball show. You want a viral take? Here's a viral take. Jalen Brunson will play all but 3 minutes. Anunoby will be back for a quarter, and the Knicks will beat the Pacers at home again. I mean, at home for the first time, but they'll beat them again.
All right, we kind of did this in another segment on another episode, but Denver bounces back, storms back in Game 3, wins resoundingly, and then Game 4 on Sunday, I'm giving you a little extra too, on Sunday, they're going to tie this series up. It'll be tied 2-2, going back to Denver, and everyone will say what a wonderful series that was.
Wow. What do you think about my take?
I didn't even hear your take. I was thinking of mine the whole time. I just know you talked about the Knicks and Pacers. What was your take?
Yeah, same. I don't remember what you said, so I asked you about mine. I said that the Knicks are going to win. This is how the sausage gets made, folks. You think algorithm is something. We've got weird rhythms in our brains over here trying to figure out how to talk to each other while thinking about the next thing we're going to say.
Pre-programmed, ladies and gentlemen, this is television at its finest, where people are just waiting to talk.
Sorry,
that's all we're doing.
Too long. The viewer is now watching this video.
Oh my God, is that just a cat playing basketball?
That's not a cat playing basketball.
Oh,
no,
it is.
That's physically not possible. The cat picked up the ball and then shot it upward. Run that back, algorithm. Like there's.
Aw, man.
Look at this.
How do you get all burnt like that?
Dribble a basketball.
Yeah, but you know what's really popular on the internet is cats, so I sort of see where he's coming from. You know what, Al? Thank you for coming back. I still don't know why your upgrade costs so much, though.
Because according to your Instagram engagement, I am now your type.
What?
What does that mean?
That's the creepiest thing.
20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Can I do it again? 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! His second kickoff return for a touchdown.
What are you talking about? That's my type, googly eyes?
Well, why did I get charged? Hold on. If it turns out, why did she get charged?
This is a mess. Thanks, Al. See you never.
All right, everybody, Mother's Day is officially around the corner. If Mom's gift isn't already on the way, you've got hours, maybe even minutes to get it together, so head over to 1-800-Flowers.com right this second. 1-800-Flowers still has great last-minute deals on handmade bouquets, sweet treats, gourmet food, and one-of-a-kind gifts, ordered easily and delivered fresh. You want to get Mom something that shows your appreciation for all that she's done? We know you've been a knucklehead. She knows you've been a knucklehead. Please do better. Help your mom.
That's why I'm waiting until the day before her birthday. Or the day before Mother's Day.
Only good while supplies last. Order today at 1-800-Flowers.com/Dan. D-A-N. That's 1-800-Flowers.com/Dan.
Dan Le Batard.
You getting started on the breakfast flan?
Yeah, singing the song to myself. Breakfast flan.
Stugats.
Have you never heard the breakfast flan
No,
song?
hit me with that.
I wish I had some breakfast flan. Breakfast flan.
Where can I find a breakfast like that?
This is the Dan Le Batard Show with the Stugats.
I was thinking about fish sticks the other day. What happened to them? No longer? Is it a thing kids eat? Pablo?
I haven't. So,
Ooh, good transition to children. Nailed it.
this is a touchy topic.
No, it's not. A lot of people eat fish sticks.
Oh, and it's a fish.
And it's a fish.
Okay,
While
so
we're
many
not
questions.
feeding her
fish sticks.
Does she eat fish?
Yeah, but
20,
the fish
25,
sticks.
30,
Okay, so on the subject of fish sticks, my frustration is that they're not really sticks anymore. They're just like nugs. That's
Okay.
what I'm sort of
Right.
seeing.
How have I never even thought before about kids having a pet fish and eating fish?
Yeah, that was the first time I
Goldfish
thought of it.
seem like a different species. Like if we would be very aware.
Wait,
like, if you had a
Sarah
pet dog and
Spain?
you tried to feed your kid's dog, that they would be like, wait a minute, isn't this Ruffy, which was the first name of my dog that I named myself?
So truly what I wanted to get to here in my topic is our first pets and whether I'm doing it right.
Okay.
Getting Violet
Okay.
a fish. This is her pet fish.
Oh,
So we got a tank. We got a SpongeBob pineapple.
Like an angelfish thing?
This is it's pronounced apparently beta, B-E-T-T-A, but beta.
Beta.
But their YouTube
Kinda
videos
like
they
you,
call it
Pablo.
beta.
It's a beautiful fish, Pablo.
I don't know how to pronounce it. It is a beautiful fish. I got real live aquatic plants. Those are real plants except for the SpongeBob pineapple. Everything else there is real.
Beautiful.
Hate fake plants. And this is the fish
28
that
yards.
picked out.
BB.
The fish's name is Coop.
Like cooped up? Like your name of Mr. Cooper?
Coop, as in she wanted to name it Poop, and we were like, let's negotiate. And we settled on Coop. So that's Violet, and that's Coop. That's the story of
Coop's
my life.
beautiful.
That was my weekend. And it's a big step. A first pet, I didn't realize how big of a step it was until I was at Petco, holding, like, total cliche, all of the things you need to get a fish tank.
Okay.
Cleaner, gravel, substrate.
Down to the line!
Not fake. The fish itself. The
Wait,
air
but are the
pump
plants real?
cleaning thing. Fake plants are actually my least favorite thing.
Fake plants are
You're
ass.
very proud of your plants.
I hate
But
fake
also,
plants with a
fake plants
passion
don't do
too.
anything.
Right.
We welcome you to Gamebridge Treehouse in Indianapolis as we watch Game 3 of this Best of 7 Eastern Conference semifinal matchup. I was watching the NBA playoffs. We keep back to do of course, not sponsored, of course.
The goodwill
And
of the planet
the
that
conference
we have,
summer is presented by
destroyed and taken him from, or her. I don't know if Coop is.
No way,
Okay, so what are you worried about in terms of whether you're doing this right?
So we start with the fish, and I just wonder, I've been warned that this is just one step.
The gateway fish?
A gateway,
The gateway pet?
gateway pet towards what I am not ready for, which is ultimately a dog, as an apartment dweller in Manhattan. But I was curious what your gateway pets were, and
That's why the grand total is 6 people. Like my videos. Don't kill them anymore.
And how you felt about them in retrospect.
Oh, man. Well, my mom has always loved animals and had dogs and cats. I think when my parents met, my dad was not a huge dog person, and my mom had 2 huge dogs. And then he quickly became a dog person. And so I've just grown up, we always had a dog and we always had a cat. And it was sort of more of a given for me than like a please can I have a pet. And now looking back, I'm like, wow, my parents really, like, they were ready to take care of stuff if they had, because it's not a small thing to have a life and pets. And Sarah, you have dogs. You have to, they require a lot.
They require a lot. Yeah, I have 3. One of them is a 57-pound, 10-month-old puppy right now that we just acquired. So that one's adding a lot of work, and he's the best.
His name?
His name's Indy because we rescued him the day we left for Indonesia, which is a great plan, is to rescue a dog and then immediately have to find somebody to watch him for 12
Immediately
days.
abandoned.
Well, he was in the shelter his name was Spain in the shelter. They named him Spain. Okay? I saw a photo. You could have kept it. I know. I saw a photo. Well, when we call my own name, like running around Spain, it's too much, even for me.
Leo.
But, yeah, exactly. So his name was Spain, so I spotted him in January. I'm like, oh my God, his name's Spain, and he's so cute because I follow all the rescue things in Chicago. I try to post the dogs for other people to see. And then February, I'm like, Spain's still there. That's wild. Like, what a cute dog. And then March, and I'm like, man, this dog might not make it because he's at the pound in Chicago. It's completely overflowing, and there's no warning on which dogs get put down every day. Even the volunteers don't get told. So, like, at any moment, he could just be like, well, okay, you've been here 3 months. No one took you, so you're dead. It's awful. And most people don't realize how many dogs get killed every day. And then they go buy a fancy puppy instead of rescuing, and then I want to sit them down for a nice long talk. But the point is, we had a dog when I was first growing up that passed away when I was pretty young. So we got Ruffy, who my sister and I got to name Ruffy. And then we had Toby. So we always had dogs, just one dog growing up. I think they're really important for kids so that they're not afraid of dogs. I think it's hard to raise kids. They don't have to have one, but they should be around them so they get comfortable with them. I also think best case scenario, they learn a little responsibility, although that's a lot to ask. Usually the parents end up doing everything.
Yeah.
Right.
But, and then I had a fish that was so fast.
That's the creepiest thing. Someone on our production team had to write that. I just want.
I did it?
Not to peel back.
Get it together, so head over to 1-800-Flowers.com. And these Mother's Day deals, only good while supplies last. Order today at 1-800-Flowers.com/Dan, D-A-N. That's 1-800-Flowers.com/Dan.
Don Le Batard.
You getting started on the breakfast flan?
Man, I've been singing the song to myself all morning long. Breakfast flan.
Stugatz.
Have you never heard the breakfast flan
No,
song?
hit me with it.
Okay. I wish I had some breakfast flan. Breakfast flan. Where can I find a breakfast like that?
This
Oh, it
is
was
the Dan
Sarah
Le
saying
Batard
that thing.
Show with the Stugatz.
I was thinking about fish sticks the other day. What
Oh,
happened?
it was a sneak peek.
No longer?
Is it a thing kids eat? Pablo?
I haven't
Sarah Rosenthal.
Ooh, good transition to children. Nailed it.
This is a touchy topic.
Violet doesn't eat fish sticks?
Violet just got her first pet.
Oh, and it's a fish.
You don't want to be eating your own kind.
Violet's not feeding her fish sticks.
Does she eat fish?
Yeah, but the fish sticks. Okay, so on the subject of fish sticks, my frustration is that they're not really sticks anymore. They're just like nugs. That's what I'm sort of seeing.
Yeah.
How have I never even thought before about kids having a pet fish and eating fish?
Yeah, that was the first time I ever
Goldfish
thought of it.
seem like a different species. Like if we would be very aware of like if you had a pet dog and then you tried to feed your kid's dog, but they would be like, wait a minute, isn't this Ruffy, which was the first name of my dog that I named myself.
So truly what I wanted to get to here in my topic is our first pets and whether I'm doing it right.
Okay.
Getting Violet a fish. This is her pet fish.
Oh,
so we got a tank.
Pineapple.
We got a SpongeBob pineapple.
Like an angelfish thing?
This is It's pronounced apparently beta, B-E-T-T-A, but beta. With their YouTube
Kinda
videos,
like
they
you,
call it
Pablo.
beta.
It's a beautiful fish,
There's-
Pablo.
No.
I don't know how to pronounce it. It's a beautiful fish. I got real.
The hell? Why did it glitch like that?
Those are real plants, except for the SpongeBob
Right.
pineapple. Everything else there is real.
Beautiful.
Hate fake plants. The fish's name is Coop.
Like cooped up?
Like you name it Mr. Cooper?
Coop, as in she wanted to name it Poop, and we were like, let's negotiate. And we settled on Coop. So that's Violet, and that's Coop. That's the story of my life.
Beautiful.
That was my weekend. And it's a big step. A first pet, I didn't realize how big of a step it was until I was at Petco, holding, like, total cliche, all of the things you need to get a fish tank.
Okay.
Cleaner, gravel, substrate, real plants that are not fake, the fish itself, the
Wait,
air
but are the
pump
plants real?
cleaning thing. Fake plants are actually my least favorite thing.
Fake plants are
you're very
ass.
proud of your plants. So.
And also, just like fake plants don't do anything.
Right.
They are a depressing simulation of something that gives you none of the benefits.
Yeah.
Do you like the fact that the real plants like give nutrients to the water and
Absolutely.
stuff? Yeah.
You can watch them grow,
Coop deserves
and
that.
oxygenate,
Yeah.
and feed Coop. If nothing else, the goodwill of the planet that we have destroyed and taken him from, or her. I don't know if Coop is.
No way of
Okay,
knowing, maybe.
so what are you worried about in terms of whether you're doing this right?
So we start with the fish, and I just wonder. I've been warned that this is just one step.
The gateway fish? The gateway pet?
Gateway pet towards what I am not ready for, which is ultimately a dog.
Right.
As an apartment dweller in Manhattan. But I was curious what your gateway pets were, and how you felt about them in retrospect.
Oh, man. Well, my mom has always loved animals and had dogs and cats. I think when my parents met, my dad was not a huge dog person, and my mom had 2 huge dogs. And then he quickly became a dog person. And so I've just grown up, we always had a dog and we always had a cat. And it was sort of more of a given for me than like a please can I have a pet. And now looking back, I'm like, wow, my parents really, like, they were ready to take care of stuff. If they had
No, dang. She's literally just said, "You're not God. Get out of my face."
and pets, and Sarah, you have dogs. You have to, they require a lot.
They require a lot. Yeah, I have 3. One of them is a 57-pound, 10-month-old puppy right now that we've just acquired. So that one's adding a lot of work, and he's the best.
His name?
His name's Indy because we rescued him the day we left for Indonesia, which is a great plan, is to rescue a dog and then immediately have to find somebody to watch him for 12
Immediately
days.
abandoned.
Well, he was in the shelter his name was Spain in the shelter. They named him Spain. Okay? I saw a photo.
kept it.
I know. I saw a photo. Well, when we call my own name, like
Exactly.
Spain. It's too much, even for me.
Leo.
But see, yeah, exactly. So his name was Spain. So I spotted him in January. I'm like, oh my God, his name's Spain.
That
And
would've
he's
been a
so cute
good
'cause I follow all
photo.
the rescue things in Chicago.
Yes.
Dogs for other people to see. And then February, I'm like, Spain's still there. That's wild. Like, what a cute dog. And then March, and I'm like, man, this dog might not make it because he's at the pound in Chicago. It's completely overflowing, and there's no warning on which dogs get put down every day. Even the volunteers don't get told. So, like, at any moment, he could just be like, well, okay, you've been here 3 months. No one took you, so you're dead. It's awful. And most people don't realize how many dogs get killed every day. And then they go buy a fancy puppy instead of rescuing, and then I want to sit them down for a nice long pop. But the point is, we had a dog when I was first growing up that passed away when I was pretty young. So we got Ruffy, who my sister and I got to name Ruffy. And then we had Toby. So we always had dogs, just one dog growing up. I think they're really important for kids so that they're not afraid of dogs. I think it's hard to raise kids. They don't have to have one, but they should be around them so they get comfortable
Exactly.
with them. I also think best case scenario, they learn a little responsibility, although that's a lot to ask. Usually the parents end up doing everything.
Yeah.
Right.
But, and then I had a fish that was so fat and lazy that it floated upside down instead of having to like use its fins to keep moving. So we always thought it was dead over and over and over. And then you'd hit the thing and it would flip back over and be like, I'm alive.
That's me trying to wake up every morning.
Noticing a real bias in how Sarah views and empathizes with different species of animal.
Yeah. No, the fish was great. It was just hilarious.
Dogs
that we
get
kept thinking.
cute names ending in Y.
Wow.
Toby, Indy, good call. I have two other dogs, Fletch and Banks. They don't have Y's, but I actually forget the fish name right now. Which is
That's a domestic abuser if I've ever saw one.
And he didn't make
That's
it. And I'm
that's
like,
wrong.
to feed him.
That's
Or he was not
crazy.
dead. My dad was like, oh, looks dead down the toilet. He's like, I'm not dead yet. Getting better.
Can I tell you guys the name of the cat that I was brought home to?
What do you mean brought home to?
Like when I was
She was born, the cat existed
We
already.
had a dog named Bear and a cat named Aaron Purr.
This is
If anyone wants
You were
to
ahead
know
of the game on Hamilton.
If anyone wants to know why I am the way I am, it's because I have parents who named a cat Aaron Purr.
Okay, well, I have a neighbor who has chickens, and they're named Gloria Steinhen and Ruth Bader Hensberg. So those kids are also growing up in a very
also going to
specific
become
home.
podcasters.
I want to roast all of you.
Wait, so Paulo, I like the fish. My gentle suggestion, if you can get another fish of the same type, it's going to lessen the blow when the fish inevitably dies. They just don't live very long usually.
I feel like the beta fish is they're two T's. It's confusing to me.
I've always heard beta fish.
Me too.
Okay.
Until I got into
It
beta fish YouTube.
caused me
And all
to
these people
have a
are
sink
like,
of feel
This feels like the conversation we had about pickup artists. Alpha fish, beta fish.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm trying to avoid these fish truly, I would say, kino-escalating on each other, which is to say, ramming their bodies into the other.
Right.
Because that's
no question.
Is there another kind of fish that you know gets along with a betta that won't ram or eat each other?
I think it's sort of like it's like a... This fish is a real gunslinger.
Okay. Lone Ranger?
Yes, solo will occasionally ram its own reflection in that reflective, beautifully clean glass.
I actually have a different take, Sarah. I think that part of having a pet, which is good for kids, is understanding that death happens. Like when our dogs died, it was absolutely devastating, but it was also like, hey, this is a thing that happens. I do think that there was something that felt almost spiritual about it, because it was like, oh wow, okay, this isn't it gave context to life ends, and that, which is a horrifying thing as a kid, but is also like, instead of growing up sanitized from it or being like, this doesn't happen, it happened.
Memento mori, remember we all die, which is the whole value of life. Life would mean nothing if alternately.
This is why I hate cops. That's why I'm trying to also get to this
I'm
country.
just trying to save Pablo. It could be.
I mean, look, people who've heard me talk on various platforms know that my pet experience involved hamsters.
Man, CBD is strong. I ain't expecting.
Hamsters, and I feel like I need to ritually remind America of this fact. The hamsters I had were not just drug addicts; they were cannibals and murderers. Because I had hamsters too.
This story is horrifying.
I go buy hamsters. I get a wire cage. I get a plastic spinning wheel, like an exercise wheel, not unlike the one we saw in that video, except vertical. Attaches to the wired cage. So, hamsters, what do? They procreate a lot. All of these hamsters are born in the circle spinning wheel, right? That's cool, a little nest. But you know what else hamsters do, Katie Nolan? Hamsters eat their young. So what happens? Well, the hamsters begin to eat their babies inside of the plastic translucent Patrick Bateman Ferris wheel of death. And what else happens? The hamsters decapitate their babies, and so you have a spinning wheel that they're still exercising on. So the wheel is still spinning, forming a literal death rattle of hamster baby heads that I watch every day when I wake up and see, how are my pets doing? The answer, very badly. They're doing very badly.
This is why you are the way you are.
It explains so much.
It explains so much.
I can never trust or love them.
Did they eat their own babies?
That's what
I once witnessed that. Never came back from it.
Decapitated their own young and ran
I
out on a wheel
understand
full of
being
baby heads.
worried about dogs in a New York apartment and the work, and I certainly don't want people to get dogs who don't have, the ability to give them love and time. But also, I feel like I'm like for dogs, what people are with babies, where they're like trying to convince me to have kids and like, you'll just never understand love until you have your own. And I'm like, I'm good. But dogs, I'm like, I don't know how people literally live without coming home to this thing that's like so happy to see you, wants to spend every second with you, gives you emotional love and security and snuggles and like,
the snuggles are so good.
Yeah. When we come home from vacation and our dogs are like staying with someone else and it's late, just opening the door to nothing is so sad. How do you do that?
Yeah,
I can do more of it if you want. Just let me know.
What, the doggy voice?
Oh, she's a really good girl. Oh my goodness.
Some snuggles. I once accidentally hit my phone recording and recorded myself. I love you. You're the best thing that's ever. I love you so much. Did you know that and it's just like on, and I read it and I was like, oh my God, get a hold of your life.
Damn.
This is why, I mean, partly why I can't have a dog.
Why?
You'd have to
You
feel
don't have a
something?
dog?
No, not her.
Beyond dog voice, also just the clear anti-fish bigotry that you guys are both exhibiting.
You can't hug a fish.
Not with that attitude.
Fish doesn't remember you. Get an octopus if you want a tank. Octopus remember you, will play games with you, has feelings. It's probably smarter than all of us, might be aliens. A fish, it's just part of the
That escalated quickly.
Oh, do some research on octopus.
No, I have, but I haven't seen the alien part.
People, there's this like thing about how they don't
No,
share
just
DNA with
some
almost any
more.
other species on Earth. So it's like where'd they come from? Who are they? That's it.
Right.
And also, like, don't we think it's a little weird that this animal can just like change shape and color and texture just anytime they want? Like nothing. Like a chameleon's like, let me get a little green. Octopus like makes their entire body look like a rock. Or
Yeah,
like,
you can squeeze an octopus through the size of a quarter, like a whole.
yeah, there's an octopus that
Like Alex
found a
Mack.
way out the like air conditioning shafts of like a aquarium to become
An octopus can unscrew a closed jar lid from the inside.
Octopuses also have a different personality in each of their tentacles. Like there's a little brain in each tentacle. So like one would be a great lover, by the way, if you think about it, which everyone started talking about after that My Octopus Friend movie where that guy was definitely
that guy wanted to octopus.
1,000%. But if you think about it, which I did after watching that movie, I was like, did he octopus? If they each have a different brain in their tentacle, like you could have a tender lover and...
Guys, I'm busy tonight. I'm having a 9-way with this octopus.
Hey listeners, it's Mike Ryan, and I've changed a lot over the course of 20 years that you've known me. I've gone from unlikable to, well, my hair has changed. But my point is, while a lot's changed over our relationship, there's one thing that hasn't changed one bit, and that's a great taste of Miller Lite. Another thing that hasn't changed is that it's less filling. So what's the best thing about the original light beer? Miller Lite has sparked this debate way back in 1975, and we still haven't settled it. Keep it simple. It's got undebatable quality, great taste, 96 calories. You know all those things. It's a beer that strips everything away that you don't need and holds on to what matters most. But with Miller Lite, you don't have to choose what's best. Miller Lite has great taste and is less filling. It's both those things. It tastes like Miller time. Get Miller Lite delivered right to your door. Visit MillerLite.com/Dan, or you can find it pretty much anywhere that sells beer. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories per 12
So he was
ounces.
pretty much a prick, but it's still sad to see.
Premium regular beer.
Don Lebacard.
Oh, I like firing people, so I take the opportunity to fire whenever I possibly can because I can use it as a learning experience for them and try to help them out and try to point out what they did wrong. But in this case, the employee was enough levels below where I was that I did not do the firing, but I had it done within moments of discovery.
Oh wow, that was his friend. Oh.
It's just absurd. It's absurd. Stugats.
I'm talking about people who I fire who deserve it. Who have
Oh, that was
done
for them.
something that actively requires me to fire them. It is my unadulterated pleasure to do so.
This is the Don Lebatar Show with the Stugats.
Full support. That's the Nothing Personal word of the day. It is Friday, May 10th, 2024. We are going full lover boy today because we have a show about people who are going to have a lot of weekends in front of them. We're starting the show in Phoenix. So many places we could have started. We talked about the possibility of the Mavericks tying the series against the Thunder, how great it was. We had Sarah in tears before the show started, exhausted, but happy tears because the Rangers are up 3-0, doing things that they haven't done since she was barely a thought of being born a few months later. I really wanted to go right to Frank Vogel. Because Frank Vogel is a coach of the Phoenix Suns who works for Matt Ishbia. Matt Ishbia, who's competing right now. We don't have a clear winner, but we are right now in a process where somehow we got budget for Meadowlark. And we are doing focus groups. We're doing data analytics. And we are trying to decide who's going to be our next Danny Boy, who will take the mantle as the greatest provider of amazing things to talk about for a daily show like Nothing Personal. And I have thrown Matt Ishbia's name, image, and likeness in the ring because he seems to be an endless fountain of idiocy. And yesterday, that idiocy reared its ugly head yet again. Its unsuccessful head yet again. And Frank Vogel got fired. Now, you may not know the name Frank Vogel, but should. Coached the Lakers, you may remember. He signed a 5-year, $31 million deal, and he has served, wait for it.
Oh no, Ryan Dunn died? I didn't know that. Damn, I love Jackass, but it was so stupid at the same time.
And the best part is, after the first round sweep at the hands of the Minnesota Timberwolves, side note, this next segment is brought to you by Pablo Torre Finds Out. In the most recent episode of Pablo Torre Finds Out, there is an in-depth 50-minute discussion on the ownership nightmare that is the Minnesota Timberwolves and the fight between Mike Taylor, the octogenarian current owner, and Alex Rodriguez and Mark Laurie, the potential we really want to own the team. They're in arbitration right now, and he goes through in 50 minutes what I've been able to go through with you guys in stories leading up to that, but he goes into some detail and has a funny little show about it. Minnesota Timberwolves, you could say, have some issues, but they're on the court, leading the Nuggets 2-0. Potentially have now one of the top 5 players going forward in Anthony Edwards now and for the next half a decade, maybe more.
Damn, neither of them survived. Damn, you hate to see stories like that. That's why you don't drink and drive, people. Or get high and drive.
Said, all right, Frank, let me go back to tell you how funny this is, because the word of the day is full support. Frank Vogel, he basically had the following quote when asked, are you going to be back? It's so great that the media asks these questions of a 5-year deal coach who's 1 year into his deal, who makes the playoffs, gets swept by the Wolves, and then is asked in the post-game press conference, hey, how do you feel? You coming back? Managers and coaches have been asked that since the dawn of time, and they all say the same thing. It's a stupid question to ask. The question is always answered by, well, I feel no reason not to. I feel like we put this organization in a great position. We're going to learn from this adversity, and we're going to come back stronger and kick some arse. And Frank Vogel did something that we tell coaches and managers when you are given a vote of confidence or when you feel as though you're secure in your job, just don't mention that you've got the support of the owner's name. Mention that you've got the full support of the organization, that you love
Damn, I
your
remember
relationship with
Pedro.
your GM, that you're fortunate to be in a city with such great fans, with a clubhouse that you love to be at every day. But Vogel said, I have the full support of Matt Ishbia. What is it to have the full support of a completely irrational owner who's got new owner-itis, who has an ego the
Damn,
size of Texas, and is trying to figure
even
out
the
how to
girl
win a
that
championship,
she was with.
except the only way to win a championship is to do exactly what your instinct tells you not to do. I guess you could Costanza it, and the Phoenix Suns would have a chance. So, only a few short moments after having the full support of Matt Ishbia, at the urging of nobody but Matt Ishbia.
Damn, both of them died. Damn.
Let me do that differently.
30 years ago, he would have been 52.
One guy. There has to be. 4, 12, 8, 16. At the urging of at most one guy, Matt Ishbia said,
I remember Rachel Brown. Oh, damn.
we put Durant and Booker together. That is a first-class championship caliber team. We brought in Bradley. We love you, Beal. And if only he could talk, he would say, I'm not worth $50 million a year for the next 3 years. But they realized that the issue was Vogel. And this is Ishbia and his top lieutenant, the greatest executive in the history of sports, Isaiah Thomas. It would be the equivalent of a smart GM asking Jeter what he thinks about a team, or a smart GM asking Jordan what he thinks about a team. It puts the ass in asinine. But Isaiah Thomas may have said to Ishbia, oh, this is it. It's not me. It's not me. It's not these deals that we did because I told you to do them.
Yes, sir. Knocked away.
It's the coach. Let's get what's the difference. You're going to pay him $31 million over 5. You'll pay him not to coach. You'll capitalize it. You'll write it off in year 1. It's all good. Well, Isaiah, who do you think we should hire? Good question, Matt. I got to tell you, I was one heck of a coach before you became an owner. Why don't you go back and look at my track record? I can take these players the respect that Durant and Booker have for me. I'm your man, George Michael. I can pretty much guarantee you that Matt Ishbia is going to hire a coach, and that coach is not going to last a very long time. And the person that I feel for, I sort of feel for both Durant and Devin Booker, more so for Booker. Devin Booker, notwithstanding any choices he makes off the court, Devin Booker, I mean, I'm not here to criticize anybody's love life.
Good Lord.
Amazing. I'm just saying that when you're dating someone in the Kardashian-Jenner group, you're opening the Chris Humphries treatment.
You've got to be fucking serious.
7th coach in 10 years. Raise your hand. Not that I'll see it because I'm talking to an empty couch. Raise your hand if you think that playing for 7 coaches in 10 years is a good plan. Or do you think that the Spurs plan, where Popovich has been there since 1996, hasn't won in a decade, hasn't been out of the first round, I guess, probably in 7 years, maybe 17 could have been the last time. Miami Heat, Spoelstra's been around since 08. It's a long time. Even the Warriors, Kerr's been around for 14 through that dynasty. Who thinks that cycling through coaches is the best way to win? Raise your hand if you're sure, and believe me, this ain't axe. This is sure. Because you don't want to blame yourself, you don't want to blame the players.
Wow.
So just cycle through a bunch of coaches and say, we're looking for a new voice. How much input do you think Durant and Booker had in Vogel moving on? Do you think the way it worked is that they had their end-of-season meeting with Ishbia? Don't worry, someone like Ishbia doesn't do stuff like that. Their end-of-season meetings last the entire off-season because Ishbia is the type of owner who's texting the players who are rolling their eyes, putting their phones away, not interested in hearing from them. I've seen this. Believe me, I've seen it up close and personal, Michelle Pfeiffer and Robert Redford. And, hey, who do you want? Who do you want to coach you? What do you think of that Bucks guy that got fired because he was out in the first round? And I know him, he's good. What about Budenholzer? Let's bring him in. Let's recycle him. He won a championship with the Bucks. Can you imagine riding one championship for the rest of your career?
I remember Joey Kova.
It's awesome.
I remember watching.
So the rumor is that Budenholzer's going to get the job, which means he has the job already. There is no way that Ishbia is going to do a coaching search. What are they going to come in for 8 hours of interviews with Ishbia? He's got mortgages to screw you on. He's not spending time interviewing coaches for 8 hours, 5 coaches, making sure you interview minority coaches. Horse hockey. He's got Budenholzer wrapped up and signed already. So he's going to pay him. Budenholzer's not going to do it for free. He's going to want more than Vogel.
Wow.
So now we'll have 2 coaches making approximately $6 to $7 million a year.
I remember him.
I love it. And do you know what it's going to lead to? Bupkis. Because Kevin Durant and Devin Booker and Bradley Beal, and mark my words, that threesome is worse than Laura Flynn Boyle, Stephen Baldwin, and Josh Charles. Anyway, anyone got that?
Damn.
Is there anyone listening? According to my math, there should be 58% of you who know exactly what I just said, and Coca and Sarah are not on that list.
All right, everybody, Mother's Day is officially around the corner. If Mom's gift isn't already on the way, you've got hours, maybe even minutes to get it together, so head over to 1-800-Flowers.com right this second. 1-800-Flowers still has great last-minute deals on handmade bouquets, sweet treats, gourmet food, and one-of-a-kind gifts, ordered easily and
Still
delivered
hurts.
fresh. You want to get Mom something that shows your appreciation for all that she's done? We know you've been a knucklehead. She knows you've been a knucklehead. Please do better. Help your mom feel appreciated this Mother's Day. This is your last chance to lock in these Mother's Day deals. Only good while supplies last. Order today at 1-800-Flowers.com/Dan, D-A-N. That's 1-800-Flowers.com/Dan.
Hey, listeners, it's Mike Ryan, and I've changed a lot over the course of 20
I
years
remember
that you've
that.
known me. I've gone from
Oh, I remember
unlikable
this one.
well, my hair has changed. But my point is, while a lot's changed over our relationship, there's one thing that hasn't changed one bit, and that's a great taste of Miller Lite. Another thing that hasn't changed is that it's less filling. So what's the best thing about the original light beer? Miller Lite has sparked this debate way back in 1975, and we still haven't settled it. Keep it simple. It's got undebatable quality, great taste, 96 calories. You know all those things. It's a beer that strips everything away that you don't need and holds on to what matters most. But with Miller Lite, you don't have to choose what's best. Miller Lite has great taste and is less filling. It's both those things. Tastes like Miller time.
It's so sad to see people get killed off like that.
Visit MillerLite.com/Dan, or you can find it pretty much anywhere that sells beer. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories per 12 ounces. Fewer calories and carbs than premium regular beer.
You're listening to DraftKings Network.
So it's looking like I'm going to win this game.
Hello, welcome to the Hockey Show. My name is Roy Bellamy. That's David York of the Hockey News. Coming up today, we have Sarah Sivian from the Bleacher Report. We're going to talk about the entire landscape of the playoffs here in the second round. But first, we're going to talk about the Boston Bruins series that the Panthers are currently enshrined in. They've already played 2 games, and they were drastically different, Dave.
Yeah, pretty different. Each team kind of coming away with one that they're happy with. Fun series, though, especially the way Game 2 round up. I mean, obviously,
Missouri will
nice,
play.
but all that fighting and fun, and we're
It's
going to get to that
Texas A&M
soon,
in the
It's been a
championship.
fun series. It's been kind of what we expected, and selfishly, I would love to see it go deep. I'd love to see a 6 or 7 game series. It looks like we're going that way, but so far, some great playoff hockey.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's start with Game 1. The Panthers lost 5-1 against the Bruins, and they came out well. It was a clean start.
That first down will seal the deal.
For the first half of the first period, and then it seems like the Bruins kept their sea legs and dominated from there on out.
Yeah, it was interesting because Boston just, less than 2 days before had just played their Game 7 against Toronto. So, big emotional win. They did it at home, then they had to travel. I mean, obviously, we saw the Panthers do it last year to where they had to win a Game 7, and they had to start another series right away. And then what did they do? They went to Boston, they went to Toronto, straight from Boston and won 2 straight. So it's certainly doable when you get that playoff momentum. But yeah, it was a big game for Boston. Matthew Tkachuk scored first for the Panthers, got the ball rolling for them. But I think it was like a minute later that Boston tied the game, and it just kind of felt like slowly but surely they got that nice goal in the final minute of the second period that I thought was huge for them. It's because it really gave them that big momentum boost, that emotional lift heading into the locker room, going into what was probably going to be the toughest period of the game. And they just ran away with it. A great game, by the way, by Jeremy Swayman in Game 1. He had been lights out to that point and continued it then. So it was a fun Game 1, not so much for the Panthers, Roy, but, again, it gave them something to build
on. Something to build on. Yeah, absolutely. Brandon Carlo came in late.
That was a cool story, by the way. He got a lot of attention after the game, but I didn't mean to cut you off there. I think you were going to go with it, but I mean, can you imagine? I mean, we've both kind of been there. We've been through the whole fatherhood thing.
Yeah.
Can you imagine having to go through all that and then sandwich it between 2 plane flights and going out and playing a hockey game? Brandon Montour did it last year during the final.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like, having that feeling, winning Game 7, having a kid, spending as much time as you can with this new child, who's a boy. His name is Crew, I believe, right?
Yeah, it was CCC were the initials.
Triple C.
Triple C.
And then having to board the flight and missing morning skate, but being able to make the game and then scoring. I mean, that has to be a tremendous feeling.
God, that's so cool.
Yeah. The Panthers made a lineup change to start Game 2. Paul Maurice said that it was a change at the end of Game 5 of the Tampa series. They saw Matthew Tkachuk move up to the first line.
Yes.
And Sam Reinhart moving down to the second line. It seemed like it worked at the end of Game 5, but for the first 4 periods of this series did not work for them.
Yeah, well, what happened
Ow, my
in the
arm.
Tampa series, when Tampa was down 3-1, they needed to do whatever they could to stay in that series. They put Brandon Point, Steven Stamkos, and Nikita Kucherov on a line together, so Florida made a switch to try to match up with that. Obviously, as you said, it worked well in that game. I think Florida won 5-1 to 6-1 or whatever it was in the deciding game against Tampa. So you wanted to keep that together. Hey, it looked pretty good. Let's see how it looks against Boston. Florida goes out in game 1 against Boston. 11 minutes through the second period. They've got a 1-0 lead. So something, was there a little bit. They kept with it. Paul Maurice, once they got into game 2 and South Bend started going Florida's way, he switched it back to what we saw through most of the Tampa series after Sam Bennett got hurt in game 2. And it really seemed to click things back into shape for Florida, because once you put those lines together,
Okay, that was scary.
they've gone 4 games without a shot on goal. And then you put him back on that top line with Barkov and Reinhart, and all of a sudden he gets 3 or 4 shots in the last game alone. So it really sparked the entire lineup, Roy. And as you saw, the Panthers started scoring and they just ran with it.
Before we go into Game 2, let's talk about the defense and puck handling. The Panthers did not do well either. Aaron Ekblad did not have a good game at all.
No, that was very uncharacteristic to see from Ekblad. He struggled a lot in Game 1. A couple of pretty bad turnovers. One of the Boston goals, he was one screening Bob. I think it was the Carlo goal that he was screening Bob. 2 of the goals came off of Ekblad turnovers in the Panthers end. Just, as I said, very un-Ekblad-like game, because he's always lights out. He's a great defensive defenseman first. But he, like many of the Panthers, did bounce back in Game 2, but very unlike him.
Plus the breakaway by Justin Brazeau, that was not a good look, seeing Aaron Ekblad chasing him down.
No, and again, you never want to see it, because Ekblad's one of your top pairing guys, right? Him and Forsling are on the ice more than any other defenseman. So to see him kind of have that kind of a rough night, it almost puts the team in a bit of an awkward spot, because you're used to certain guys kind of being your anchors, right? That you can rely on, okay, I'm going to get X, Y, and Z from these guys. And when that starts to not happen, it can throw everybody in for a little bit of a loop. And I wonder if that's a little bit of what we saw in Game 2 or in Game 1.
Well, the good news is Game 2 is a completely different situation, especially by the defensive units, both offensively and defensively. They played much better. The defense actually led the way in setting up.
Then she was like, "Ooh."
Was it just Forsling had a monster goal? But again, it's been the story of the season, or this Panthers team, not just this season, but the last couple of seasons, is their defense fuels their offense. I mean, it's such a 5-man game that they play. Whether it's Aaron Ekblad, whether it's Brendan Montour, whether it's Chris Forsling, Oliver Ekman-Larsson, you've got guys that can jump into the play and contribute, and the Panthers definitely rely on them.
Game 2 didn't start that well, because, again, that was the 4th period of that new lineup. It came out slow. And gave up
No, I'm disappointed it didn't work.
and
Well, after this game,
Jackson
I'm gonna check
finally
the
decided, you know what? Enough of this. Let's put the Lions in the blender, and that's when Alexander Barkov took over.
Oh my God! If anything in that game too was holy, what a night from Alex Barkov. And really, it's three games in a row now that Barkov has been pretty lights out. But it's amazing when that man takes a game over. When that man starts, when he gets that like Ovechkin, McDavid type alpha mindset. I'm trying to remember who I was talking about this recently, but somebody was asking me, like, is Sasha Barkov still an underrated player? And the reason I think he even has that moniker, that idea surrounding
where he plays his games.
Well, it's because when you watch him play, like you see, like this guy could be like a 60-goal scorer if he wanted to be. This guy could take over every game if he just stopped focusing so much on defense and he just was like an offensive-minded guy. Like he could be a superstar in this league if he did that, but that's not who he is. He's a Bergeron. He's a Selkie guy, and that's his game, which is great. But I think that could be maybe why people consider him as an underrated guy, just because you could tell that there could be so much more if he pushed that part of his game, but that's not who he is.
So many goals that
knocked away.
Just prevented.
Yes.
Just by back checking.
It's not sexy, but it's very important.
Absolutely very important. Let's talk about the Stephen Lawrence goal. That was good forechecking by the fourth line. Forced the turnover. I mean, Boston was clearly ready to go in transition, go the other way, but it was hilarious to me to see Stephen Lawrence that wide open in front of the crease as basically all the Boston Bruins were facing facing Sergei Bobrovsky trying to go back the other way.
Well, that's just Panthers hockey. They forced a turnover. They totally threw Boston's exit out of whack. Their defensemen were out of position. But credit to Stephen Lawrence, that's not easy to do what he did. Like Brendan Montour served him up a perfect softball pitch of a wrist shot. It was a great placement by Brendan Montour, but it's still really hard. He had to choke up on his stick in the moment, get his blade on it, tip it just enough to keep it under the barb, going in the net. Steve Lorenz has got some skill. Like, it's his second big goal he scored in this playoffs. And that fourth line, Roy, I mean, of all the inconsistencies that we saw in the first 4 periods of the Boston series, the fourth line really carried the team at times. That was the energy.
Yeah, it's going to be hard.
Oh, yes. Got him all.
Yeah. Ryan Lombard's, not only that, but if Sam Bennett comes back, when Sam Bennett comes back, maybe game 3, we'll see. That game is tonight. But when Sam Bennett comes back and that domino effect comes, because then Anton Lundell goes to the third line, Kevin Stenlund goes back to the fourth line. So who's going off the fourth line? Ryan Lombard can't get on the fourth line with Bennett out of the lineup. So now that Bennett comes back, it's that much harder, because who's going to come out? Is it going to be Lorenz? Because he's been playing great. He's the center, so maybe he comes out. But I don't know. Does Okposo come out and Lorenz slide to the wing?
It can't be Cousins, because that's Lombard's off game.
No, Cousins is like the guy who's probably not going to, because he's not a fourth.
I was surprised that he had that type of
top 6 at times.
There's no room in the lineup.
He was great on that line with Bennett and Tkachuk last year in the playoffs, but that's the thing. That's the luxury of their Fort is right now. They're so deep. They're like 5 lines and 4 deep pairings deep right now. It's such a luxury.
Yeah, the Panthers looked like they were just throwing pucks on net a lot more, and a lot more screens in front of Swayman, and then eventually the Bruins had to take Swayman out and put Linus Ullmark in, and Panthers ended up winning that one 6-1 to split the series. We got 2.5 minutes left. We got to hurry up and talk about what happened in the third period. 12 misconducts and a fight between Magic Tkachuk and David Pastrnak.
Where do we start? I guess you got to start with the fight, just because like it's not often you see superstars going at it. Tkachuk is one of those, unicorn type superstars that will fight. David Pastrnak, I believe it was the second fight of his entire career. A credit to Pasta for getting pissed and, I'm going to handle this myself. I'm not going to send somebody out there. I'm not going to send one of our, agitators out there to deal with it. No, him and Tkachuk met at center ice. Tkachuk won the fight, but I don't think, anybody really cares in terms of the hockey sense of it. Like, there's a hockey code, right? There's an article in The Athletic about it that I was reading last night. They both kind of answered the bell. It was really cool to see, and the way that the game was going. And now I'm just excited to see where it leads in Game 3, Roy, just because you don't see that kind of stuff so often. And Boston was pissed.
Yeah, it seems like the shift before they were discussing, hey, listen, we're going to fight each other, right?
Yes.
And that's pretty much what's going to happen. And then Pasta went to the bench and told Jim Montgomery, hey, I'm going to fight.
I'm going to fight. Is that cool?
Exactly.
Do you mind, Coach?
And like, hey, we're not going to win this game, so hey, do what you want to do. Just don't get injured. And they went right back out there, and Matthew Tkachuk proceeded to pummel David Pastrnak.
Yes.
They landed a right hand that, as Pasta was already falling, knocked his helmet backwards and then knocked him backwards. And somehow, some way, Pasta ended up on top of Matthew Tkachuk, on top of his back as he slid off and then started and gave a couple of punches.
You remember those old Rock'em Sock'em robots?
Yeah.
That's what it reminded me of when I saw Pasta's helmet go popping off like that. I just reminded me of those the Rock'em Sock'em.
Yeah, Rock'em Sock'em robots. That's exactly what it looked like. Yeah. So the third period was taken to the gutter by the Boston Bruins, and the Panthers responded in kind and ended up pretty much coming up on top physically and in the scoreboard, on the scoreboard. So, yeah, a good night for the Panthers as the series is now split.
Yes,
at one apiece. Best. Oh, listen, we're going at the Boston.
They went 3-1 in Boston in last year's playoff series.
Yeah. Road Warriors.
They don't mind it.
We got Sarah Sivian coming up next. We're going to talk about the entire landscape and possibly talk about the Tkachuk and Pasta fight again. All right, joining us now is Sarah Sivian of Bleacher Report. She is the NHL columnist there, and we are going to talk about hockey with the NHL columnist. The Toronto Maple Leafs have had their exit.
Damn, Alec Burks has been in the league 13 years. Wow.
An interesting statement has come out, one that has apparently tickled the fancy of David Dwork. Dave, what is that?
So Brad Treliving, the GM of the Toronto Maple Leafs, is giving their exit interviews. And Sarah, he just said, quote, "We need to find a way to do the hard, unsexy things longer, and they're not related to skill." I did not know what to make of that. Perhaps you can help me out a little bit, Sarah.
I think we've officially broken the Toronto Maple Leafs. I think they've said everything that they could possibly say. I was at the Game 7 where Sheldon Keefe said the other team sets up the Leafs to beat themselves, and that's when you know it's over. It's blow it up. It's done.
Oh, my God. I mean, seriously, we're having statements like this coming out of another bad postseason for the Maple Leafs. I mean, they made it out of the first round once in the last 5 years. They just can't. As a Bruin fan, that makes Sarah happy, but I mean, they just can't get out of their own way. I mean, it's ridiculous.
They can't. I don't know. You see the Mitch Marner scapegoat situation, but at the same time, you should change as much as possible. I think ousting Sheldon Keefe was the move. I know he had the classy video that everyone was running to say how classy he is. Classy doesn't win you the second round. Barely wins you the first round. So they need a really good, hard-nosed coach, but not Mike Babcock.
No, actually, you kind of mentioned what I wanted to ask you about before we move on from this, and that was the Sheldon Keefe interview. I thought it was lovely. I thought the background was tranquil.
And Caitlin Clark is loving it.
Goodbye send-off to piss off everybody in Southern Ontario. What did you think when you saw that?
Yeah, I thought, oh my God, he's auditioning for his next job. If that was me, I'd probably just take the money and run. But what do you do? I don't have that coach mentality. He would be a great coach somewhere else, I think. I mean, it's just the Leafs. What do you even do? I don't know. He's probably relieved that this is over.
Oh, wow.
Like, Jesus, can you imagine coaching that
And it's
team?
all happening in the first half.
Yeah, can you imagine running that team? What about Brendan Shanahan? Is this possibly his last year?
It doesn't look like it by the sounds of the press conference. Like, they're going to cling to him they're claw him away. Like, it's not happening. They're saying he's a champion. I'm like, I am not so sure about that after seeing the way these things have gone, but it just goes to show you that, it's so much harder to get rid of an owner, a president, etc., than it is any other position. So you go bottom up. You go Mitch Marner, the supporting cast of the Leafs, and then the head coach.
So, Sarah, moving on to the Stanley Cup playoffs.
The actual teams are in it.
Yeah, the teams that are still playing.
One with United's backdrop shortcut.
The Boston Bruins, Florida Panthers series. Obviously, Roy and I have been paying very close attention to that. I'm sure
I
you
know
are
which
as well,
one I
being
prefer.
up in the Boston area.
The one with the United
When you
app.
saw Game 2, the end of Game 2, when we saw Brendan Montour trolling Brad Marchand with the Ricky Boat, when we saw David Pastrnak and Matthew Tkachuk dropping the gloves at center ice. I mean, is this one of the best old-time hockey series that we're going to see right now? Because it's been amazingly entertaining for us.
Absolutely. This is what we live for. There's different drama, different tropes than last year, but last year's vibes brought into this year, I think, if you ask me. And I love any lopsided, like, game 1, 5-1, game 2, like, any other direction. I feel like this is most entertaining. Everyone's saying Dallas and the Avalanche are the most entertaining, but I really think this is the most entertaining of the playoffs. Especially, you've got David Pastrnak dropping the playoffs. I mean, who else could bring that out but Matthew Tkachuk?
How do you think the city's taking this series now that it's split?
Which city? Boston?
Boston. The city that you're currently living in. And you will see people over here with their hair on fire. What the hell is going on in Boston?
And I think, oh, God. The discourse has always been like the Bruins were on borrowed time and they weren't going to win this round. So I think game 1 was a bit of a tease, and then you're like, oh, finally we're back down to earth. But it's just so interesting how
Lower top and even
the Bruins won game 1. So you just like, I just think game 3. I mean, hottest take in the world. The next game is the most important one, but it really is going to define the series.
So after game 2, a lot of the discourse or whatever on social media, a lot of hatred toward Matthew Tkachuk from Boston fans, calling him a rat, saying, you know, he was sucker punching Pasta. I don't know about all that. I thought it was a good hockey fight. I thought maybe Chucky took it maybe a little too far at the end. Maybe he threw an extra punch or two, but I mean,
so did Pasta.
Well, that's the thing, right? This is hockey. It's the playoffs. Everybody's crazy. I loved it, but is Matthew Tkachuk currently the most hated non-Boston hockey player out there, Sarah?
If he is, I don't get it. I think he's highly entertaining. I think he goads people into things and they accept. Like Pastrnak said himself, I can take a punch. Like, I can handle it, and I wanted to do that. I agreed to it. So I think that was a good, clean hockey fight. I agree with you guys. I think if he's not heated, he's not doing his job right.
I mean, you bring up a good point.
2021.
Does goad people into scrums a lot of time, and then Matthew Tkachuk skates away like kind of like the mischievous kid who like sets something on fire and then walks away laughing. Like that seems to be the edge to his game, sir.
Absolutely, he draws penalties. If you look at any of the advanced analytics metrics at any point in the season, he's going to be up. Him and Brady are both up there with drawing penalties, and it's like it's so effective. Like the ratio of getting to drawing penalties that they have nailed that, and it's just such a unique. It's not a relic of the olden days because he's not particularly. Like, I know people will disagree and say that he is a dirty player, but they're just being biased. He's pretty clean. He isn't injuring people, you know, but he's scoring. Like it's some way the olden days, but it's like the new version of the olden days, and I'm just so here. It's like quintessential hockey to me.
Yep, I'm here for it. Sarah, with this series, before we move on, I want to quickly ask you about the goaltending in Boston, just because Swayman's been ridiculous. I mean, he's been amazing throughout the playoffs. You have one rough game in game 2. I mean, 2 periods really that were rough. And Omar comes in. There's talk maybe, Montgomery's going to make a change. I don't think he should. I think he should roll with Jeremy Swayman. But what's the situation? What's the chatter up in Boston? Do you think he's going to continue to roll with Swayman, or maybe we're going to start switching it up again?
I think you don't take your best player out of the game, which is why they went with him in game 1, and then you saw what happened. I think he's had way too many good periods and good games to take him out, and then I think putting Allmark in at the end of the last game is an indication that they're going to keep rolling with Swayman. I keep calling it Swaymar. Like, can we talk about
it? I mean, it is Swaymar. It quite literally is Swaymar. Those people are like two peas in pot.
They are. I mean, you look at Allmark's metrics against the Panthers, and you think there's a case to maybe put him in because he's been incredible, but you can't let one period, like 2 rough periods really deter you too much from what has been the consistently best player on the Bruins and one of the best goalies in the postseason right now. Like, the team has not been great around him more often than not. So you look at that, and I think, especially with putting Allmark in at the end of game 2, I feel like they're going back to him.
Finally in the series, where do you see this one finishing?
I think the Panthers are going to win. I just think they've been the better team all year. The Bruins were really confident after game 7, and we were talking to Jim Montgomery, and he said, I've never seen them so confident in overtime, and that confidence carried over to game 1 where they had like no business. And Brandon Carlo just had a baby, like he's popping up the baby, he's running on the private jet and he's scoring goals. Like they're kind of running on confident fumes, but the Panthers are the objective better team. But I don't know, like did Bobrovsky get shaken in game 1? Probably not because of his game 2 response, but this is why game 3 is so important. Like this is where the like fat is shaven off and you just see really who is the better team.
Oh, wow. He's over here bringing out private jets. He's got diapers to buy, man. Got baby food to get. I mean, what's going on here?
We bought him a little with the goal.
Yeah.
Sarah, another team going right now in the Eastern Conference playoffs that you're familiar with is the Carolina Hurricanes. They lost last night, again, in overtime, to the Rangers. And they are now down 3-0 in that series. Is their window closing? Is their championship window closing? Because this could be back-to-back years that they're ousted by sweep.
Well, contracts are going to start coming up. I mean, you got Rod Moore's contract up, but that's the position they always put themselves in with their management and front office. But you've got Aho's contract coming up, Jared Biden's, Pesci's, Slavin's. Like, it's getting to the point where, yeah, you have to start questioning things. But I mean, when you look, these are such brutal losses because they're all basically by 1 goal. They're all by not scoring on the power play, and it's been, what are they, 0 for 15? Yeah, on the power play this round. That's inexcusable, but you don't know why. Like, on one hand, the Rangers are so freaking good, and their penalty kill has just been systemic. Like, it's been the absolute best penalty kill I've seen in a minute, but at the same time, you have to get through it 1 of 15 times. And that's how close these games are, and you're just not there. It's so concerning. Like, there's no shaking it off, if that makes sense. It feels like every game is bleeding into the next instead of like 1-10 nothing loss where you just shake it off. It's like, no, the bad vibes are bleeding.
Yeah, I was going to say, is this more on Carolina not playing well, or is it the Rangers being that dominant? It can't just be the penalty kill. I mean, the penalty kill has been excellent, but it's got to be more than that for the Rangers, right? It's got to be Shesterkin.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a secret third thing, Igor Shesterkin, not really a secret, but they're getting out goalied. Of course they are, because you have to score on the power play against an all-class goalie like that. It's like a little bit of both, as it always is. People don't ever
huddle
want to
run-out
think that, though. They're like
will
trying to
arrested and
blame
players do better
their own
catching the
team,
ball and
or
improve catching and
they're
lockdown.
happy for the team
This
that's
one's my
winning,
favorite
but at
one
the end
so
of the day,
far.
it's like a little bit of both things.
I just had to eat it.
To the Western Conference, Sarah. I've been thoroughly entertained so far. We're only 2 games in, but Colorado-Dallas has been a lot of fun. We saw a sit comeback in Game 1 by the Avs. We saw Dallas take it to them in Game 2 last night. I really hope this series goes 7. But when I watch the series, I see a team in Dallas who's got an amazing goaltender. They've got some solid defensive structure, and they can score. But then there's Colorado who can just blow you out of the building. It feels like what could be, Roy, what I think maybe one of the best series of the playoffs. But what's been your take on it so far?
Yeah, Colorado is one of the fastest hockey teams you'll ever see, and they are so confident that they can rely on like their third period. But I think at the end of the day, that's going to be what does them in. I mean, Captain Obvious, but the way the Stars kind of grind you down, they are built for the best of 7, right? They have one of the most consistent lineups you've seen. Like, it's not one star. I mean, Wyatt Johnston certainly is emerging as a potential star. But they have different ages, different strengths, like all these people down the lineup that anybody can withstand a 7-game series. So I like the Stars coming out of this, especially if the Avalanche keep testing fate. Like, it's fun to watch, that's for certain, but at the same time, they gotta show up on time. Jeez.
They also have the best name in the playoffs, I think, in Logan Stankoven, this rookie who's just amazing. But love the name. Stankoven?
Stankoven. Stanky. That's his hockey.
That's his nickname. That's what he likes to be called. They asked him and he said that.
Oh, I love it. You know, this kind of feels like Florida and Boston as far as the rest versus rush situation, you know, because Colorado's coming off their 5-game series with the Jets, so they are pretty much rested. And then you got Dallas coming off of Vegas. They won 7 games. Like, could you see this being a similar situation as the Bruins and Panthers series?
I never know. This is like such a talking point, right? But I want to see the data on it because I never know what is the actual advantage. Like, I do know Swayman's comments that he just wanted rest being a detriment, but at the same time, I've talked to the Hurricanes trainer, Bill Burns, and he's a great guy. He's one of the best trainers in the league, and he says at this day and age, with the technology they have to have physical battles on the ice when you're sweeping a team, right? And when you're at practice, there's no excuse for rest, rest being an issue, but or rest. What do you guys think about this? Because I genuinely can't decide which one I'd rather be.
Well, I know game one, Florida, I mean, they came out. I mean, the first half of the first period was great for them, but the rest of the game just did not live up to standards. Of course, that may have been a lineup issue that
Let's say they looked out of sync. They looked the lines were a little messed up the way that they switched up the lines at the end of the Tampa series because Tampa put the Point, Kucherov, Stamkos all in one line, and Maurice rolled with that. Now they might get Bennett back. It's been a very fluid situation with the lines last few games for Tampa, but they did get them back together for game two, and we saw what happened.
Maurice should call his old friend Brindamore and tell him to switch up the lines himself. Jeez.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll listen.
So, Sarah, looking at the last series we haven't talked about, Edmonton, Vancouver, when I was kind of thinking about this before our interview, thinking about what I wanted to ask you about it, I have a question for you regarding the Edmonton Oilers. Just their playoff in success that I was thinking about over the last few years. Who do you think the best defenseman to play for the Edmonton Oilers over the last decade is?
In this game, you're desperate to win. But the Pacers made one bonehead play after another.
I like Ekholm. I mean, that's recency bias, but I think his impact on the lineup has been palpable, especially when they
You get the
haven't
picture.
had good goaltending whatsoever, when in the past maybe they've had slightly better goaltending at times. I don't know. Darnell Nurse when he's cooking, but he has not cooked in several years. So
Just try one more time.
yeah. I don't know. I like Ekholm right now, and I think ask me after this playoff run because he could have a good impact on the team.
It's just crazy to think going back, at least 10 years, as far as back as I went, just thinking about this Oilers team, that they're always you feel like they're right there, but they can't get over the hump. They really, whether it's been an investment issue or just bad choices between defensemen and goalies, they just cannot get it right on the back end, and every year after year after year, it just keeps biting them in the ass.
Okay, I'm relieved that this was a trick question because I'm I can't think of a good.
No, not at all. The
great defenseman
was impressive because I'm I was like, Duncan Keith might be the name, and when he played for Edmonton, it was like a disaster. Chris Pronger is probably the best defenseman they've had in the last 20 years, and even when he was there. So it's crazy to think that this team that's been so close for a while now has not built up that area of their game. Just blows my mind.
Brutal. And I mean, their collapse was just embarrassing. They were heavy favorites. I'm partial to the Canucks for some reason. I've just always loved the crazy fan base, but I was thrilled to see that type of comeback. And that's the kind of team the Canucks have been all year. So I don't know. The Oilers look shook to me.
Let's go places. Man, that's it. The Canucks are going to end up winning.
That would be hilarious.
That would be hilarious, wouldn't it? That would absolutely be hilarious. Sarah Sivian from the Bleacher Report. We will get back with you on playoff fashion sometime near the end of the playoffs. We really appreciate you joining us. It was a great interview. Thank you for joining us.
Of course, anytime. See you guys later.
Take care, Sarah.
All right, everybody, Mother's Day is officially around the corner. If Mom's gift isn't already on the way, you've got hours, maybe even minutes, to get it together, so head over to 1-800-Flowers.com right this second. 1-800-Flowers still has great last-minute deals on handmade bouquets, sweet treats, gourmet food, and one-of-a-kind gifts, ordered easily and delivered fresh. You want to get Mom something that shows your appreciation for all that she's done? We know you've been a knucklehead. She knows you've been a knucklehead. Please do better. Help your mom. Feel appreciated.
I know, Tony.
This is your last chance to win these Mother's Day deals. Only good while supplies last. Order today at 1-800-Flowers.com/Dan. D-A-N. That's 1-800-Flowers.com/Dan.
The chocolate? Nope. The inside. The wafers? No, the stuff in between the wafers. Ah, the in-between stuff. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. And try a bigger bite with Big Cat. This makes no sense. What does lunch become? We deserve better. And this is Popeye's new golden barbecue sandwich. So sweet and tangy.
Let's bring flavor back. Bring taste back.
Let's bring lunch back.
We don't make sense. We make chicken.
Chicken from Popeye. Hey-o.
Ron eats, sleeps,
try to agree it's soft hoops, but oh how he can nail a software solution. You need Ron. Ron needs a retirement plan. Work with Principal so we can help you with a plan that's right for him. Let our expertise round out yours.
Only $5 Whopper Junior Top 2. Double the juniors, that's your cue. One for you, one for your friend to go. JK, you ate them both, they'll never know. Having your way. For the way you look.
Playoff Jason a thing?
Nah, playoff Jason is not a thing.
Okay, Tatum.
I really do.
Same goes for playoff Spider.
Not a thing.
Well, Brunson can't deny it.
I mean,
Is that the
oh wait, no.
Oh, I see. You got the whole league in on this.
Not a thing.
Let me guess. Playoff shame. Are you serious? Everyone's calling playoff insane. It's clearly a thing.
Not a thing.
Well, let's find out.
Welcome back to the Toyota halftime.
23 first half points here for Tyrese Halliburton.
Makes the catch inside the 35.
Pull away. You're struggling. You think they're going to pull away, though? Bob and I are on that side. Second half next.
No question.
NBA halftime is presented by Toyota.
Yeah, you damn right we're not happy because Arise was our best hitter. He literally did something that no player in MLB history ever did. Win the batting title in both leagues.
Introducing the most powerful Tacoma ever. Also known as the seriously wrong handle. Whoa handle.
No me gusta. Alright, left trigger. Alright, got it.
Standard on the all-new Toyota Tacoma.
How is this Chili's 3 for me only $10.99 when fast food is so expensive?
Could be because we don't have to pay for any mascots.
I wish you would for this, please.
Never gonna happen.
Wait, I knew the song. I want my baby back, baby back, baby back.
He doesn't work here.
Three for me means more for you. Get a bottomless drink, bottomless chips and salsa, and the all-new Big Smasher Burger with fries for just $10.99 only at Chili's. Being an athlete means having a healthy desire to do as much as you can with your body for as long as you can.
Ah.
Gatorade has lower sugar, electrolyte-backed hydration options to keep you rehydrated and replenished. Gatorade, for every athlete, forever.
Guys, AT&T just sent me a heads up on the best plans for me. I'm all about good advice. Hello, you give horrible advice. Draft night 2003, here we go.
Hello.
Whether the suit ends and perk begins. Trust me, these suits are timeless classics. Boxy boys. What?
AT&T provides proactive recommendations so you get what's right for you.
Alfred, I'm coming in.
How many times have I told you just download the app? Control your garage from anywhere. Download My Queue and get connected.
My name is Ashley Cortez, and I'm the founder of the Stay Beautiful Foundation. When I started in 2016, I would go to the post office and literally fill out each person's name on a label. And now at ShipStation, we are shipping 500 beauty boxes a month. It takes less than 5 minutes for me to get all of my labels and get beauty in the hands of women who are battling cancer so much quicker.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers. Go to shipstation.com/try and get 2 months free.
Nice.
On Sundays, I like to take my favorite ride on a peaceful cruise through a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Insurance on this thing is crazy, but at least I get roadside assistance. That was fast. You know what? I'm okay. No, thank you. Welcome back to NBA Playoffs, presented by Google Pixel Conference Semifinals.
We welcome you to the NBA playoffs presented by Google Pixel. On ESPN, as you're watching the second round presented by Chipotle. Non-sponsored, by the way.
And you look at the tenacity in which these teams have defended, yet still shooting 55 and 54% from the field.
Check mash, check mash.
As we get set for the third quarter. And once again, hello everyone. With JJ Redick at Dorsberg, 5-3 Nottingham. We'll check in with Lisa in just a moment. Key question is, what were the Pacers going to do with Jalen Brunson? What is Jalen Brunson's foot going to do? That's been fascinating.
Wow.
He left the game earlier in the first quarter than he ever has, and the change for the Pacers was a bigger, longer defender, 6'6", 215-pound Aaron Nesmith, and boy, he worked so hard, fighting through screens, fighting over screens, using that length, the nimble feet, the athletic, big, strong body to just try to knock him off his rhythm just enough, stick with him, challenge, make things a difficult shot. He did a tremendous job on the offensive end. JJ, you noticed something about Tyrese Halliburton that you like?
Good Lord. This track. A true user catch. In the end zone, touchdown.
That one in and out. Brunson throws it off the back of Halliburton. Gets it back though with 5 to shoot. Drives on Nesmith. Nice spin move. He doesn't seem to have his normal lift. Would you guys agree? Yes, I would. And some of that could be the foot. Some of that could be the pressure from Aaron Nesmith. Halliburton misses the Turner right there, and he backs on the follow. Turner with a couple of buckets to start the third. Now Thibodeau wastes no time, calls timeout. The lead back up to 11. To 9 it is.
The defense continues on Jalen Brunson. You saw when he shot against Aaron Nesmith, no need to change the plan, just make it tough. I'm going to let the shooter talk about no depth, JJ. You were right on that one.
Mike, you've been my partner a long time. There's a storm coming.
If you've seen this, okay. The whole department's corrupt. You're next on the hit list.
No backup. Just us. They'll have it coming from cops, the cartels, every gang in the city. Are y'all stealing our clothes? Think just because we black-handed. What? Patricia, how does get up in my closet? Bad boys. Sing us little Reba. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? That ain't no Reba song. It's from her mixtape, June 7th.
5 minutes, fellas. 5 minutes.
Appreciate it, man. Oh, okay, you getting that bet in before the boom, huh? Yeah, LA all the way. What? Oh, come on, man. You know it's Boston, baby. KG, I understand why you said it, but it's LA. Jay, are you serious? You know what? It's LA. Why are you standing up? Because it's LA. You know what? You ain't scared me.
Usually, nigga, I ain't scared of you. Do you know who I am?
like a good neighbor. State Farm is there. Hey, State Farm stayed out.
He said, Charles, let me finish. Let me finish this.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Nah. I think this one's me. Josh Hart. T.M. McConnell.
When enamel is gone, you cannot get it back.
Get on your Clyde's the other horse.
It can save deep into the tooth to actively repair acid-weakened enamel. I recommend Pronamel Repair. With new Pronamel Repair mouthwash, you can enhance that repair beyond brushing. They work great together.
No fees or minimums and no overdraft fees are another reason banking with Capital One is an even easier decision than this. You need a clutch hip therapy. Here. Hang in there, rookie. Yep, even easier than that. What's in your one? This copyrighted broadcast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the Tonight's playoff tracker brought to you by ESPN Bet. Great victories last night for Cleveland and Dallas. Tonight on ESPN, Minnesota back home. Denver trying to get in the win column. Let's check it with Lisa's office.
Hey, Mark, you mentioned that Jalen Brunson doesn't seem to have his normal lift tonight. I asked Tom Thibodeau about Brunson's health coming out of the locker room because
He's never gonna hit him.
appeared to re-injure that right foot in the first quarter this game. Mitch said simply, he's fine. I also asked him about Alex Burks and the impact that he's had tonight, 13 points off the bench. I asked him what made him go with Burks tonight, and again, he didn't say a whole lot. He just said, next man up.
You talk about Brunson. He is as tough physically and mentally as any player who's worn a uniform.
I think that's right. You see for
Stayed middle. Hit that into next. Yeah. Put into orbit. Like this monster opens.
Challenge the Knicks will. DiVincenzo now shaken up. That's the last thing the Knicks need. This team's so banged up. He looks like he's in a restricted area. Even though the left heel is above, that would count. I think they might win that. Eastman moves. Does he get set before he's up in the air? And also look at the feet. We'll be right back.
Nah. These are the defending champions. One of the view.
Mouth-watering. Give me that chocolate chip to dip, drip, pop a wing. Pair me two with your favorite sides for $6.99 each. Papa John's.
In a classic Hollywood story, we meet the hero, the Nissan Frontier. Hero faces seemingly impossible challenge. Tension builds. The plot twist. The hero prevails. In Hollywood, this is the end. But out here, we're just getting started.
The Nissan Frontier. You've earned this, so hold it up high. This isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. You find diamonds in the rough. You put your own stamp on stock parts, turning metal.
Whatever I want.
They detail in every
But Eli has 2 rings against Bill Belichick, so he'd be like, Eli be like, Bill, look at these 2 rings I got because I played against your squad. Whoa. Graf outran us again. Last time I hit it, somebody and I caused a fumble. Jinxes are not real. These quarterbacks don't sound that gravelly.
Chasing him, Albert trying to get free. Looks up top. The contact there. Albert looking. Covered by Weinstein. Corner three. Holds down a rebound. Another double-digit rebound game for Finds pressure for Tua. Who got the start. No OG on it. Back to Weinstein. His fourth assist. You saw that coming. Albert got on DiVincenzo's high side as soon as Hartstein got the ball, easy backup. Turner goes in and turns it over Hartstein.
He definitely lost that bet. It's okay. It's the first score. He's shutting up. He's really shutting up Steven Smith so he can't jump over a phone book. Halftime, I'm going to let it play out and I'm going to check my bets again. Good. What the? I really want to see this play work. Easy touchdown to Callaway. Come on now. Come on. No! Yep. And I got it! Down to the 5-yard line! What? Wow, I just got into the zone, bruh.
Take control of your health by boosting your force field and immune system. Aura tells you when your temperature is higher than normal. Live smarter, stronger, healthier with the Aura Ring.
This is Roundup Dual Action. This stuff doesn't just kill existing weeds down to the root. It keeps working for up to 4 months, from the first days of spring to the 4th day of July. Roundup Dual Action kills and prevents weeds. Guaranteed. This stuff works.
Look, I'm saying.
Like,
30, 40, 45, 50. 45. Okay. Wow, they're actually calling it. Second for Coward. Just got over the 10 touchdowns. Accident kicked it too far to the left, to the right. Woohoo! Wow.
It makes no sense that some people forget lunch. At Popeyes, we say go crispy, go bold, go memorable. We say let's bring lunch back. We don't make sense. We make chicken. Chicken from Popeyes.
Weighted blankets are so cool. When they're filled with creamy, comfy peanut butter M&Ms. Yellow, I'm a little help.
Look what I just made. The perfect brew. Not too bad, but check this out. Legendary Reese's peanut butter cups versus newcomer Reese's medals. Who will be the winner? I'm sorry, what did they get? It seems the Knicks and Pacers never failed to live up to expectations. Look at this running over third quarter for the Knicks. Now the Pacers look to respond. McConnell. Rolled on the drive. They've let them play all game long. And
because of stalled-out drives.
So are you saying that you're kind of tired of seeing the punter run out there and do his thing during this game? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, I mean, I'm okay with it. I have a feeling that this offense, they don't want to see the punter again.
And frankly, the punter doesn't want to run out there anymore himself. He would love to see his offense put together a drive and give his leg a rest.
Credit the tackle to Kentavious Street, the product of NC State.
Here we go.
The last play got just a yard. Here's 2nd and 9 from the 26. Back to throw. Graf steps away, and he's going to have to eat this one. Is down.
Pete Werner.
Pete Werner in there to get him, and that is sack number 6 now for him on the year. So that now 4 first-half sacks. This pass rush has been unrelenting.
And partner, you hear that sound of paper being ripped to shreds? That's the game plan that they've had so far because they've got to say to themselves right now, we have to do something differently.
No gain on the play there. A nice job defensively, and it likely forces a punt situation on 4th. The Colts send out their punter.
I should have called time, but I forgot. I just missed out on 38 seconds.
Taken from just outside the 30. So a change of possession here on the punt. And this offense will take over right at the midfield stripe with a 1st and 10. And the offense returns to the field for their next possession, led by receiver Marquez Callaway. We're in the 2nd quarter. He already has 2 touchdowns. We know how good he is. That's well documented. How do you contain it?
We know he's a nightmare. So in this situation, I would go ahead and double him, maybe even have a 3rd person in the area, and try and dissuade them from throwing him the football. Make someone else beat me for a while, because I don't know that their talents are his, because when he gets his hands on the ball, he breaks down my entire knee. Someone else, they may not make the same type of
Let's
play.
try it. Better people.
Back to throw now on 1st down.
You're serious.
Picked off by Julian Blackman. And the Colts are going to take possession here. It's a touchback, and they'll take over at the 20-yard line. The Indy offense at the line and set to go. And with only 9 seconds remaining, well, not much time, we'll see how they play this. They'll indeed start on the ground to run that block. And defensively, they're just looking to keep him contained as they're able to get him down. And now a timeout defensively after that 1st down play. So they're going to make this offense sweat out half number 1. All that remains is to snap this once, and that'll do it for the 1st half of play. And now they'll take a timeout defensively. After the 2nd down play, they burn the timeout, making them sweat out the final few ticks here in the 2nd quarter. So we reach halftime at what's been past the halfway point of the season and now past the halfway point of this game. We skip halftime and get right back to the action. Set to begin the 3rd quarter. And we welcome you back now. Alongside Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gordon, getting set for quarter number 3 here.
I love this song. I wish I could tell you it is getting copyrighted.
And they'll get him down right at the 25-yard line, so the same result, and he opted for the touchback. Out comes this field general once more, leading his offense back onto the field. And he's got to be wondering.
You can't mess with me.
Phases like this, like what you just saw, most of them, they have such a mental capacity to throw it out and essentially start over. I think that's where he's headed now.
He's got his opportunity to throw it out. Let's see how he does.
Let's go now.
Check mash, check mash.
They'll try and start this drive in the air. He gets this one to Johnson. And from the 25, they work this to the 29, a gain of 4.
What?
He's met in his tracks behind the line of scrimmage. And they're going to speed things up here.
What? Oh, come on.
Check smash. Check smash.
Here's a play fake as they set up to throw. It's
Let's go, RT.
They'll look to throw now on first down. Complete. It's Johnson. And he'll be brought down just shy of the 40. Now from Colts territory, here's a 1st and 10 at the 41. And he gets forward up the middle, but only for a couple ahead of the 2nd down. And the offense moving quickly to the line.
Hey, check that, street, check, hurt.
On play action, they'll throw. He'll rifle this one deep right side. And he knocks the ball away, and it falls incomplete.
2-1-2.
First down marker at the 31. It's 3rd down. Off the play fake, he'll look to throw. Finding Johnson on the out route, that's complete. And they'll get him to the ground. He has another first down at the Colts 28.
Let's try it again, Coward.
Now back to throw. And this is intercepted, but they'll say out of bounds. So very close to a turnover there in the end zone.
And that one is gone. Kyle Marquez says, I'll take over from here. Ah, sure.
Picked off by Shaquille Leonard, the linebacker. And the Colts are going to take over at their own 13-yard line. So it was a drive that had real promise here to begin the 3rd quarter, but ultimately derailed by the INT.
It's easier to get the hit cycle, and it's the home run cycle of a solo, 2-run, 3-run, and a grand slam.
Possibly got a little bit too greedy right there.
So the completion good for 6 yards, and it's 2nd down.
Okay, ready?
Acuna.
They give to Taylor out of the gun, and he'll be taken down at the 20 after a gain of just 1.
Oh man, I was supposed to put that half out.
Desperate need of a conversion as they come up on 3rd down.
Wow.
Looking to throw. Graff will get that complete to Albert O. And he is going to have a first down. They needed 3. He doubled that. He got 6. I think everyone in the stadium saw that big hit coming.
And I, as a former
Bernstein, stop fouling, damn it! I need you to score! You just scored 10 points with me, bitch! Yeah!
And picking up the first down.
Here we go. According to me, rail.
Throwing on first down. Graff. That's complete. It's Okuegbunam.
What the hell?
Him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. Another first down as he went right back to the same well, this time for 17 yards. Back to throw. Graff. He'll take a shot downfield for Pittman.
You did without even looking.
The scoreboard tells a story for him, a little bit bleak, and while it's not quite desperation time yet, it's definitely getting close, but the defense reads the scoreboard as well. They're going to back up and make him really earn it.
And the second wave of tacklers is going to get him as they stop him behind the line. It'll go as a loss of a yard.
Daddy makes a record for makes in a game. Plus, he's already a champion with Warriors. Oh, no question. 24-8 run. You're late, brother. You're late.
New York is big for him. Josh Hart drives, gets inside. What a defensive play. It's McConnell, Shepard, Hunter, Graves, well short.
I got Power 2000.
As the crowd goes tumbling. That's Siakam. That's going to be his 4th. The officials.
Of course, the yardage is terrific, but I think it's what you mentioned, the 2 touchdowns. That's the big one, because
They're just consistently getting outlet passes, long defensive rebounds, and creating transition opportunities from that. McBride will shoot 5 points in 22 minutes off the bench. Free is good. We've got another one coming up after this. Minnesota looking so impressive. Up 2-0 on the defending champion Nuggets. Game 3 from Minneapolis coming up. Here in Indianapolis. Now an 8-point lead for the Knicks. Still plenty of time remaining. Knicks are 12 of 15 from the 13 of 60 from the line. Three-quarters of the games like this so important.
What the shit?
Down to 0, and this is not the way to start a drive.
That was weird.
Welcome back in, everyone, to EA Sports coverage of the NFL. As it stands, it's the Saints who have possession of the ball as we roll on in quarter number 3. The Saints offense on the field, ready to get their drive started. As this offense takes the field again, CD, remember last drive, they were moving the football, but then they threw that costly interception, so we'll see if they can right the ship here on this drive.
And doesn't that just sum up football? We see it all the time, don't we? The defense goes from losing the battle to making a huge play and stealing the momentum. So you know they're riding high right now, and they're ready to challenge this offense and that quarterback one more time.
We'll see if the offense is up for that challenge here as things start to get more interesting here in the second half.
Why?
Another interception picked up by Kenny Moore, and the Colts are going to take possession of the football.
Great.
Blankenship out to kick off. And from the end zone, Deontay Hardy will bring it out. And the offense returns to the field for their
Yeah,
next possession.
no. Baby, no. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go back to Walmart and get a replacement. I have the digital. Let's see everything.
He's been a load for them to handle defensively, I know that much.
But look at him. He's got 7 catches on the game, and he's starting to shred them a little bit because not only is he catching them, he's picking up good yardage, keeping the chains moving, ball control, you name it. This big guy, what did you say? He's been a load for them to handle?
That's right.
Agreed.
7 catches, as you said, over 100 yards. They go back to the air here after the INT on the last drive.
Are you serious?
And he will bring it back. An interception return for a Colts TD. So they'll get another shot on offense following that pick 6. And now the kick is away. Taken at the goal line. And the offense returns to the field for their next possession, led by receiver Marquez Callaway. When you're in a zone like he is, what's the conversation like on the sideline between he and his quarterback? Is that a one-way conversation of, hey, just keep getting me the football?
It actually is probably a 2-way conversation because he wants to keep getting him the football because he's seeing the payoff. Getting the ball to that guy means yardage, and as we've seen, touchdowns in this game. So I think both of them get more and more excited about the possibilities as things continue on.
Yeah, so far it's been over 100 yards and the 2 scores. They're going to hurry back to the line now. He'll look to throw. He's got a man complete. And he gets this to the other side of midfield across the 45 before going out. How about a 39-yard pickup? They'll take it. So the big play gets him across midfield now for 1st and 10. Throwing there, but this pass is going to wind up incomplete.
And those two just have been in sync thus far. They've done a nice job against him, but still, with his talent, you would expect them to have more completions to him in this game.
This is caught. It's Hardy.
Let's go, let's go, let's
And
go.
all the way inside the 15 before they drop it.
Panther Street.
And they'll run on the inside handoff. And they get to him quickly as he stopped right around the 13. The run only got a yard. Here's 2nd and 9. Completes this to
Makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown.
Marquez Callaway. His 3rd touchdown of the game, number 11 on the year. And they are able to add on to their advantage. Lutz good on the extra point. And his guys will take a 10-point lead. That time a 6-play drive. And it all culminates in a Saints touchdown. Set now to kick this one away, and off it goes. And they'll put up the stop sign there as his guys will get it at the 25. And the Colts coming out now. A strong showing their last time out. They scored the touchdown, but Charles, they look up and they're still down double digits, so you feel like just to keep pace, this drive probably needs to end in the end zone as well.
Yeah, and I think the best move for them is to not worry about how far they are down on the scoreboard, but to just remember the last drive and how it ended. Go ahead and try and repeat that. Then you can look at the scoreboard and see where this game is.
52 yards rushing for him now as he's done it on 19 carries. So from the 36 now, 1st and 10. Operating from the gun. Kraft. This will be taken in by Michael Pittman. And they bring him to the ground just shy of midfield. A 14-yard gain for Indianapolis and also move the sticks. Back-to-back good plays have them on the move on 1st down. On the handoff, this is Taylor. And good penetration here. He'll get this down only to about the 49-yard line. Defensively, solid response after giving up back-to-back 1st downs.
Oh, there's plenty of traffic waiting for him up the middle.
And this was Wow. Do you blame him? No.
Barreling through anyway. They're fortunate to get a yard out of that one.
Switch, yellow, blue, check.
Looking to throw on second down. Graf over the middle, complete to Samuel. And they're going to get this to about the 44-yard line. This offense in desperate need of a conversion as they come up on third down. They'll try and run for the first with Taylor. Yeah, this is only going to be a gain of 2. He needed 3. It's 4th and 1.
When a good play is made on defense, oftentimes leverage is the key to everything. Defensive line not getting turned, all the other guys making sure they're in the right spot. And on that play, they were able to stop him short of a touchdown.
And this
Why?
winds up a disaster nowhere near the marker.
Second career hat trick of touchdown game for him.
So far he has the trio of touchdowns, obviously.
Gets on his Clydesdales.
They'd be throwing their hats out on the ice for the hat trick, right? I'm not sure exactly what you do in the NFL except applaud and continue to hope you see a little bit more of this. What a tremendous game.
You want to start a new trick. And now here's another interception. Picked off by Shaquille
I don't understand why I'm throwing so many picks. Yes, they had to wait 2 fucking hours for these to be removed from that building. That's just pathetic. Yeah, it took them 2 hours for that to happen. Should, man, can't believe clothes and you knew that was gonna happen.
Open man Hamler, that's complete. And he gets this only to the 44-yard line. Not near enough to keep the drive alive. And just 3 yards on the catch there. He couldn't get away. And that's going to bring up a 4th down.
60. 61. And he nails it. Wow. That was halfway up.
Yeah, more and more guys are trying it. That doesn't mean the success rate has gone up. That is a low kick. Guaranteed, when he turns on his phone after the game,
Well, my laptop has officially died. And this time, the screen will never be able to turn back on. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see if we can try again.
the yards per catch now, because you're getting more than a first down every time he's touching the ball. This is the kind of game you want when you're able to throw it out wide.
Absolutely. Over 100 yards, has the 8 catches.
And it's not even cutting on anymore. Damn, it's not even cutting on anymore. It has officially died. Disappointing.
Trying to shake off the interception. He'll look to throw. And he'll dump it underneath to his running back. Complete. And now they're in the hurry-up. They run a draw here on second down. And he'll get this to about the 34, a gain of just 3. They'll come to the line, needing only 2 yards to gain the first here. A play-action fake. They'll look to throw. Tries the left side and finds Olave. And he goes out
7 interceptions.
Second catch for him
Bang, bang, Niner game. Jeff Levering.
And he'll be brought down on the other side of midfield at the 43. They'll look to throw here on first down. Complete to Olave on the out route. And he's going to be taken down at about the 33. Final minute now in the third quarter. They'll stick with the passing game as he looks.
Why?
And they will take over at the 29-yard line.
You've got to be shitting me.
Ready.
8 picks, good lord.
Now a handoff, Taylor with it. And he'll push forward for a couple to the 34. Let's go. Ready. From the gun on third down. Graf. Oh, he's got a man wide open, complete. And he is going to have a Colts first down as they're able to get the third down conversion. Back now in Indianapolis. Ready. It's the Colts, so they've got the football, but they've got
Gonna go.
trailing here as we begin the fourth quarter. On first down, Graf. This is Hamler on the receiving end. He's going to be out of bounds, but not before he takes it inside the 40. 11 more on that one and another first down. Check pink. Smith red. Black swap. Check white. Yellow. Line. Opposite. Green. Switch. Yellow. Looking to throw. Graf. Sliding up. And he can't find anywhere to go with it. And he goes down. They'll wind up losing 8 on the sack there. And it's second down. Ready? Go. Ready. Handoff. Taylor. And nothing doing here as this time the run maybe gets him back to the line of scrimmage, but that's it. No gain on the play this time, and it'll be a third and long situation coming up. Set. Back to throw. Graf. Eluding the pressure right. And they'll get this down to the 42-yard line.
And partner, I would guess that in his headset he was hearing from his coach, it's third down, don't take a sack. And in this case, he's able to avoid the pressure and get out of there. He doesn't get the first down, but he does turn a possible loss into positive yardage.
Dong.
Off the left upright. Oh my goodness, heartache. It's no good.
Blankenship would never miss a 50-yarder like that. Especially indoors. You know this is grid.
Here it backfires on him, but as a kicker, you have to appreciate the confidence that they showed in you.
The first play of the drive there is incomplete.
I think he had to unload that one before he wanted to. He was right up in his grill. I think he was a dentist there without a license, don't you?
Just not enough time for the play to develop. Just lucky it wasn't a fumble, really. And second and 10, he'll look to throw again. And he'll be tackled on the other side of midfield at the 46-yard line. And now it looks like they're going to be in the hurry-up. They'll look to throw. And that one's going to be knocked away and incomplete.
But based on the play we just saw there, he might not be the guy you want to challenge in coverage on these all-important snaps. He certainly looks dialed in right now.
Got an open man. It's Olave. On the ball now. And he is going to have the Saints first down as they manage to convert. And that'll keep the drive alive. That's Olave bringing in another one. And they'll get 8 out of this before being stopped at the 28. Hands it off out of the gun. And the reinforcements come in as they're going to stop him behind the line. Got to get to the 26 for a first. This is third down. Right there. Out of the gun. They'll look to throw.
What?
That is incomplete.
Coverage was awfully tight there on third down. They actually closed off all the passing lanes, forcing the incompletion and bringing up fourth down.
He makes the catch. He's got it. Touchdown. This is backup quarterback Winston, so he gets a touchdown pass.
He's regarded as one of the best athletes among NFL tight ends, Charles, and it certainly was on display right there.
And as we've seen this league continue to grow and develop, I think the tight end position is becoming harder and harder to defend because now it's elite athletes playing that position, not just the big guys who can block. How about his ability to get downfield and make plays against any defense?
Just want to check the score. And then go check the app. Switch over to streaming. do you keep doing this?
The ball upright on the tee, and the Saints kick team booms it away. And that'll be a little too hot to handle as it will skip through the end zone for a touchback here. Indianapolis offense ready to go again. And the way their last drive ended, boy, it was frustrating. They had a pretty good drive going. It was sustained, and then it stalled out, Charles, and they missed the field goal and got nothing out of it.
Is that insult to injury? Because they had such a sustained drive, as you noted. So you know for the head coach, it almost felt like a little bit of failure to send out the field goal unit, and then to not even see the ball go through the post. What a bummer on that last drive for them. Got to pick themselves up from that one.
And this won't be enough to pick up the first. A gain of 2, 3rd and 1.
Ready?
On 3rd down, here's Taylor. And Taylor, I don't think he got there. No, he did not. Unable to break free, and he's marked short. The Colts send out their punter. He's been terrific so far. He'll field this at the 5. A nice return that time, gets 12 yards back. And the Saints will take over with a 1st down and 10. The New Orleans offense back out and ready to go. Well, there are 2 scores on the plus side. Still time here in this 4th quarter, but maybe you start thinking about playing keep away.
Yeah, I think here's the situation. You're not thinking touchdowns anymore. You're just thinking 1st downs. To keep up with your theme there, playing keep away. 1st downs, they can't touch the ball.
They'll come out throwing here on 1st down. That's taken in by Callaway.
Hurry, hurry! Hurry,
and
hurry!
Quickly, they get to the line.
Hey, check that! Street!
Here's a handoff out of the gun. And this one will go to the 28-yard line.
Check, careful, check! Let's go! Check, hurt! Check, Bobcat! Ready?
And he's got this one complete to Callaway.
Let's go! Hey, smash Broncos! Ready?
From the gun, they'll try to run it.
Nigga, I'm literally trucking your ass.
A couple of 1st downs have them to the 40 now on 1st and 10. On play action, they'll throw. And that's caught inside the 30.
And he is gone!
New Orleans. Chris Olave with touchdown number 8 on the year.
And that is the dagger shot. 45, 50, 45, 40. Nope, sign, yeah.
After that one, CD, and he looked right off the line like he knew that ball was coming his way, and he secured it for 6 points.
Yeah, I think when you're leading by a healthy margin already, it actually loosens you up and allows you to take maybe a few more chances and definitely play with more confidence because he certainly saw something he could exploit in the defense, and he made sure to let his quarterback know, just get it to me. And the rest was all up to him, and he delivered and made it a 3-score game.
The ball upright on the tee, and the Saints kick team booms it away. Fielded just outside the goal line. And he'll get it up just past the 20 as his guys will go to work at the 21-yard line. Here comes the Colts offense now as they make their way onto the field. Well, we said it at halftime that they would need a nearly perfect second half to erase that deficit that they were facing, CD, but unfortunately, the second half has pretty much been a carbon copy of the first.
Yeah, that early lead was almost insurmountable the way their opponent was playing. And, partner, they do have some good news, though. This one is getting close to being over, and they can try and hit the reset button starting tomorrow.
15 yards is the pickup there, and the drive starting very nicely. First down.
Check white, yellow, line, opposite, green, switch, yellow, blue, check.
On the draw is Taylor. And he slips up past the 45 before being tackled. The 71 yards rushing here for Taylor. He's got a first down.
Ready.
Looking to throw. Grab.
Wilson!
Picked off by Eric Wilson. And the Saints are going to have great field position here as this is returned just shy of midfield. That's now a second interception in as many weeks from his linebacker position.
And think about all the different techniques he has to employ.
Sing on safety look.
Is he spot dropping because it's zone? Is he picking up man-to-man? Is he having to run with a running back or a tight end? And any of
Yeah.
on a swivel and excellent hands.
Yeah, versatility and showing those hands. So after the incompletion on first,
Wow, really?
second and 10.
Wow.
They're going to look to throw. It's hauled in by Hardy. And he's going to be taken down right at the 40-yard line. Looking to speed things up here, going with some tempo. Now on first down, he'll drop to throw it. He completes it to Olave. And he's out of bounds. Almost gets to the 10. He got 29 yards at the time. Now a first and 10 at the 11. They'll look to throw again. And he's got
Ball game.
in the end zone. Touchdown, New Orleans. Deontay Hardy.
Hit it with stepdaddy. Bang!
And the Saints have opened up a
Andrew Nimhard knocks it down and gives the Pacers a 3-point lead.
Lutz with the extra point, and that'll increase their lead to 28. A drive there of just 4 plays, and it ends with a touchdown for New Orleans. The ball upright on the tee, and the Saints kick team booms it away. Taken in at the 3. And good coverage there on special teams as they'll get him down shy of the 20. The Colts offensive unit ready to see what they can do.
That haven't been relevant since I was in high school. In 2014, the Pacers.
A decent amount of points on this side, Charles. They just have not been able to keep pace with the other offense they're going against here.
Yeah, that's a good way of pointing things out because now it's not a total loss.
Yes, interception! And that'll do it.
The Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu. And the Saints are going to take possession of the football. Well, offensively, Charles, hard to put a silver lining on this one. No secret that they had to take chances with a score where it is, and it leads to a turnover.
I love how you paint the picture, partner, because you're exactly right about that one. Look at the empty stares on that sideline. This is one of those games where you just want to go crawl under a rock until it's over.
And he'll go down.
Even though I threw 8 interceptions.
A gain of 6. And they're going to hurry back to the line now. They run a draw here on second down. And they'll bring him down at the 18-yard line. So from inside the 20, here's first and 10 at the 18. And they're going to be set up now with a ball at the 13-yard line.
Panther Street.
Now they'll switch it up here and look to throw. Oh, good move.
Ah, breaks 2 tackles and is in.
13 yards out. And the Saints have sewn this one up as they add to their lead here in the fourth. And you wonder now if he might be able to remove the helmet, put on the baseball cap, and watch the rest of this one.
It's embarrassing that the Knicks are struggling with the Pacers. Now that my laptop is officially broken, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to go back up to Walmart and get a replacement. Because it's been 60 days since I used this thing. They have a 90-day policy, so.
And this one was over a while ago as they just add on to that big lead. The Colts set to take over here offensively. And they've sort of lost their way, partner. How do they recalibrate and get this proverbial train back on track?
Well, this is where leadership really comes into play. How's the head coach handling it? The offensive coordinator? Sometimes they just make a joke. All right, guys, you had your fun? All right.
Throw it out the window.
Yeah, let's get back on track here. And sometimes that'll work just fine.
I guess it's time now to lean on that leadership. They may want to go back to that one. First play of the drive, good for 15 and a first down. Well, I mean, look, obviously there's no 20 or 30-point play in that play.
I feel like none of the bets hit.
On a positive note, despite trailing big, and that looks like what they're trying to do here by pushing.
Bears have 620 yards passing. Whatever.
Just control what you can control right now.
Yeah. Like the bets. Very disappointing.
Here is how their final plays develop.
Here's a throw out wide, complete to his running back right side. And he has a big gain inside the 40 before being dropped. Back-to-back good plays have him on the move on first down. Operating from the gun. Graf. This will be caught at Samuel. Touchdown.
Right. associated with. Just him. You're fucking serious? Oh my god, are you fucking serious? Oh, so Tim Legler is calling games now since Stephanie White is doing her work as the coach of the Connecticut Sun. Their season is underway. She couldn't be available for the playoffs. Couldn't do it. So they got Tim Legler doing his first ever game. Doesn't even matter. This game is far from a close game anymore. This last one we did was I'm struggling here at the end.
Here comes a return from a few steps into the end zone.
Right at where I was going to go.
Actually the 26 officially, so a net gain of 1 there. Now the Saints coming back out ready to go for this next drive. Well, they don't really need the points here, Charles, given what we're looking at on the scoreboard, but
Oh wow. Yes, it's you.
I'm sure that they would like to keep that streak going here and continuing to pull it off.
And things have gotten that way in the
Cobra ready, Cobra ready.
because in the old days, people would, they'd get off the gas a little bit, right? Now, people continue to accelerate.
Nigga, I literally I have 600 yard passing and 150 yards receiving with 2 receivers. What are you talking about?
They run a draw here on second down, and he'll be limited to a short gain up to about the 34-yard line. And they're going to speed things up here. Off the play fake, he'll look to throw. And that is
What? I didn't go out of bounds.
he's taken down right at the 45-yard line.
What? I didn't even go out of bounds. What do you mean?
The offense knew it. They were already starting to walk back as that one is
That's bullshit. That is bullshit.
Here's a play fake as they set up to throw. And my
You gotta be shitting me.
interception. And the Colts are going to take possession of the football. Now they get a fourth quarter.
Side books. 9 interceptions. My God. Leading the league in sack. You never want to read them. Kyrie Matthews. Leone Badger brother. Jabu! I'm really upset that my laptop screen died on me.
From the shotgun, he'll look to throw. That's complete. It's Okuwebunam. And he'll be taken down at about the 22-yard line.
Opposite, green, switch, yellow, blue, check.
To throw on third down. Graff. He'll get this to Hamler over the middle. And brought down, but not before they get it inside the 10 to the 7.
Here we go.
Well, they've got 3 tight ends here on first and goal to add some extra mass.
Set, go. Set, go.
It's a jet sweep. This is
Ah, come on, really?
into the end zone. Touchdown. So still lots of work left to do, but here comes the onside kick. And the Saints hands team able to rein this one in. Now they're down big here in the fourth. They had to try the onside kick. Can't fault them for the effort at least.
No, you can't at all. And if nothing else, now you've put something that you're trying to practice, right, that you've worked on into a game situation, and now you can go back and dissect it. So if you need it again sometime, maybe you'll find a better way to do it. But, yeah, this game's pretty much done for them.
Just 2 minutes remaining here in the fourth quarter of what has been a one-sided affair. So it's Saints football as we get you reset. In need of only about the length of the football here on second down. They'll set up a throw. Over the middle into traffic, and that's complete.
Now,
And the offense moving quickly to the line.
Traveler, ready.
That one looks like he'll throw here. Going for it all. And he bats it away, and it falls down incomplete. An incomplete pass on first down. That leads to a 2nd and 10. Back to throw again. That is
What a catch.
and he gets it inside the 10 to the 9.
I want to get the use his face. That's when it's the same.
Again, he'll drop to throw.
There is touchdown.
Touchdown, Saints. Gabriel Davis, halfway to 100 now
That,
with career
that,
touchdown number 50.
that,
As his
loose.
guys are able to
Meow.
lead out a bit further. But not much defensive resistance on that drive. And really, Charles, the way this offense has been humming, they haven't faced much defensive resistance the entire game.
Yeah.
Oh, and now they're going to fake it. Looking middle, and it's incomplete.
Well, I have to admit, I'm scratching my head a little bit here trying to make sense of what I just saw. Number one, huge lead. Just kick the extra point and be done with it. Number two, if you are going to go for two. Just line up and go for it from the 2-yard line. Why make it so difficult? That's a long way to go to try and pick up some points.
Well, fourth quarter, they felt like they needed the football back. Unfortunately, they couldn't get it.
And I know we brought analytics into the game, and someone has said here that the data says that when a
The
team gets
Falcons
expecting
lose,
an
Bucks
onside
win,
kick, 80%
Panthers
of the
off,
time,
Saints win.
expecting it, they do actually recover the ball, which is what we saw here. I just wonder if that number is much more of a anecdotal type of a number. Kind of like when the coaches tell us, well, when you score on special teams, 93% of the time.
Intercepted! 45, 50. Ball game!
If you combine last week and this week, he's got a hat trick going because he had 2 interceptions a week ago.
He's seeing the ball so well and understanding where receivers are and positioning. I mean, just watching him work with such great technique and paying it off by actually catching the ball when he has a chance, he's helping his team in a huge way.
They'll try and start this drive in the air. Oh, there's that man again. It's complete.
Hurry, hurry!
And he gets this to the 35. Good for a gain of 5. And he fires one incomplete. A CD, they're up big, but they're still passing it. I mean, this is an offense that's had a lot of success in this game, and it seems like they're just having fun out there.
And it does feel like there's been a shift out there, doesn't it, partner? Listen, if you're up, you can continue to do what you want to do. It's up to the other team to make you change how you do things. They'll continue to throw it around until stopped.
And it's a fake.
Yeah. I was trying to loop like a sprint out like it's supposed to.
The Saints going to call the first of their timeouts. That'll leave them with 2 remaining. We'll be back after this.
Let's go!
Throwing on first down. Graf. That is caught. Michael Pittman with it.
You gotta be serious. You gave up a fucking touchdown?
So after the touchdown, here's Blankenship kicking off. And we'll see a return here from the end zone. And he'll be brought down shy of the 20, so the decision to bring it out of the end zone, not a good one.
Here we go, here we go!
The Saints offense on the field,
Basically,
ready to get
halfback
their drive
scene.
started. Just all around a solid performance, and now they've got the 3-score lead here, Charles. So the final seconds of the fourth quarter.
Yeah, in this one, they've been in control, haven't they? They've earned this victory. No question who the better team was out there in this game. And frankly, the score could have been a lot worse than it was. Give them a lot of credit for how they played in this one.
The big play has them all the way out near midfield for a 1st and 10. He's going to fire one deep, middle of the field. And it's
You 10 picks.
And the Colts come up with a late turnover, but it will probably only matter to the statisticians as this ball game is now officially over. Well, this was a fun one today if you like points. A lot of them went on the board.
Oh wow, Bruins blown up by the Panthers.
Charles' defenses, meanwhile,
600 yards, 6 touchdowns, but 10 interceptions. Nasri gets his 6-man of the year or first in franchise history. Wow. That's crazy. Oh my god, that was me. Yeah. Falcons eliminated. Rivalry match. Yeah, we gotta do better than this time around, because man, they didn't put it on us. Oh, we beat them last time. So let's get that sweet baby. 5 break time and 5 play rec. sheesh, their offense is putrid. They give up a lot of points. Both teams are negative when it comes to their turnover differential. Falcons are right behind the Saints for the Warriors, -8 to -7. Didn't see that division. And Jaguars coming off a bye and leading their division. Titans have already been eliminated as well. Bills leading their division. Chiefs leading their division. Lions leading their division. Packers on the first being eliminated. Falcons eliminated. Saints leading their division. Yahoo, 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 yahoo. Everybody has. Bucks have more wins. But we're only leading on tiebreaker because we beat them. And we're 8-3. Ravens leading their division. And the Cardinals leading their division. The Cardinals. Blah, blah, blah. Who would be the right number one overall seed? The Ravens. And the AFC? Ravens. NFC? Saints? Right now is. Yeah, but I am about to sign off for the day. I would like to thank everyone who joined me and conversated with me on my franchise video. And as always, I will see you next time. This has been a production of Sports Guru Channel. I've been your host, Sports Guru.